Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here at the end of the last session. As we've seen for the last few hours, global tension, conflicts, shifting alliance are reshaping our world and the global order. Our next session, and I think it's written here, is Chinese creativity at home and abroad. It might seem counterintuitive to focus our next session on creativity and culture. But in the context of China and Europe, it's not only relevant, it's essential. Sorry, that better. Okay. And of course, it's essential. I would have to say that being the person in charge of culture and art and with partners in crime here to do the programming on arts and culture, you would not expect me to say it's not important. But as geopolitics harden, culture remains one of the last frontier for genuine dialogue. Many of you in this room know that beyond politics and trade, it's often through art, design, film, food, as Joyce said very earlier, food is important, and language that real connections happen. Where diplomacy may falter, art, literature, and shared story continue to build bridges. Creativity is a form of soft power, a way to foster understanding and connection. Europe and China are both cultural giants, with rich history and dynamic creative sectors. But how they express and export culture differs, and often reflecting deeper values. And I want to emphasize on value, because this is what it's all about. Europe champions openness, diversity, and rights. China balances heritage with state-guided modernity. This difference makes dialogue challenging, but also more important and urgent. Beyond identity, let's remember one thing. Creative industries are economic powerhouses. In both regions, they generate millions of jobs and billions in value. From fashion to film to gaming to architecture, creativity is not an expression, it's a strategy. And in today's digital world, where content is shaped with algorithm and controlled by a few platforms, cultural autonomy matters. How we tell story, who gets heard, what values are embedded in our digital space are now geopolitical questions. Lastly, creativity has a role in shaping our shared future. Shared future, which is at the core of Asia society mission and values. From climate change to social cohesion, we need imaginative thinking, narrative that moves people, not policies that just move paper. So why talk about creativity and culture now between China and Europe? Because they help us see one another more clearly, work together more effectively, and imagine futures that we might actually want to share. To run this next session, I will let the floor to two much more dynamic and young and energetic people that will run a very engaging session that will involve all of you. But before I do that, I want to apologize on one of our panelists who is gone. Qingqing, but it was on the original program. Qingqing, as many good dancers, have a back problem. And he is, as we say in French, cloué au lit, nailed in bed, and cannot, at the last moment, could not come. So she apologizes to all of you. She would have loved to be here. But there is a wonderful replacement, and I will let the two, Rohan, and my good friend here that I just blanked on the name, Capucine. How can I do that, Capucine, to you? To come and introduce the next panelist. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
We're really far from each other.
Yeah, we're far from each other now, but it will fill up.
Our heart is close.
Yes. We are at the China Summit, and so this session will be slightly different with both English and Mandarin, so get ready for that. I will start by introducing Jiang Chong'er, who is a designer and artist. She co-founded Shangxia with Hermès, which is some of the most beautiful furniture I've ever seen in my life, that's inspired by Chinese craftsmanship and tradition. She's also an artist who recently, last year, exposed at the Musée Guimet here in Paris, and her exhibition was not only inside, but also outside on the facade with all of her sculptures. So Jiang Chong'er, please come up. Our second speaker, Jia Jiawei, is an award-winning screenwriter. She is the screenwriter of a film that you may have heard of, A Little Red Flower, which was one of the highest-grossing films in 2020 worldwide and has been nominated for 4 major awards. She's also written for other film and TV, and I'm sure we'll hear about it more. Please come up. And finally, I will introduce my brilliant co-moderator before Rohan introduces our final speaker. Rohan is the co-host and co-founder of the Weirdo podcast.
Yes.
I forgot the Chinese name. Can you help me
It's
out?
fine, I forgive you. 不合时宜.
不合时宜, which has no less than 1 million listeners and talks about a variety of topics from climate, art, culture, to journalism and geopolitics. So over to you.
Yes, thank you for Kapu's kind words. Now, welcome everyone joining me to welcome our final panelist, Huang Rui. Huang Rui was very important in art history of China. He was a founding member of Chinese avant-garde art group, the Starred Arts Group, 新兴画会, which included lots of famous artists you might have heard of before, like Ai Weiwei or Huang Keping. They're also the first publicly active art collective to protest government censorship after the Cultural Revolution in China. And also they have lots of close ties with France as well. So Centre Pompidou actually recently just organized a 30 years retrospective of their works. Welcome. Yes, actually, when we are speaking about the power of the culture, I want to mention a thing when I arrived Paris yesterday. So I live in Amsterdam, and yesterday when I arrived Paris, somehow my mind was just cannot stop playing the music and scene of the movie Amélie. So I feel like that's the power of culture. Because when the culture is spreading to the world, I watched this movie when I was 10, and it's like super influencer among Chinese audience and younger generations. So I think it's just like such a fitting session to talk about culture and creativity in Paris, and also how Chinese culture were affected by the global and how it's affecting the global perspective as well. So my first question would be, since all of our speakers actually had cross-culture living experience, all of you actually are living in Western and Eastern before. So my first question would be, how did you perceive yourself and your living experience in Western and Eastern to influence your artworks? So maybe we, starting from the Chong'er.
Okay. 大家下午好 Bonjour, good evening, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here today. And I'm born in Shanghai, in China, and then I came to France, study in Art Deco in Paris. So France and China are both like two parts, very important cultural roots in my life when I create. And so I want to make it short because otherwise I can talk 1 hour about this question. So I think today, 21st century, 2025, July, I think an artist, when you have multi-cultural background, I think today our mission is no more representing our individual expression, artistic expression. I think today's world, we need some artists to try to create at the place of humanity, which I mean, when you create, normally you say what I want to say as an artist. But I think today we have the mission, and it's the time, very important time, that artists, you ask what this world needs and what humanity needs to be awakened, which message we need to pass. And so, like you said, my project at the Musée Guimet, it's about origin, to call that all life stems from same root, that we are not looking for what we are different from our culture. We are looking for through art what we are in common. And maybe with this common power and common points that make people be together and take care of each other, and maybe we can go together to the future. So I think that's how I identify, myself as an artist. Whatever you do as monumental installation, a design, or a painting, it's more for this. It's keep the soul awakened. And I think today with the technology, with all of this, like very speedy, developed, AI, all of this, it's even more important art. And maybe it's too serious what I say, but I truly believe art is the arc de Noé, how you say English? The Noah's Ark of human being civilizations. And I think art should be beyond language, beyond words. It's how to say, it's a emotion, it's a message, it's a feeling for all of us being together. Thank you.
Yes, actually this question I also want to ask Kaoxing, because I didn't mention your background, but actually you are having very rich background living in different places. You are in China for 5 years and you are choosing like very specific location in China like Chengdu or Hong Kong and like Shanghai. So you're being everywhere like in China, and also you are working in Paris now. So like Kaoxing also co-founded like a very good platform to promote the women mental health. So I would like to know your opinion about this question a little bit as well when we move forward to other panelists.
Absolutely. Can you hear me? Yeah. How did China shape me, or my experience, my cross-cultural experience? I grew up between Morocco and London, even though I'm French, and then I spent 5 years in China. So I don't think I would be who I am today without the cross-cultural experience. I'm not an artist, unfortunately. I'm a creator in some way. But I think everything we do is informed by our past. And for me, the cross-cultural past informs what I do today as well.
Fantastic. So let's also go to Huang Rui, because I know you live in Paris for 30 years, and Pompidou just had your exhibition. I'm just trying to speak the question again. And for 黄瑞老师，我想问您，就是您觉得您在巴黎的生活经历，或者是您在
my partner is French. I have a lot of friends living. Yeah, start to living last month. Start really. My partner is French. I have a lot of friends living, Chinese, French, living in Paris. So I love Paris. One thing. That's it. But another one, I'm not going to here to participate talk. Really, so someone.
To explain, Huang Lao Shi found out 2 hours ago that he was participating in this talk because of what Jean-Michel mentioned, Xinxing est clouée au lit, so she's got her back problem and in bed. But we're so lucky to have you. We really are. I'm not joking. And just to give context, it's so great to have different generations of Chinese artists with us. And you were one China that still inspires the generation today. And so thank you for being here.
Thank you. You gave me brave. So I could say I'm outsider. I'm outside, always standing outside mainstream, or the outside of government policy. I'm not thinking about some idea or some route, some way to build up political way, standing in political position. I'm just learning Taoism more than 40 years, more than 40 years. That Taoism always push you thinking obsession. So always push you thinking about changing, differencing. So I do that. I'm also participate the first generation after the Cultural Revolution. We decide making avant-garde. Even that time, we don't know that the words of avant-garde, but with some poet and artist, some writer, we have underground group moving Beijing, starting beginning of 70s. And then after the Cultural Revolution, we make very important movement. The name is the Stars. Another name is Today. Today, just last night, I met my really old friend. We had relationship from 1969. Bei Dao, a very famous poet. Bei Dao and me and Monker create underground magazine Today. But Bei Dao is one of really hard decision to keep Today's magazine keep going, upholding more than from 1978 until to right now. Even right now, in China mainland, censored Today's magazine. That is the situation. So, okay.
Yeah, I think definitely in China, the censorship affecting the art and culture a lot because just looking back my journalism experience, that's the same as well because I was working for institutional media and then one of the media was banned by the government. So that's actually basically the story why I started my own podcast. So definitely, if we are talking about culture in China, the censorship and regulation is kind of avoiding topics. So let's also talk with Jia Wei because Jia Wei is a very famous screenwriter and your works cross the film and TV. So how you are also living in Paris now? You didn't move yesterday, right? Moved to here yesterday. So I wonder like how it reflects.
And brave. The moment I feel the most creative, the moment don't often happen when I feel comfort or I feel settled. It's always like when I feel nervous or I feel the obvious existence anxiety it's like something happened. I feel creative. I moved to London in 2019 from Beijing. Before that, I worked in Beijing as a screenwriter for years. That year, I moved to London for another master degree in the time of Brexit. And immediately after that, it's a pandemic hit. So honestly, I feel the most valuable part of my overpriced British education is learn how to living through math. I once asked Duncan, it's like, because Duncan travels everywhere and Duncan is slightly older than me, more experienced than me. Yeah. So I asked Duncan, was to London for another master degree in the time of Brexit. And it's like, it's always changing so fast, or I moved to London, then it began to change. So I asked stupid questions like that, but at that time, the life paused. So I started to question like what was normal and what was the new normal. So, and China and UK, they were coping the situation totally different. So it made me reflect a lot. So after 2 years, I moved to Paris. At that time, it was still difficult to travel back to China. So I kind of stuck here. I couldn't speak French. It's very difficult, so I couldn't understand, I couldn't speak. So I felt like I live in a vacuum, like physically in France, but not actually in it. So I feel at that time, so I started to question like what was normal and what was the new normal. So, and China and UK, they were coping the situation totally different. So it made me reflect a lot. So after 2 years, I moved to Paris. At that time, it was still difficult to travel back to China. So I kind of stuck here. I couldn't speak French. It's very difficult, so I couldn't understand, I couldn't speak. So I felt like I live in a vacuum, like physically in France, but not actually in it. So I feel at that time, it's like I push myself to ask a lot of questions I never asked before. So for me, the cultural identity is not like about geography or language or other elements. They doesn't define it directly. It's about it's like it's all about the gaps, the frictions, and the moments of confusion between the different cultures. It made me rethink. So for me, the cultural identity is constantly reforming, and it's evolving, it's shifting, it's always changing. But right now, since I live in Paris right now, I find myself have more interest in writing Chinese stories because I come from the Chinese culture, but I'm not defined by thinker of that anymore. So I feel I now have the freedom to carry what I want to carry and keep on reshaping my ways to
its strengths and its constraints. 然后我也会讲中文。你会如何看待中国艺术和文化在中国和西方的不同之处？就琼儿 since your artwork has recently entered UNESCO's permanent collection, I'd love to hear from you first.
This is a very large question. And from my practice, I think there is always culture, different expressions. But the root, the foundation, there's always something same. We are looking for beauty, aesthetic beauty. We are looking for love. But the expression could be different. And so what I think, from China, as I said, I have double culture, Chinese and French. And so when I try to create, I think last 5 years, I feel particularly strong that a Chinese ink and brush is not enough for me to express. I think it's, as I shared for the first question, it's important to take the feather of humanity, And again, to answer your question, I think China today, everybody talk about China and interest in China. different people has different understanding, living experience. So China is very unique for each one. And I think art, at least from my personal practice, art cannot resolve, to find a solution of conflicts, of different opinions, but at least art can open a dialogue, like open a window, a door, like start a dialogue. The dialogue allowed us to talk, to know each other better.
Do you have a concrete example? That
For example, when I create the 12 mythical creatures for Musée Guimet, for example, when the president of Musée Guimet invited me for that monumental art installation, I told myself, here today in Paris, the Olympics, and on the Place d'Iéna, I'm no more only representing China, okay? And I'm dialoguing with the world. So then the 12 mythical creatures, maybe some of you saw them, each of them is calling a collective human being value, calling for peace, calling for freedom, calling for bravery, calling for equality, calling for the nature, the time, the 12 collective human being values. And how I create them, I go back to the history. I find in the ancient Maya culture, ancient Egypt culture, ancient Chinese culture, India culture, we already have mythical creators who were the guardians of different dynasty or period of time. And I invited them to coming out from the history with AI, the technology, which is today, the symbol of today. I recreate 15,000 baby mythical creatures, mixed, métis. They are the métis of human being civilizations. And then, so you will see this, you saw these mythical creatures, they are first time being born, but their parents, grandparents, grandparents, all exist already. So I think, again, as I said, I am Chinese, born artist, but today I really convinced that when you create, it's no more representing one nation. It's for people, for humanity, and particularly today. As strong, I maybe share with you a joke, as there's no press here. So I can share with you a joke. There's press here, so I don't talk. No, okay.
good press.
A joke. Okay. So for Musée Guimet project, we were invited for France 24 à la télé, 1 hour talk. And then the journalist, she did not briefing us at all what we would talk. 1 hour, all went very well. Suddenly, she talked to me. Chung-er, as an artist in China, you don't have freedom, you don't have blah, blah, da, 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 da. And then, she really started to, I was not prepared for that kind of question. And then I make it short. Then I was sweating, but nobody saw me sweating because it's on live. When she stopped the question, I have to answer. And then when she finished the question, then I replied. I said, first of all, you are talking about, looking for really the culture. She's really looking for the culture difference. In China it's like this, in na. And then I told her, today, if we keep looking for our difference to divide us, human beings go nowhere. And today, the mission is to reunite together the human being. And otherwise, what can be, what democracy system, communist, if the human being disappeared, and what's the meaning for all of these political systems? And so I was, answering like that. And I, in the end, I told her, I said, today, if I may, if we are in the democratic country, so I'm really calling for the, réunion, like the reunion of human being. And then, so I make it short. I forgot what I tell. But in the end, it went well. Then she asked same question to Yannick, the president of Musée Guimet. She replied in a very nice way. She said, the president, as the president of the museum, it's like a culture diplomat. And using culture, you dialogue. With culture, you exchange. And so that's how we went through this kind of dialogue on life.
What a beautiful metaphor. Culture as a dialogue. Huang Rui, I know that the STARS movement, which you were part of in the 70s and the 80s, also received support from Europe, and there was a dialogue between you and Europe. I'd love to understand, Chongar spoke about today, but in history, how has this dialogue been, and could you give examples? 我也可以中文再讲。对，就我的问题是关于 STARS movement， 也受到了欧洲和法国的支持。就你可以给我们讲一下这个支持怎么帮助了你们，然后这个对话就怎么也帮助了你们。也欢迎你讲中文，我们可以帮助你翻译。
对，我先试试我的破英文，先试试我的
好的
破英文。So I start to learn painting really early, so since my 3 years old. Naturally, I remember how to line to make a form, actually, naturally. Then I'm going to little school. I get really good friend. He is son of Zhang Daqian student. Zhang Daqian is very famous. We together, two boys, studying, learn ink painting. So we learn from 9 years old to 11, so almost 2 years. So all the class we learning use brush, touch, ink, put ink on paper, just make Chinese character. All of our class studying, just again, repeat. Then Cultural Revolution start. Everything stopped. We stopped learning. His father sent to camp. His father and mother died in second year, 1967. Okay, I restart to making painting from my self-selection. That time, I really love Western music and start reading the novel of Western writers. Really start in myself secretly. Then I start to make oil painting and drawings. I borrowed the sketch of Michelangelo from Library of Beijing during Cultural Revolution. Then very important time for me, changed me. So I'm already think I'm one of young person to join avant-garde movement. So, but my friend, all of writer, poet, painting not easy directly going to contemporary art. We should to learn step by step. Then one day the French government sent the big exhibition in 1978 showing Namok, National Museum of China, Beijing. They select almost 100 master paintings. The title is French painting, landscape painting in 19th century. Then in the last part, two artists. One Cézanne, one Van Gogh. But these two artists, academy, the art academy, don't want them come to Beijing. They not put in the name list information in the exhibition. I really don't understand the people, the art student going to looking Courbet, Millet, something. Of course, the beautiful painting and Monet. But last one, when I directly in front of Cézanne, sorry, I'm full-time use English to explaining that time. I think it's really brave to me, really open my mind, not my eye, because Cézanne painting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a masterpiece. Placard, still paintings like apple together, then landscape. You know, I'm here to talk about you. So my thing, Cézanne paint the painting. It's a different way, like impression artists. The impression artists use really emotional, the color, the beautiful color, but Cézanne not so pure, so clear, use blue or green or pink. Cézanne touch, I'm artist, sorry, touch like a one, go one. Not stop, one, go another one. Just touching canvas. The line in behind follow perspective, but in touching change the way. I discovered with that. So that touching not in front, not for perspective to make landscape. It's dialogue for himself, touching, then go another way. It's dialogue, it's a brief, it's an air. So I think, okay, it's broken is a traditional, so like China art academy use Soviet. So it's still use socialism, realism, still, but it's a tradition. It's a really, when I say, it's like say, so saying should be answer what kind of thematic, but Cezanne really freely. So I found that to make influence to myself.
A bit like what you wanted to, the dialogue you wanted to create at the Musée Guimet, Cézanne did for you in Beijing during the 1970s, which is really beautiful.
Yeah, the next question is also the question that I'm really concerned about, which is about like how art actually reflects the social trends in China. Because like when I was talking with my friends, we used to say I feel like the sense about time is like before pandemic and our content creations. And I would like to ask this question to Jia Wei firstly, because she wrote the like she's the screenwriter for the 送你一朵小红花. And also we noticed like last year we had a very famous movie which is called Her Story. And that movie I think really reflects that how feminism is uprising in China nowadays among younger generations. So I would like Jia Wei to talk a little bit about it.
I can't speak for other form of art. I could only speak about film. Like in China, the film and TV, they respond to social and culture and ideology change with immediacy, even with foresight. Because on the one hand, I think for Chinese audience, the tickets for films, I think it's expensive comparing to their average salary. So it's like a vote. They vote to their emotion. It's like an emotion vote to the stories which could reflect their internal landscape, their unspoken needs, their unspoken anxiety. So it's like a vote to them. So I think for capital, they are very sensitive and very quick, and all the funds come to those kind of works that could reflect the change of society. For example, for my own project, I finished the script of A Little Red Flower in the beginning of 2019. At the beginning, it went very smoothly, but it didn't went into the stage of production. But after the COVID, the social emotion suddenly changed. People have a lot of desire and anxiety need to relieve. So during the COVID, it's a very difficult time, but the story got the funding with record speed. And it's getting done during the COVID. And when it went to the market, it earned around more than $200 million at box office that year. So itself is telling. And the story you mentioned last year, there were two very popular films in China. One is called Her Story, it's called 好东西. Another one is Decision to Leave, 出走的决心. I think it also tells there's something happening in China right now. Yes. There's a discussion about women's voice and the perspective. It's like you could feel the change. Like, there is like, by the structure of mindset, we have a long way to go to reach the real equality, but you could feel the change. For example, we have some male co-workers that they don't really understand how to respect women, but they got a fear. They got a fear that they will be calling out by the audience. Yeah, so it's in a weird way that this kind of fear urged them to start to listen to the voice of women. They know they couldn't make it all alone by themselves. And the opposite, when there are social sentiment coups, you could feel the difference. For example, multiple producers told me this years, no more love story. No one believes in it anymore. There's no romance in China. It's like you could feel that as well. So I feel it's very quick and direct. Yeah.
So young people doesn't believe love anymore nowadays.
The traditional form of art, it doesn't work at all, and there's no money flowing to it. But maybe there's a new form of love we are still exploring. Yeah.
Traditional love and new kinds of love.
Yeah. The society is changing, I feel.
Yeah, when it comes to women's voice, I would also ask Chong-er, how did you see this question?
Being a woman, I think, is very lucky. If somebody ask me for your next life, would you like to choose again, woman or man? I will choose woman again, being woman. Why? Yeah. I think being a woman, we are very lucky that the life gave us the generosity. I don't mean men do not have, but we have the generosity, we have the multi-task, in our life. We can play.
Turn off the microphone.
Yes.
That one.
Yeah. 没关系. So, for example, I'm artist, I'm designer, I have 5 kids, I have a grandson, we have many projects, in China, in Europe, in Qatar, and in the world. And so I think being a woman, my husband always told him he's a French, nobody's perfect. I married with a French. Yeah. And so he always told me that how we can deal with so many projects at the same time, family projects, creative projects, art projects, in different culture, in different environment. I think woman has that generosity as mother. Okay, when the kids coming out from you, it's a very unique experience. And also, I think women, we are lucky because we have this kind of internal soft power. We don't look like aggressively powerful. Now our power is coming from the tenderness. And one of my artwork that I created at Musée Guimet on the roof terrace, I invited the Chinese ancient Nushu. Some of you who may know that almost 1,000 years ago, the Chinese woman is not allowed to study. So they don't know how to write. They have no right to learn how to write. And so they invented a particular secret code, secret language called Nushu, only used among women, writing poems, writing letters, writing songs, embroidery, etc. And only pass it on to women. And so I used that writing character, which represents a lot of bravery of women that time. And I interviewed 60 women about what is the definition of bravery of today as a woman. And that poem is very short, but very strong. And then I used the reinvented secret code of Nushu that I reinvented with traditional Nushu, oracle, Zhuanshu, and Caoshu, a new, women's code. And Cui Wen, you read that book during the inauguration. And then, I think if we use one more, maybe is oser, oser, dare to dare. I think for women, we are daring to dare to do things, without limit. Yeah. I think again, art is the witness of all of this change that you're talking about, the culture, the generation. Art is the witness. Different generation of artists creating the art of their generation. Yeah. So art played a role like the witness of how society, culture, time changes.
How it reflects in your own work?
I'm trying to living always like 10 years old, That's my challenge. So I always keep myself 10, 15 years old, interested in what is happening all the time. But this is one side. Another side, I'm very deeply connected with history. I always go back to history, to the masters, what they created. They are like already giant mountains, that when you step on giant mountains, you have a different perspective, different angle of the world. So you going up on the shoulder of masters, but you stay young, curious, and same like your kids, you know. And I think with that of contrast, maybe if I'm lucky, I can catch up some secrets of the time, of the presence. Yeah.
We want to leave some time for Q&A, so I think we're going to open the floor now for questions for any of our speakers, or we also have half an hour, and it's also because you are experts in the room, and it's if you have feedback, things you want to share on the sessions we've had today, or questions you'd like to pose to the room to take outside for drinks afterwards. Peng Pei. Does someone have a mic? Okay, give me. Where's Peng Pei?
So first question is for Jiawei. I was you mentioned that, you know, Chinese people don't believe in love anymore, or at least the love in the traditional sense, and there might be new forms of love. I was wondering if there's any idea of what the new forms of love involve. Maybe different varieties or something like that. Yeah, I mean, you know, redefining, you know, a romantic relationship or something like that in a societal sense. Well, what do you see that? How do you see that involved? Yeah.
For me, I feel it's mainly it happens because the structure of the society is changing, and it's very expensive to get in love in China right now. Yeah, it's like we have different definition of home from different countries. For China, I think initially home is, at least there is an apartment there. So it's like it's the fundamental of love. So right now, it's like it's difficult. I don't directly see the number of the changing of the economy, but it's like people are not willing to date. Like if you are going to date, at least you go to the cinema, right? It's like for two people, cinema and dinner, it's at least 30 euro. Yeah, 30 euro. But I don't know the average salary of that in China. For my mom, she was a professor and she got around 500 euro a month. So I think it's quite expensive for people to get in love, and for getting married, the guys have to buy an apartment at least. So it's like, and right now we got social media. So I think it's easier for people to stay connected with something else. You don't need a real human being to get around, to pay a lot of money to get connected. I think it's something happened in Japan, I think, as well, for many years already. So it's happening in China as well. But for the future, but I feel like people still need it in different forms. But I think it's a good chance for the film industry, even though we can't write a traditional love story, but you got emotion from films, or even for TikTok short video, you got emotion. That's what you need as well. For myself, I watch TikTok short films as well. It's like I need emotion from that as well. It's but not between human. It's about AI and look after the kids. So it's like strong emotion, but that kind of video, I think it's like you can use that instead. But I think in the deep, still longing for love. But it's like we need a trustful way to approach it. Yeah.
Yeah, and also I read a news lately which is talking about nowadays Chinese parents are so busy, so they don't have time to take care of children. And there are so many AI companies rising in China now, so they're producing this company-shaped robot for their children. And there's one day the children just started call the AI company as mom. So it's like a real story, real news I read on the social media. I think it's a really threatening somehow. Yeah.
Don't have time for love, don't have time for kids. Is there any other question? Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for your sharing earlier. Just a question. Jiang Wei, Jiawei, sorry. You mentioned that friction fueled your creativity, especially recently, led you to write new scripts, etc. But talking about Chinese creativity or the creative sector more broadly, and I guess this also applies to yes, sorry, I cannot pronounce your name, but yes. What do you think is driving or are driving the creative forces and the creative sector in China, apart from, I guess, censorship? What are the other, say, more positive drivers of creativity? Thank you.
I can share what I feel is more positive. I came to France at 2000, and I started my own design art studio company very early, 1995. And from that, then 2000 I came to France, and then I went back to China to continue my own studio. And during all of these, I think it's 25 years now, and I can see how China, the creative industry, how it has been hugely developed. 2000, we can say it's a kind of, not dessert, but kind of. And now, if you see the dynamism of all these creative people, it's not easy, but the creativity are there, the creative people are there. And I can see how creative they are. And I'm sorry to talk about France. Compared to France, the creative people, we still have easier life in China to realize now ideas, to try to realize now ideas. If you want to set up a studio company in France, and if you compare to start up a small company, design studio, art studio in China, it's very different. The time, how long you take, and then everything, the procedure, and then everything. And so in China, you can see that. And then second important thing is a lot of partners. Made in China was very powerful, but these made in China manufacturers, 20 years later, they realize how important the creativity it is. So they spend a lot of energy to work with creatives. And that's also, I think, it's the positive energy for creatives in China. And the Chinese culture, China is getting more and more important. You can see during last few years, more and more luxury brands start to dialogue with Chinese culture, inspiration collections. Okay? And Hermès, with me, was one of the very daring projects that we started to create a Chinese luxury brand, the brand of excellence, 2009. It was a huge surprise in the industry of luxury, because we believe in the value of excellence, of craftsmanship, of heritage, from that country. So I think, there is some censorship for sure, but it's not everywhere. And I may share another story without press. For example, the building in center of Shanghai where Shangxia and Hermès, we have now a flagship store. It's a historical building, and it's supposed to be the Pompidou Center, on Huaihai Road. And everything settled. You have Rayan to invest, the renovation. You have the government to give the building, and then in the end, there is because in China, each exhibition you need to apply a authorization. Okay, and then Pompidou is not happy. They say, I'm the best contemporary museum of the world, why I have to apply an application if I want to do an exhibition. So there's one point who was blocked. But the censorship was quite precise about a few points that we all know. And so because of this, then the project is failed. Yeah. And then a few years later, it has been settled down somewhere else, in West Bund. So again, what I want to say is that we personally, or what I see, we are still in a very dynamic environment, creative environment. And as Chinese culture raising, more and more. Then from the
industry, I feel is the most innocent people in China. It's like they are all think when you want, maybe I think in today's world where the divisions are growing wider and the narratives are growing sharper, but like when we went to a film, it's still a form of art that bring us back to what we share. When you enter a cinema in France or in China, it's like immediately you got the story of others. Like we see how much the Chinese ordinary people and people from France and the US share in common. So it's like you could relate easily. So I feel also we are not documentary, we are not journalists. So it's like story itself, it's a metaphor of life. It's like you got like...
Sounds like by what you're saying, it sounds like a lot of the culture in China is commercially driven. China is commercially driven, so luxury brands pushing for it, or I worked in shopping malls and we had art exhibitions. Personally, when I came back to France, I found that there was a slight difference between that and here you have a queue outside the museums to go into an art exhibition. Do you see that as to an art exhibition? Do you see that as true, or what's your?
I see it as true. That more and more people are interested in art. 5,000-6,000 people every day, and so when the people are getting more and more curious, and they want to learn. I think one of the Chinese character is we love to learn. There are a lot of young retired people. They are 50, 60. We love to learn. And so I think art is a way that they can learn, they can, talk, have a conversation with the world. And even in the shopping mall, you have exhibitions, you have art installations. And I think one is learning, another is the poetry of life. You can escape. And it's a beautiful escape. It's a poetic escape with art.
Wonderful. I saw just there.
I don't have a question, but I have an observation. I want to reflect on the Chonger's optimism. I think if you think about the creativity, the cultural influence of Japan, Korea, and if you correlate that to the GDP per capita, I think China still have a long way to go. Because China's GDP per capita is 12,000, 13,000, and then Korea, Japan, when they are influencing the cultural scenes of the world, their GDP per capita is already, I think, half of the US or almost half of the US, right? So I think China has a long way to go. So reflecting on your optimism, I think China still have a lot to catch on the economic growth. I think you can already see a lot of creativity coming out of China at this stage. So imagine if the government can unleash more benefits to the people. People have less economic burden. I think there will be a lot more cultural influence. And I live in the U.S. and I run a food company, and I think there are a lot more Chinese entrepreneurs who have been living abroad, translating Chinese culture. I mean, the food world, right? So there are so many new ethnic food brands in Paris, in the U.S. Chinese people really understand both cultures, and then introducing ethnic food, ethnic cultures to the Western audience in the language, in a way that a Western audience can understand. And I met so many of them, and I'm just amazed by that. So I think I just want to reflect on that optimism you shared. It just touched me a lot. Thank you.
I see another question here.
So thank you. And I'm actually not working in art industry. I'm working in the motorsport. And humbly speaking, I got really inspired by the speech. So there's a comment that I want to make in terms of the love, the topic. I was actually born after 2000, so I'm 00后. When we talk about is it hard for 00后to falling in love, I cannot represent everyone, but me and my friends, we are still falling in love again and again. Yes, there are still a lot of emotions out there. I don't know what is tradition, but there's a kind of thing in China is maybe worldwide. If you marry somebody, you're gonna be with him forever. But nowadays, you may marry a lot of times because, and it's becoming normal, people talk about it. There's a dialogue, we see the movies, we can see a lot of possibilities for female, for male to live in this life. I think nowadays, our generation, after 2000, we got excessive information. We see a lot of possibilities. So it's just, I also feel like we have more, it's more accessible for us to get with art. We can see it on the internet about the Jimei Museum in Paris. We can see the Pompidou in China. So it's just take a little bit of more time for us to deal with this information, to actually learn who we are. So it takes us a little bit of more time and gives us more chance to identify who's actually our lover if we define by ourselves. So that's just a comment.
It's a very interesting remarks. I don't know, do you want to reply or make some comments or?
Yeah, it's very true. When I studied in UK, at that time I was 33 years already, and there's some chemistry between us. Yeah, so when I studied in UK, I was 33 years old already. At that time, I began to dating. It's totally new for me by dating app. When I have emotion or love problems, I go to my classmates who were 22 years old. They will tell me, I got through this when I was 16 years old already. So I learned a lot during these years. So yeah, I hope I can write something for you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Zichen also has one question.
If I may joke a little bit, this is more fascinating panel than all the heavy stuff, right? Like, I was wondering if I could actually ask Rohan a question. I hope it doesn't come off as an ambush. Like you're running 不合时宜 the Weirdo podcast, one of the leading, very influential podcasts in the Chinese language, widely available in the Chinese mainland, which is no small achievement. And I think there is considerable Chinese creativity there with you, with your co-host, Qing Wang. And would you like to share, your experience, how to develop that? I understand it has become a major channel of information in China. For example, I bumped into a PKU law school professor, 1 week ago, and she really appreciates the opportunity to highlight some of the jobs she was doing on your.
Thank you so much, Zichen. I feel really flattered by your compliment. When I have to speak about my podcast, because I was supposed to be moderator here, so I don't prepare anything for my own works, but we started our podcast 6 years ago, and that was right before pandemic. I think our works really reflects the change and social ideology in China in the past few years. And I think all of the questions we ask today is also really touching my heart because we started during pandemic, so we started to make lots of episodes about zero COVID policy, and we made lots of criticism as well. We interviewed the foreign journalists who live in Wuhan in the last train. We also interviewed lots of ordinary people in China who were sent to Fangcang during pandemic. So we are using this way to record ordinary Chinese people's life during pandemic, which I think is very, very important. And I heard lots of feedbacks from our audience afterwards. They were saying, your podcast is so depressing, but it somehow feels very healing during pandemic. Because at that moment, Chinese people start to realize how important to really, care about social issues. Because I think in our culture scene, we don't get used to talk about politics and social issues just because we feel it somehow is a taboo or it doesn't matter to talk about it on social media because it will be banned or deleted afterwards. But but during pandemic, everyone has the desire to talk about it. So I also feel sad because our podcast became popular during that time period, and because we are making so many episodes about zero COVID policy. But I also feel lucky because during that time, it's like a very special window for podcaster or independent creators to make lots of content really related to people's life. And afterwards, I moved to Europe because of lots of reasons. I did my Me Too movement in China, and the media I worked for was banned by Chinese government, so I just feel like there's no way to go. And so I moved to Europe for studying journalism, and I continued to do my podcast. And I'm really proud of me and my co-host, Qing, and she was also invited by Asian Society Switzerland before. In the past 5 years, 6 years, we're working for our medium projects while keep this podcast alive. And we're producing it every week in the past 5 years. So I think I'm really proud of that. And when we moved to Europe, we didn't really stop to concern about social issues, because then Europe started to happen lots of things like Ukraine war. So like during pandemic, lots of Chinese journalists cannot leave the countries. So me and my co-host just decided to go to Ukraine and the border of Ukraine to report what's really happening there, which I think is very important to be present as a journalist. And there's so many journalists in China, they don't know what's happening in Ukraine during the time. And also Chinese mainstream media was kind of, not manipulated, but they're like propaganda, a little bit propaganda. And also at the first place, they are more pro-Russian stand. So we bring the ordinary people's voice to Chinese audience and actually shift their view towards the international news a little bit, which really surprised me. I remember this one story was happening between me and my co-host. Is like she's going to Ukraine to interview one of the female soldiers on the front line, and actually the female soldier told her how struggling she was during period. But when she reported this storyline to the editor in the newsroom, the editor is a male, and he was asking why it matters to ask this question, why you are waste this time to ask this question. So we cannot write it down on the newspaper, but we talk about it in our podcast, in our episode. So lots of people were actually impressed by that little details, and they thought, oh, it's such emotional and provoking details that they really related to the soldiers who are in the front line, and they feel like how cruel of the war, instead of just listening to people are talking about.
Thank you, and thank you for highlighting Rohan's incredible work. I recommend everyone listen to your podcast, and I also have a podcast, and believe me, every week must be very hard. Every month for me is already quite difficult. I'd like to open the floor to one last question, if there is one, and if not, I will. One more? Sorry.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Our VIP guest is coming soon.
Yes. Okay, hi, my name is Haifei, and I'm interning here at Asia Society France, and I thank you, first of all, for this inspiring exchange. And I am curious about the impact of technology, technological innovations and AI in your work. So for you, is AI a creation killer, or is it instead driving even more possibilities in your art? Thank you.
Yeah. From my practice, AI for me is a very good assistant, very good tool that will help me to extend the limit of my imagination, the human imagination. For example, for these mythical creatures, it's like you are making babies. The mythical creature from ancient Egypt from Chinese dynasty Xia or Shang, when they are together, if I watch them I cannot imagine what could be. I can imagine, but I only have my own imagination. But the AI helped me to give me hundreds of possibilities. And then I can talk with him. I said, what do you think to have some... I talk with him, you know. He is like a partner, an assistant to really extend your imaginations, you know, the board. And so this is one. And I think what AI cannot do that we can do still today is the judgment. Either you say judgment or either you say, you know, like a perspective and opinion, because AI is based on all what existed already. And human being can create something which never or not yet existed. And I think if we find a smart way or a healthy way to dialogue, to talk with AI, it could be, you know, at least for me, it helps me a lot. The AI. And I have a good friend who is like my uncle, who is run the biggest telephone company that you may all know. And I still remember we take a tea once every year. And I remember he told me that one day if human being fall in love with a AI produced, you can say robot or you can say whatever, but human being, robot human being. And that's the most dangerous thing. And so for the moment, for the artists, for the creative people, AI is a good helper. Okay? But we don't know with which speed the AI can evaluate. And that's why I said art is the witness of each period of time where we live. And that's why I try to use different AI of the different steps of development into the art, to witness the development of AI, you know, and with human being. Yeah. So till now, we are like this. But today, nobody can really predict the future and how fast, what will happen. So it's still full of a lot of unknown and uncertainty.
Jiawei, do you use AI in your work?
For my industry, I think AI is very useful because the procedure of making a film is really very long. For the projects I experienced, at least 1.5 years. So when you began to write a love story, you couldn't predict it. After 2 years, no one believes in love anymore. So I think AI speed up everything. It's like I once participated in an animation film. It's the procedure of the whole film is 5 years. So at the end of first year, I entered the project, and it's when I entered the office, there is like a blackboard. It says we were 2 months late already at the end of first year. So I think AI, of course, you have many benefits and disadvantages, but the most important is speed up everything. So it gave the capital confidence as well. It makes it a better business.
As a follow-up question, how is social media impacting your work? Our attention spans are becoming shorter and shorter as we get into the habit of looking through reels on TikTok, on Douyin,
Yeah, so I feel nowadays audience, they have shorter focus they pretend to like shorter TikTok video or something, that's for sure. But I think the cinema will always exist because at the beginning, the birth of cinema, at that time, filmmakers, they are fighting with bistros and pubs, they are getting the attention, like they compete the attention from that. So I think it's like it happening, but I think they're different. Yeah.
I have a very quick follow-up question. So nowadays, like my industry, are really worried about to be replaced by AI. I don't know how about your industry. Like, do you think screenwriters can be replaced by AI someday?
I was happy to hear that screenwriter was the last one to be replaced by AI last year. But after using ChatGPT for 1 year, I'm not so sure about it. So yeah, hopefully.
Okay. There's another question. We're still waiting for a VIP guest. So.
Thank you. My name is Yalin, and I'm also in the art industry. But this question is from Ruby. So she wants to ask which kind of your software you use for AI. That's first question. Yeah, you, because you said ChatGPT. So I just, that's very important. And the second, from my personal view, I'm also live abroad and left Shanghai 20 years ago. And I travel a lot of countries as a Chinese, and now I go back to the creativity, and I'm also lost. I mean, sometimes you have to, also your kids have to identify you are Chinese or not because you live abroad. And as an artist, I'm especially question for Chong'er, and what is your thinking about the creativity as an artist and the creativity and the identity for your kids? So
Okay.
Yeah, just for the final.
Okay. So for the application that I use ChatGPT, I use Midjourney, and I use, there are a lot of small AI applications. Midjourney and ChatGPT are the most famous. Otherwise, there are small, very particular apps, AI application for different use. And we can talk about later, but these two are the most famous and most popular. And again, the application is here. It depends on how you use that. ChatGPT with you, living with her after 6 months, and living with me after 6 months, there will be two ChatGPT people, and very different. And this is quite. You can say worrying or you can say happy. They really know you, and they remember all what you ask them, and they have all the memory. They don't forget. Even I forgot sometimes. They don't forget, and yeah, it's true. And and once you get used to that, it's a kind of a new lifestyle, Yeah. And for your question, I have 5 kids. So for my kids, they are Chinese for sure. That's why I keep that they speak good Chinese. They can repeat Chinese poems. They can draw. They can, It's not only about language. The culture is not about language. It's about the culture and the mindset. So what I wish is that they can understand the Chinese language plus culture mindset, and they can understand the French way and maybe the British way. I mean, the Anglophone, the British way. And then once you have that kind of architecture in your mind, you are free. You are free, in your life. You can go different places and you can adapt. I think for the future, the most important quality that kids we need to help them. One is the capacity of adaptation. Wherever you go, you dialogue, you discover, you explore, you adapt with your own route, and you enter. Once you enter, you can find your home somewhere. First is the capacity of adaptation. Second, a beautiful personality. That's very important. And then the third is, a kind of a healthy, positive, healthy mindset, this is very, because you always have difficulty, you always have uncertainty, and with that, you go without fears, And if the parents can help little bit network will help, to give them some keys, This is very pragmatic, but if you have little bit network, you can help and support them, that will be very helpful too, So this is what I think.
Thank you so much. And I believe that more and more children and people are living between cultures now, and it's a way to be able to take the best of each culture that we participate in.
Now comes the heavy stuff. You've had a good time hearing about tech, society. You're going to have a session on culture later on. we're going to talk about the very serious and daunting stuff. Anyway, delighted to be here, seeing so many friends in this room. Delighted to hear my colleagues here. I will introduce them very shortly. This session has a very grand title, and obviously I don't expect we covering this and sorting it in the next hour. We'll try our best, though. We've got some very smart minds here, so I expect they will come up with some good ideas. I think we should perhaps limit ourselves to what has been happening under the current leader, Xi Jinping, who came to power, as all of you in this room know, 13 years ago. And perhaps the main question we should be asking ourselves is what has changed with regard to China's role on the international scene since he came to power. So first, the years 2013 to 2016 were about consolidating power and also perhaps asserting power globally, at least showing some signs. Launching the Belt and Road Initiative, launching the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, strengthening the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, enhancing the China-Africa partnership, enhancing ties with the Eastern European bloc. We heard about it this morning from Justina, the famous, now defunct almost, 16+1 mechanism. And of course, a growing and accelerating rivalry with the United States. 2017, very important 19th Party Congress, of course, where Xi declared that the Chinese nation now stood tall and firm in the East, and he discussed trends of multipolarity and predicted the erosion of US power. Remember also that the 19th Party Congress explicitly referenced the deadline of 2049 for making the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, into a world-class military. In addition, Xi Jinping's second term sent conflicting signals about whether China intends to support a rules-based international order. I'm afraid you're going to hear about that a couple of times today. Think about the South China Sea, for example. Then we had the 20th Party Congress in 2022, which took place in a much deteriorated international environment. The statement referred to a gloomier outlook with changes of a magnitude not seen in a century. It refers to China's Global Development Initiative and Global Security Initiative, two schemes announced by Chairman Xi in 2021 and 2022, respectively. So, of course, on top of this, you had the war in Ukraine, which was launched by Vladimir Putin, and no need to repeat that, and following his visits to Beijing, and the close partnership between Russia and China. So we're not going to talk too much about EU-China relations. I think we've covered that. We need to say something about US-China relations, and we do have somebody from the United States, my colleague Lyle Morris. We have Marc Julien, who is the director of the Center for Asian Studies at IFRI, the French Institute for International Relations. So we're going to hear from Marc on the EU's views on China's rise and what I call China's assertiveness on the global order. We're going to hear from our friend Wang Zichen from the Center for China and Globalization based in Beijing. So he came all the way from Beijing. Thanks very much for that. And Zichen was just spent a year in the US and at Princeton University. And I think he will have a very interesting perspective. Lyle is in charge of the national security and foreign policy pillar at the Center for China Analysis, my center. in New York, sorry, in Washington, and he was previously at the Department of Defense. And last but not least, Simona Grano, who is also with the CCA, who is based in Zurich, and who is the head of the Taiwan China research area at the University of Zurich, and a senior fellow on Taiwan at the Center for China Analysis. So, what I suggest is perhaps we start with Mark, and I would love to hear how you feel. I mean, I've covered very briefly the past 12 or 13 years. There's a lot happening. There's an acceleration of history. Many people have written about that, including your colleague Thomas Gomar. How, from your point of view, somebody who's traveled to Asia extensively, how do you see this? How do Europeans and European analysts see this rise? Then perhaps I'll ask the same question to Lyle after that. Mark, you have.
Thank you very much, Felix. It's working. Thank you very much for having me today. I'm delighted to be here in this wonderful place. Congratulations to Asia Society for this wonderful event. I'm very happy to be part of it and to share this wonderful panel. So, a European perspective on the China's rise. I may choose the easy start, starting with 2019 and this, threefold qualification of China, which is, partnership, competitor, qualifying China as a partner, a competitor, and a systemic rival. So this was back in 2029, and things have evolved quite drastically ever since, because at that time, these three pillars of partnership, competition, and systemic rivalry was quite consensual among Europeans, because any country, member states could choose whether China is more a partner, more a competitor, or more a systemic rival. Unfortunately, it seems that now in 2025, it seems that the third pillar is now much more prominent in how Europeans view China, and I would choose three main reasons, three main arguments for that. First of all, it will be because usually the systemic, before that, the systemic rivalry were mostly conceptual, meaning that to acknowledge that Europe and China have different views, different definition of what is democracy, what are human rights, or what is rule of law. Agree to disagree, but at least we don't have the same definition, and China is willing to promote those definitions, its own concept within the United Nations. So again, agree to disagree, but we have to acknowledge that we disagree on those points. So this was perhaps the origin of this systemic rivalry. Now it's much more concrete, much more immediate, because we have a very immediate crisis, especially on the European soil, where we cannot ignore the position of China. Obviously, I'm talking about the war in Ukraine. China has a neutrality stance in this war. However, in Chinese view, neutrality means not providing weapons to any side of the conflict, but China still blame one of the two sides, which is the Europeans, the United States, and NATO. And so being neutral is not, a neutral state is not supposed to put the blame on one of the two parties. So this is something that is creating strong distrust within European leaders and European parliaments. And this is something that touches directly European security and the stability and some would say is a vital issue for the European Union as a whole. The second issue is the Taiwan Strait question. Of course, the whole European Union and member states recognize the one China policy, and this is not something that is changing or is going to change. However, there is still the question of the strait. And the strait has always been recognized by European Union, European member states, has an international maritime route and one which is absolutely crucial for free trade and for global trade. This is something that is crucial for the European industry, for our supply chain, and as a matter of fact, Europeans acknowledge and witness that the security and stability in the Strait is degrading, and this poses a risk and concerns for European, and this is a topic that is difficult to discuss with the Chinese side. And last but not least, the last point, which used to be within the partner pillar, or also even in the competitor pillar, which is trade. Trade used to be used to bear many opportunities for Europeans, including for France. When we discussed some sensitive issue with the Chinese, we knew that after that we would talk about trade and everything would go right. But now even trade has become a very sensitive and complicated issue with the Chinese, because there is now less and less opportunities for both sides and more challenges, especially because let's take the most obvious example, which is the automotive industry and the EV, electric vehicle industry. I don't want to dig into the debate of who is responsible for what. Clearly, the Europeans have not moved faster enough in this realm. China also bears some responsibility in terms of subsidies and so on and so forth. But I think both sides need to recognize that we are each facing a very, very strong dilemma. Europe is facing a strong dilemma because it is lagging behind in those technology, in the electric vehicle sector, but it has a huge industry. It's more than 3 million jobs across Europe. And it's not only about France or Germany, it concerns almost all member states in Europe. Everybody has a role in the automotive supply chain. So this is something that we cannot ignore. And by the way, in China, Weiwen, the maintaining stability, is a very core concept of the Communist Party. So this is something that is somehow also true in Europe. We also have our leaders, the European Union needs to safeguard our social stability. And with this large industry covering the whole Europe, the competitiveness of China bears huge risk for those 3 million jobs, and this could have very, very serious consequences for the social stability, economic stability, and political stability of Europe. So this is something that we take very, very seriously. This is our problem, but China also needs to acknowledge that we are facing this very strong problem. And on the other way around, Europe also needs to acknowledge that China is also facing a very, very strong dilemma. China's economy is not in a very good shape these days, and it needs to, since the domestic demand is very, very low, consumption is very low, it needs to produce a lot in order to produce wealth, to produce growth, and it needs to export this production. So we have to acknowledge also that China is facing very, very strong challenges at home when it comes to employment, to economic growth, and it needs to export. So at some point we need to compromise, we need to acknowledge each other's dilemma and to negotiate and find a compromise. Usually we finish on a positive note, but we are just a couple of weeks before the EU-China summit in Beijing, and I must be honest, I'm not very, very optimistic in the sense that I don't really see both parties moving forward each other, and that's a problem because China and Europe is facing a trade war with the United States. So if there was a momentum to work together, it would have been perhaps now, but I don't see any positive options coming out anytime soon. So just to conclude, China is more and more regarded from Europe as a challenge in terms of the global order because of trade, globally speaking, but also because of the role China plays at the international level in the UN, but also in international crisis especially in the Ukrainian war, which is the most important security and diplomatic issue for you Europeans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. And the good thing is I've asked you to speak first, so you've done all the negative stuff, and now I'm going to turn to Lyle, who comes from Washington, who's going to give us so many good news about US-China relations. And so Lyle, to be serious, I mean, because it's not really a laughing matter, but what would be the security and defense implications of the US-China competition, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, since this is the region which we haven't spoken about too much today, but actually it's a region of huge tensions. Later on, Simona will address the Taiwan issue, but we can talk about the South China Sea, we can talk about the military competition, and of course, we are under a relatively recent administration, which has done quite a few things since January, but I'd love to hear your thoughts about all of this.
Thanks, Philippe. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I may continue the maybe a little bit pessimistic view from Washington, but I think it's important to share. So when Philippe reached out to the panel and talked to me, he asked me to share the view from DC about China and the Indo-Pacific, and in particular the Trump administration's policy to the extent that we know what it is. And to be sure, we actually don't have a clear document that lays out Trump's Indo-Pacific strategy, but I think there's a few kind of foreshadowing and speeches that I'll highlight today that I think gives us a good sense of where he's going with China and the Indo-Pacific. So in the next 5 to 6 minutes, hopefully I'll kind of touch on the key points and then open up to Q&A for anyone who wants to ask me a question about the US policy. So first I'm going to frame what I see as the Trump administration's Indo-Pacific strategy from a DC perspective, in particular from the DoD and a military perspective. The second, I'm going to highlight Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's recent remarks at the Shangri-La Dialogue, because I think that's important, and I think it gives a good sense of where DoD is going on China. And then finally, I'll talk about what it means for allies and partners, in particular, what it means for Europe. Just to be clear, I'm not advocating Trump's policies, I'm not supporting them, but I do think it's important to outline or describe where I think it's going, what it means for China, what it means for the Indo-Pacific, because we're going to be in this world for the next 3.5 years, so I think it's important. So 6 months into Trump's second term, I think it's safe to say, no surprise to anyone, that he's generated, I think it's safe to say, dismay and confusion at home and abroad. I don't need to lay out the reasons why. Tariffs on allies and adversaries, very blunt criticism of our closest partners. They appear to be arbitrary and destructive, and I fully admit that. But the first point I'll make is I think there's an element of logic to his policies on the Indo-Pacific, especially when it comes to national security. So basically, in a nutshell, he sees previous U.S. strategy aimed to build and maintain a global order led by the United States as misguided, and he said this repeatedly. He thinks it's sapped U.S. power abroad. He views the U.S.'s moves to cultivate soft power as leading to meddling and overstretch, and he perceives credible security guarantees as encouraging some of the United States allies to reduce their own efforts and rely on U.S. protection. So that's, from my perspective, what is animating his rhetoric. Instead of trying to create a global order, I would argue that the current Trump administration appears to be pursuing a very focused strategy of prioritization. The reasoning is simple. The U.S. has limited resources, and China is currently the greatest geopolitical threat from D.C. So therefore, Washington must energize allies around the world to manage their own regions, freeing up the U.S. to concentrate on Asia. The principles of prioritization predate the Trump administration, and they will likely endure beyond it. every US president since Barack Obama has tried to pivot to Asia with a focus from Europe to Asia, because they all have understood that the greater threat to the US lies in Asia. So that's my first point. I think we might not like it, we might not agree, but that's where Trump's national security team is at, and that's what his documents appear to say, that the Asia and China is the primary threat and primary strategic consideration for the US and for DoD. My second point is, I think Pete Hegseth's speech at Shangri-La in Singapore was probably the best indicator we have of where DoD's thinking is on the Indo-Pacific and China. So I'm going to quote a few of his speech, because I think it's important to kind of just level set with how we and how DoD views China. So first of all, his speech is very China-centered. Again, not a surprise to other Secretary of Defense's speeches in the Shangri-La dialogue. So he talked about China as the single most important national security priority after the defense of the US homeland. He warned, for example, that China seeks to become a hegemonic power in Asia and dominate and control the Indo-Pacific region. The overall goal from his perspective and from the US strategy then must be to, quote, ensure that China is not allowed to dominate us, to dominate US allies and partners. He also went on to note that the most likely theater of China's aggression is Taiwan, where he said an attempt to conquer the self-governing island by force could be imminent. And the imminent phrase was actually the first time that any Secretary of Defense has used that word, so it was noteworthy. He also said President Trump has said that China will, quote, not invade Taiwan on his watch. And so the US DoD's goal is to prevent war, to make the cost too high, and that peace is the only option. Borrowing further from Trump's peace through strength approach, Hegseth declared that prioritizing forward-postured, combat-credible forces in the Western Pacific to deter by denial along the first and second island chains would be DoD's foremost priority. So Hegseth's remarks are founded on the interim national security strategic guidance for March 2025. This is the first kind of planning document that we have that talks about Trump's policy towards the Indo-Pacific. So this guidance will feed into the administration's national defense strategy, which is expected to be completed by August of this year. The guidance is framed as ensuring that none of the key regions today, the Indo-Pacific, Europe, and the Middle East, are allowed to fall under the hegemony of US rivals, namely China, Russia, and Iran. But since only one of the three regions, the Indo-Pacific, could potentially fall under dominance of a rival power in China, the foremost objective in Trump's global strategy after the defense of the US homeland is to prevent China from imposing regional hegemony in the Indo-Pacific. Again, and just one final note on his speech, he talked about, in the interim national security guidance, talked about China is the US's sole pacing threat. Biden's guidance talked about pacing challenge, that China is a pacing challenge. So the threat, the change from challenge to threat is noteworthy, and I think that's widely shared within the current Trump administration's DoD advisors. Finally, on the Hegseth speech, I think it's important to point out that, and again, some of us might discount what he said, but I think it's still noteworthy to point it out nonetheless. He did talk about, his exact quote was, China a threat, not the Chinese people, but it is the Chinese Communist Party and the PLA that worries us most. He said the US does not seek to humiliate China, respects Chinese people, their civilization, and does not intend to pursue regime change. So again, it's something that has been included in many other SecDef speeches, but it's noteworthy that he included it in his. So just to end on implications for US allies and partners. So as it has done with Europe, the Trump administration expects more from its partners and allies in terms of burden sharing. Countries in Asia, Hegseth said, should take inspiration from increased defense spending in Europe. Indeed, the Trump administration hopes partners and allies in Asia will spend 5% of GDP on defense. NATO's recent announcement that its members agreed to this target by 2035 is certainly a welcome development in DC for the US and for Europe, and it may hopefully put to rest an irritant in the transatlantic alliance under Trump. So just to conclude on 3 points and implications, first, what does the US Indo-Pacific strategy mean towards China mean for our allies? Basically, it's continuity, that the US and DoD remains focused on China and the challenge from China as the primary geostrategic area of focus for the future. As Higgs has said, the US must prepare to prevent and deter war in all theaters, but most importantly in the Indo-Pacific. Second, the demonstration of a stronger commitment from EU and NATO nations to the Indo-Pacific is accompanied by the challenge to define a common strategy and coordinate forces that will be sustainable if competition turns into confrontation. Such a confrontation would test the credibility of NATO and its partners' force postures, which is still focused on the threat from Russia. Finally, the US and the EU, I believe, need to continue to coordinate on how to balance assets and strategy when it comes to the 2 primary theaters of concern, which is China and the Indo-Pacific and Russia and Eurasia. As we have seen with North Korea sending troops to Ukraine, I believe the 2 theaters are more closely linked than we might believe. But decisions on how to balance strategic attention will need to be debated and discussed between Washington and Brussels. That's all in there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lyle. I'd like to dive into more the Asia-Pacific region, or the Indo-Pacific region, as some of us call it. Si Cheng, I forgot to mention that you're also the editor of the Pekingnology newsletter, which I'm sure a number of people in this room are subscribers of, and I'd love to hear more about it at some point. But again, you've been spending a year in the US, and you're obviously a fluent English speaker. You've been in and out of China for many years. But what is it between a China that used to be keen on, say, dominating Asia, and that potentially wants to influence the global order? Is there a discrepancy between this regional approach and this, say, global approach? Or do you see things in a different approach? But thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to start by thanking Asia Society and Duncan and Jing Qian, and also I had the opportunity of to go to Salzburg Global Seminar last year, so it's really a pleasure to be here. And these are wonderful questions you just asked. Fundamentally, I don't think China wants to dominate Asia, much less they. When it comes to talk about Asia, people talk about South China Sea, right? The Chinese-Filipino standoff was on headlines for quite a few weeks and months. But as we speak now, Vietnam is, building artificial islands, doing land reclamation in South China Sea at a significant speed. Malaysia is drilling oil and oil and gas projects in South China Sea. Indonesia was, driving off Chinese vessels with its own vessels, and there was a leaked Chinese diplomatic note to the embassy in Beijing, which was first reported by local media, not in the Chinese media. So basically, all these things are also happening, but you don't see too much of a pushback, much less the level of pushback when it comes to Philippines. From Beijing. So I think. Yes, China maintains, for example, a so-called 9-dash line, but the 9-dash line was not created by the Communist Party of China or the current Chinese government. It was inherited from the Republic of China under Kuomintang, which then fled to Taiwan after China's civil war. It's politically very difficult for a succeeding government to renounce, territorial claims from a previous government. That's politically just very difficult. And to be very, very clear, the 9-dash line is not China's legal claim to its territory. Put it in another way, China does not claim that everything within the 9-dash line falls into Chinese territory. And China has basically promoted Belt and Road Initiative, so with a lot of developments across the world, a lot of which have been given the tag called debt trap diplomacy. And I think the poster boy in Western mainstream narrative for debt trap diplomacy would be Sri Lanka. In the most well-read, reputable newspaper in the world, you have 2 or 3 dedicated long stories about basically how China trapped Sri Lanka into basically a 99-year lease of a key port over there. But when you really examine the sort of stories, when the Chinese survey ship Yuan Wang 5 wanted to dock there, it's not even a warship, because of political pressure from India. Sri Lanka was very unwilling to let even the Chinese survey ship to dock there. So after quite some diplomatic back and forth, the Chinese survey ship was able to dock there, but following that, Sri Lanka announced, for example, a 1-year ban on Navy visits to its ports. And actually, as reported by mainstream local Sri Lanka media, the Chinese ambassador there in March of this year conceded that the Chinese state lender actually recognizes $6 or $7 billion losses due to its investment in Sri Lanka. And if that's debt trap diplomacy, by $7 billion can't even secure a Chinese survey ship docking rights in Sri Lanka, I don't know what kind of debt trap, how successful it actually is. So I think there is this fundamental disagreement with the Western narrative that China was trying to seek dominance in Asia, much less in the world. I think the record has been that Beijing has been unable to and it doesn't have the willingness or the capacity or its willingness to actually impose cost or devote tremendous resources to change the behavior of its neighbors. For example, I think North Korea is still developing, by all public accounts, nuclear weapons. There is limited Chinese effect on that front. There is this very recent, for example, Thailand-Cambodia row, which seems to be very serious, and you don't see China getting there to play a broker role. And I think the Chinese point of view globally, to come back to the larger question, there is, it is still a developing country with a GDP per capita at $13,000. It ranks like something like 70th in the world. It is on par with the lowest GDP per capita in the entire 27 member state of the European Union. So the priority of the Chinese government, and also try to invoke the term Weiwen, which just came up a few minutes ago, is about maintain domestic political stability. It's not in the Chinese Communist Party or governmental interest to have a world that is chaotic, that is having wars. The Chinese look for a external environment that is conducive to continue its economic growth, to make the lives better for its people. I think President and General Secretary Xi Jinping has said it a number of times. It's laid out in all the Chinese Communist Party documents and government papers that to manage its own affairs well, that is the fundamental, the most important task for the governing party and for the Chinese nation. And in more recent, I think it's always good to look back at the history a little bit. China has 14 land borders. China has resolved 12 of them, 12 borders with them, like over 90% of the 22,000 kilometers on land. China hasn't fought a war for quite some decades. The PLA doesn't have any real combat experience. Unfortunately, there was a border standstill with India in 2020, which both sides have disengaged its troops, and the other remaining country is Bhutan, which is under the influence of India, and so exports to China. China just began resuming its seafood import from Japan, and China and India is trying to get a little bit better. I think personally, I do hope that there is a better flexibility and a bigger awareness of China of its own impact, including some of its foreign policy decisions and even its internal domestic decisions that will have a outsized, larger impact on its neighbors and on the world. I think for the world's second largest economy, which is still haunted by its memories since 1840, which is a country being colonized, being invaded, being bullied, the sort of victimhood that it should be on the defensive. It needs to stand very firm against any single attempt of what China perceives to be unfriendly behavior, especially from the Western powers to China. I think that should, helpfully, that could go away, and China should be more aware that whatever decision it makes, it should have it will cause impacts across the world, so that it's in Chinese interest to basically exercise even more restraint as it has been for the past few decades. I don't think the Chinese are actively going out to look out for trouble, to try to kick off the United States off the throne of the world, although the US seems to be withdrawing itself proactively. But I don't see China going out try to fill the leadership vacuum actively. I think the Chinese lesson from the recent decades of US experience is that the wars in various regions of the world is costly. It didn't bring much, or if any, of the real benefits back to the people. And if you really examine the Chinese domestic discussions, I think there is significant pushback from the Chinese general public against to development aid to foreign countries. The Chinese people generally believe that there are so many problems to be solved domestically, and this should be the priority at home. And I'm sorry I took up too long time. Happy to engage in further.
Very clear cut, very clear. Thank you very much. I'll get back to you at some point, but you've mentioned that the PLA has no combat experience, and in a few days from now there'll be a military exercise in the Taiwan Strait. And this gives me a great opportunity to introduce Simona. Is the Taiwan question, which is very much on a lot of people's mind, will it have a global impact? Does it already have a global impact? And is this one of the major international questions that we have to look at as China analysts? And generally, how do you see the situation evolving with the upcoming drills I just referred to? Do you think the PLA has no intention of attacking Taiwan? And what should we think about this question?
That's a variety of angles I should be treating in 2 minutes, because in 2 minutes we should be starting with a Q&A. I'll try my best. So you mean global impact for the whole world or for China, as you said, in the world? Okay. So of course it has a global potential and a global impact, and part of it we have discussed already and we see already. I think it's a rather new thing in Europe and also not in America. America, of course, for historical reasons, already has a very different relationship with the Republic of China, Taiwan. It has the TRA and so on and so forth. But for Europe, I would say until about the year 2018-19, Taiwan was there. It was important, but certainly not in terms of a national security issue, which we now talk about as well. Mark also mentioned it a little bit before. And it certainly was not, I think in Europe we were not aware of the global ramification and implications of a conflict happening in that part of the world, may it be a blockade or a full kinetic conflict, and how much it would cost us if China even were to just blockade Taiwan. And of course, the numbers were $2.5 trillion in yearly annual losses. And I think that for that, crunching numbers, putting a price tag on it, the other number by Bloomberg Economics was actually minus 10% of the global GDP, has really helped the general public, but also I would say policymakers to understand it is, as we all know, I don't need to repeat, point of origin of semiconductors, especially the very small ones, still 90% come out of there. And the ramification, you know more than I do, of course, about AI, but all of these technologies, they need the very small nanometer semiconductors. So when you have the production in Taiwan and global supply chains, open supply chains, depending on that island of 23 million people, you can imagine the potential ripple effects for the rest of the world. So clearly it is a global issue that we now realize. You talked a little bit about trade, Mark, before. For the European Union, but for the world in general, the statistics say that 30 to 50% of all global container ships pass through this strait, through the Taiwan Strait. And we also know, of course, that because of its geographical location, the island and the strait remaining open is important for countries like South Korea and Japan, who also get their their liquefied natural gas through the strait. So it has huge ramification for the whole world. You also once, when we were discussing, Philippe, the panel before, asked how that dents China's image in the global order. And on that, I would just say very quickly, I think it depends which parts of the world we're talking about. So if we look at Europe and the Western world in general, I've just told a little bit about what I think, but of course, it's not just the Taiwan Strait issue or a potential conflict or the trade ramifications, but it is really the fact that we heard before this morning and now, we don't look at China any longer in Europe as purely a business partner anymore, and those times, in my opinion, are gone. They're gone forever. What we now see since 20 is the oversupply capacity, is the trade war with America, and we're dumping, of course, of these products. So the Taiwan issue dents China's soft power in that sense because it adds to another layer of complexity and problems that we see on top of all the, of course, espionage cases we are coming out of China. But in the rest of the world, we also talked a bit about the global south has lost in its official capacity as Republic of China, 10 allies since 2016, when the current party, the DPP, came back to power. And since that moment, the countries that switched, very often when they will actually, of course, change the diplomatic recognition, they will subscribe to a version of a one China policy that is much closer to Beijing's version of the one China principle. We see this also in other economic agreements that China makes with other, for example, places such as islands in the Pacific. All of these places don't care that much about the Taiwan issue. So I would divide the global dent that the Taiwan issue does to China into two parts of the world, the Western world and to a certain extent, of course, the global South. And I could talk much longer, but we're running out of time, but I just wanted to say something to Mr. Wang. You know, it's not just the Western narrative when it comes to the South China Sea, but there was also, of course, a verdict in 2016 in Den Haag, which China completely disregarded. And China often talks about multilateral institutions and how it respects them. That's not respect, and it's not the narrative, but it's really China doing what it wants. And to that extent, you talked about the fact that other countries in that area of the world are doing the same as China. They're doing that in the vicinity of their territorial waters. China is doing the same in the vicinity of their territorial waters. It's a very different situation, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simona. That was great. I just want to go back maybe to Lyle and Mark, asking them whether my question earlier to Cheng about China trying to sort of at least dominate the Indo-Pacific region and perhaps becoming the number one, as opposed to becoming a global power. Is this a valuable way to question this topic we're trying to address of China and the global order? Lyle, perhaps starting with you and then Mark.
Yeah, so really quick, I mean, it depends on who you ask, but I mean, I don't like to use the frame of dominate because it's not empirically measurable, right? So it's under debate. So, you know, hegemonic, dominant, those are subjective terms, right? So I like to use the word influence. And I think clearly China wants to influence Indo-Pacific and the globe. They have more influence over the Indo-Pacific because they're closer there. And so does the US. The US has as a resident Indo-Pacific power. So that's sort of the heart of the issue is we both want to influence the region, but we just have different ideas for how to do so, and we have very different ideologies. So again, it's multi-layered, but I'm not comfortable using the word hegemonic and monopolistic because it's got a pejorative term to it. Now, the current Trump administration 100% subscribes to those terms. I, as an analyst, don't, but I think it needs more nuance. But it is important to just point out that Trump and his current policies are using those terms, and they very much believe them, and they use those terms internationally. So, as an analyst, I might disagree, quibble over the terms, but I think clearly influence is what China's after in the region, yes.
Great. Mark, very briefly.
Yeah, I do agree. First of all, I would not talk about Indo-Pacific because China does not talk about the Indo-Pacific. Is not a concept in its diplomacy.
Asia.
Yeah. And so again, same remark about domination. But when it comes to East Asia, I mean, it is very clear that China wants to be or to become the hegemon power. I would use the hegemon power in East Asia, and I mean it's very clear in the doctrine, but also in the strategy, in the defense industry. I mean, building up aircraft carrier is not so useful to take over Taiwan, for instance, and it's very clear in the doctrine since the 1980s, 1990s that China wants to be able to wage war beyond the first island chain. And also, perhaps for good reason. I mean, if you look at the East Asian geography, China, 14 kilometers of coastline, is facing a network of US allies, like in South Korea, in Japan, in the Philippines. Taiwan is also a secondary partner of the United States. So, I mean, there's also good reason for China to rise, including militarily. But so if there is good reason, still it's a reality that China wants to become an hegemon, including in the South China Sea. I take the point that it's not the PRC that created the Nine Dash Line, but still the PRC is still claiming it. It's still recognizing it. So, okay, it has not created the concept, but I would be also interested to push Zechang a bit forward on what do they claim. As far as I understand, all the territories within the Nine Dash Line, or perhaps I misunderstood, are claimed to be Chinese territory. I mean, the islands and including and even more so artificial islands. So yes, there is good reasons, but we have to face the reality that China is willing to become the hegemon, and perhaps it's not the best in the best interest of all its neighbors, from India, even Pakistan, to South Korea, and including Southeast Asian countries. It's not necessarily in their best interest.
Okay, great. We don't have a consensus, obviously. We have 10 minutes for a couple of questions. Yes, the lady there. Thank you very much.
Making up for previously, I have a question, and it goes back to all of you on the panel, but particularly my US colleague. We're talking about influence, and I want to keep bringing Africa back on this conversation with China. Because if we're fundamentally talking about influence and China's influence, there's a continent that is actually where China has been, in so many ways, just kind of like defining what influence looks like. And if we look at let me use some data point to actually share light on what I'm sharing here. Until the early 2000s, Chinese and US trade with Africa were pretty much on par. Today, Chinese trade with Africa is almost 4 times, let me say this again, 4 times larger than the US trade with the African continent. 4 times, and it's growing, and it's growing, and it's growing. And it's not only Africa, it's the island nations, it's parts of the Pacific. So if we here talking about, and I think China has a completely different approach that the African continents are much more aligned with, and there are historical conditions that make China a much more attractive partner for many continents. I think DRC right now is a center stage with critical minerals, how this is being played out. And I wonder, how do we actually talk about that particular conversation around economic development, China's approach, and how do we reconcile that tension if we are talking about influence in knowing there is a blur between influence and dominance?
It's a great question. We need about 2 hours for that, and we have 5 minutes. So we'll take a couple very quick ones. And yes, gentlemen here, and well, okay, and someone here. Sorry.
Thank you. This has been fascinating. My name is Felipe. I just finished the Schwarzman Scholarship Program at Tsinghua, and I'm here in Paris. I had a question about Europe's role in light of this sort of emerging, now perhaps even arguably Chinese-led order. The last 100 years, Europe has been subject to the whims of others in some sense. In the post-45 period, as de Gaulle very, sort of blatantly said, we were exposed to a dominant currency paradigm where trade was put on U.S. terms. Post-1991, and on the other side of Europe, of course, the Soviet Union setting the terms with the Warsaw Pact. Post-1991, we had the question of neoliberalism, which eventually led to 2008 and has created a sort of a decline spur period in Europe. And so now, to just put that all together, in light of what seems to be an impending collapse of the liberal international order, which we're speaking of, are there particular places where Europe doesn't get caught in a squeeze, but can co-participate in some form of creation of the emerging paradigm and world order? Thank you.
Thank you very much. By the way, I'm not biased to Schwarzman scholars. They're just very easy to recognize with their ties. That's the only way. So, sorry, it's just, I didn't mean to do that. But. All right, very quick, please. Yeah.
Quick question, probably for Dr. Wang here. You talked somewhat about BRI. There's about 10 years of data and feedback from it. There's some criticism internationally because of a kind of PR cost, and criticism domestically because of a financial cost. How do you see BRI evolving in the next decade?
All right, so I suggest everybody makes a quick comment response to whatever they want, and then we wrap up. So who wants to start? Simona, you want to start?
I'll just make a quick comment in regards to the first question that you posed in regards to Africa. I think you're totally right. I mean, that's one of the big problems that the West, the United States and Europe have shown in the past 20 years. They have these, you will know more than I do since you asked 2 questions about that topic. The famous phrase, when the West shows up, they give us a sermon. When China shows up, we get a bridge. The problem is, of course, that, as you say, this kind of infrastructure often came with no strings attached. It's not just a rosy picture, though. I mean, in many countries in Africa, you also have backlash against Chinese workers being imported and no local people being given the job. You have problematics attached to it. But, of course, I think that the main problem of the West, I mean, Europe has proposed a couple of options. What was it, Build Back a Better World, and Biden as well, which so far have taken not too much of a space, but to sort of like occupy the space that China's occupied. I think that's the main problem we have had in the West. We have looked the other way. The same thing, Australia in the Pacific region with these islands that you mentioned, and that space that was left in a vacuum was occupied by China, and that's a big problem.
Great. Sichen, do you want to come next?
Thank you for the question. I think when it comes to Africa, for example, the Chinese foreign minister started his year every year with a visit to African countries. And on the other hand, I think, for example, it would be very rare for U.S. Secretary of State or President to visit Africa. So I think China does attach a completely different level of emphasis on Africa. And on the BRI question, to be brief, I think if you really examine the Chinese official statements, the latest characterization is called 小而美, small and beautiful. And so small means like, the sort of investment into these projects would be like considerably smaller than it used to be. Beautiful means like it needs to be more carefully selected. I think the Chinese was like, BI is going to take us another 2 hours, and I think the idea is that I think the Chinese were thinking that they could do something, these projects that are commercially viable by, state-guided, including state bank lending or maybe commercial bank lending. But it turns out to be that a lot of these projects in different countries just commercially, it turned out to be very, very challenging. I think it turned out to be more difficult than many of the Chinese expected. And so I think, yes, there is always this saying, Chinese long-term thinking and careful planning, but it is still in a way to find out and in transition into, when it gets more familiar with all these foreign interventions and projects overseas. And I think I just want to respond a little bit. I have my personal opinions about the international arbitration, but I guess big powers just tend to have their ways with international law when it comes to the arbitration or maybe sanctioning international courts. And unfortunately, that's the reality we're living with. But I do think the overwhelming majority of jobs created by Chinese investment in Africa are actually taken up by Africans. I think former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo referred to that in one of the speeches, but there are studies from London, I think SOAS, S-O-A-S, and other studies which show like Chinese companies created jobs, and the imported Chinese workers only take up a very tiny percentage of the workforce over there. And on the South China Sea, I'm not particularly an expert, but my understanding is that the 9-dash line is not a legal territorial claim to,
Okay, thank you so much. Very briefly, Mark and Lai, just a couple of words if you can.
Yes, on the Europe-China cooperation, I would not be very optimistic when it comes to trade, to even less so security and defense. But what I can suggest, obviously, it's climate, because there is shared interest in dealing with climate change, and China is very well suited to in this realm. And another field, which is perhaps a bit more surprising, is arms control, because China is experiencing a drastic increase in its nuclear arsenal, which is something quite concerning. There is no more arms control system these days. I don't think that the United States or Russia are the most well-placed to negotiate, and Europe can be, especially France as an independent nuclear power. So this is perhaps something, a field where we can discuss and negotiate.
Lyle, any hope for China and the global order as a concluding remark?
Wow, that's quite a question to leave me with. So to very quickly respond to the first question, I 100% agree with you. No pushback from me. We, the U.S., dropped the ball in Africa starting in the early 2000s. When China had FOCAC, we were watching intently and we had no response to what FOCAC was doing. So I would just add that Africa is a great case study of China meeting the needs of a continent where the U.S. could not. They needed infrastructure. The U.S. was not in a position to do that. And China could offer it at a much cheaper price than any U.S. company could, even Japan. So I give full credit to China. I think the U.S. dropped the ball. And I will just say that closing USAID is the exact worst thing that the U.S. could do when it comes to our Africa policy.
Thank you very much, all four of you. Great talking to us. Thank you.
I'm delighted to moderate this panel, even though it is just after lunchtime, which is not a good time slot usually. But this time, I would say that we're lucky here because we're coming with a note of probably something we could call optimism after the last two panels, which were not that optimistic. So hopefully that will keep us awake after lunch. So let me start introducing the panelists, and I'll start from the left and move to the right. We'll start with, and apologies if I don't pronounce correctly, Takehiro Masutomo, who is a journalist and adjunct researcher at Waseda University in Tokyo, and the author of Runre, which is a very much talked about book about Chinese wealthy elites emigrating to China. To Japan, of course. Okay. Then on my left, we have Joyce Du, who is a multi-sectoral communications consultant and a specialist of everything design, communication, craftsmanship. with very rich experience in journalism in multiple countries, from China to the UK, probably the US, or not? Okay, no, pas encore, not yet, and probably France, let's say, with design and fashion, as I said, playing a very important role, and you will see that this is also an important angle to our discussion. And finally, last but not least, on my right, Neil Thomas, a fellow on Chinese politics at Asia Society Center for China Analysis, who is frequently published in the best publications and interviewed in major media. He works and explores elite politics and, very relevant to our topic, what we can call the nuanced relationship between formal policy making and informal drivers of change. So that's and that hopefully will help us rethink the way we understand China. It's about, actually this is your words from yesterday, it's really about also not just talking as we usually do from afar in Western capitals, not just talking about this sort of like state control, very rigid, opaque situation and description of China, but really going into the sort of texture of lived experience about people. People in China beneath the party authority seldom have a chance to see, which is what I would like to call China from within, from inside. So let's start on this topic with a pretty broad question, which I will ask each of you, and this is really about where and how do you read these trends? And I'm not talking about the what yet. It's not about what trends. We will keep this for later. But it's really from your expertise, from your vantage points, how do you read China from the inside? What are the creative, informal, unexpected spaces, possibly, where deeper social and political dynamics are expressed? It is about the where. So I will start, it's not about the what yet. I will start with you, Hiro, and then we'll move.
Okay, thank you for your kind introduction. I'm really excited to be part of this wonderful panel. I'd also like to express my big thanks to the organizers. The theme of the panel is China's internal dynamics. But unfortunately, actually, I dare not to visit China as a Japanese journalist. Because we don't really know where the red line.
It is about the where. So I will start, it's not about the what yet. I will start with you, Hiro, and then we'll move.
Okay, thank you for your kind introduction. I'm really excited to be part of this wonderful panel. I'd also like to express my big thanks to the organizers. The theme of the panel is China's internal dynamics. But unfortunately, actually, I dare not to visit China as a Japanese journalist. Because we don't really know where the red line is. So, yeah. But still, I'd like to contribute to the discussions by sharing my understanding of China from outside. Yeah. And I dare not to go back to China, although I have a good amount of actually savings in China. Yeah, I already gave up. Yeah. Yeah, I dare not to visit there also because I just published this book, Lun Li. Yeah, the title she introduced. Yeah. First, I would like to highlight that indeed, increasing number of Chinese people are immigrating to Japan, maybe even escaping to Japan. Interestingly, this trend has accelerated over the past few years. And this is also really interesting because this is happening despite the fact that Japan has long been seen as a kind of enemy country within China. And the turning point, of course, was the Shanghai lockdown that took place in 2022. So at least in their eyes, the situation in China has been deteriorating politically, economically, and also socially. Yeah, that's my argument. And let me start with politics. So I'm sure everybody in this room is well aware that freedom of speech is quite restricted these days in mainland China. So, for example, they could have like academic events or serious current affairs events in Beijing or even Hong Kong, but no more. So I think Tokyo is becoming a new hub for intellectual exchanges among the Chinese. So we have witnessed also Chinese language bookstores opening one after another in Tokyo. And I also know that this Chinese publisher in Tokyo is printing simplified Chinese books there. So it's quite a significant move. And I think these phenomena proves that Chinese intellectual community in Tokyo is really dense enough. By the way, this morning I was walking from my hotel to this area, passing through this area called Montparnasse. Montparnasse, thank you for correcting my pronunciation. So I know that this district has used to attract a lot of artists from around the globe during the interwar period. And I think Tokyo is becoming a new Montparnasse for the Chinese because a lot of Chinese documentary filmmakers, painters, even singers, comedians, they are all arriving in Tokyo these days.
And I think there was I forgot if it's Le Figaro or Le Monde, which is a French newspaper, which was using a title saying that Tokyo is the new Hong Kong.
Yeah, that's actually maybe that's my quote actually. Anyway, I said that before, yeah. So I also think Tokyo is becoming a new Hong Kong, yeah, in many ways. So yeah, and then economically speaking, as Professor Kikuchi mentioned in the previous session, Chinese economy is becoming like Japanese economy in a way, heading toward deflation, and clearly Chinese economy is slowing down. And the Chinese authorities becoming a bit more harsh on wealthy individuals and even tech tycoons. So that's why figures like Jack Ma spends more time these days in Tokyo. Actually, I know he visited Tokyo in late March. Maybe he was there for cherry blossom viewing or something, I don't know. He again visited Tokyo last month. Yeah, So I'm sure rich people are becoming more anxious about, uncertainties. And then they are more willing to invest in Japan. Like they are buying up a lot of high-rise condominiums in central Tokyo. And yeah, and lastly, socially speaking, I think education is a huge factor. The competition in mainland is getting fierce and fierce. Actually, education reforms have made university admissions significantly more selective. So for them, I think, Japan is like the second district. If you are on Japan track, it's much easier to get into maybe top universities in the end. And adding to that, I would also
ask you where do you see the expression? Your answer is Japan, in the very fact of emigrating to Japan. I guess it's a little bit different for you, Joyce, and we would all be very interested in understanding where do you do your reading of these trends, knowing that your point of view is fairly different. You are more into communications, art, design, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Duncan, and the organizers' invite. Just for the record, if my face is not on the agenda, it's because I'm filling in some very big shoes of our dear colleague, Vincent Ni. To your question, Santina, I think I should start with something very feminine and girly. I observe trends on shopping websites, including Little Red Book and Taobao. This might seem not possible, but actually that's where you notice a lot of new creativities happening in all sorts of product designs and fashion design, etc. But just following on the point that Takeshiro was making, on the education side, actually there was one of the main points I would like to address, if I may.
Of course.
For a few points. On the generation shifts that you mentioned, education, just like Takeshiro was saying, by 2023, 250 million of Chinese workforce has higher education qualifications, 250 million. Roughly 60.2% of higher education administrate, that's like when you apply for higher education, about 60% gets admitted. And this is up from 30% in 2012. And right now, China has also actively talking to different countries, to the Ministry of Education in different countries, and there are 59 countries acknowledging the qualifications, diplomas issued in China. And another interesting fact, a lot of you here, I know you may have studied in China, been to China, but rewind back to the days in 1952, in that year, 3 years after the Communist Party took power, there were 231 overseas students, which means the Chinese going abroad. This number in 1978 was 860. That was right after Cultural Revolution. 860. And in 2019, what's the guess?
No.
How much? 704,000. So in the rough years, the 40 years between 1978 to 2019, altogether there were 6.59 million Chinese students went abroad to study. Among those who have finished, completed their study, 4.2 million returned to China to pursue their career. That is two of central Paris. If you know the population, it's 2.2, right, in Paris. And of course, in COVID, the overseas studying trend took a hit. In 2020, there were 450,000 Chinese went abroad to study. But the number is picking up. In 2022, there's already 661,000 students. I make this point is that where do we see the trends in China? I think everybody should just look around. We are not being confined in that Great Wall. We are not there, not visible. We are here in front of you. If you have noticed how many new Chinese restaurants opened in Paris in the past 4 years, you would know that we are here. Another point is, you think, the social media is different, Facebook, Instagram are banned in China, but that shouldn't stop you being curious about what's happening in China. If you are on Instagram as heavily as I am, it's my guess, 50% of the cat videos you have seen are from Chinese social media. And so this is my answer to that one. And if I may, I would also, to add to that point, on the digital culture that's happening in China, the reason why there are so many Chinese cat videos on TikTok, on Instagram, is because everyone in China, almost everyone, I think it's 970 million users in China right now with a smartphone. Everybody's filming interesting things in their life. They're posting. There are savvy internet users reposting them to the social medias that you have access to. And on top of that, by the way, Little Red Book, my favorite app, where I think my screen time will be 3.5 hours per day on that single app. It has an English version. I haven't checked whether it has a French version, but please do sign up and browse through what's happening in China. To that, I would also like to say that the smartphone penetration in China ranks number 4 worldwide. But most importantly is I didn't invent this, it's digital literacy. Like, how well can you use your mobile phone and what do you do with it in daily life? My 94-year-old grandma tells me which coupon to get on the Pinduoduo app. If this is the case in France, I think the economy is a different case. So in May, there is something that was being launched called 数字中国建设2025行动方案, Digital China 2025 Action Plan, co-issued by Cyberspace Administration China and the Ministry of Education. They have a wide range of action plans, very detailed, from creating digital lifestyles to, I like this one, to building an inclusive digital society. When we think of China, we think of political control and people not having freedom. But what we don't see in China is that everybody has a phone and the digital literacy rate is really high. Somebody living in the village might be more savvy in a wealthy person living in the 6am when it comes to online shopping. I think I'll stop here. I have more to share later.
Yeah, no, sure. But I just want to make sure we control time a little bit. And in fact, maybe you can answer the first question, but at the same time, tell us a little bit, with all these signs coming from use of mobile phones, social media, viral posts, and so on and so forth, how does the leadership, the political leadership, deal with it? Because it's not so easy to govern because it goes very fast.
Thank you, Sandrine, and thank you to Asia Society France and the Salzburg Forum for putting on such an incredible event. And thank you to all of you for attending and looking forward to some questions and discussion later. You ask a great question, Sandrine, because there is an assumption that Xi Jinping, the Communist Party, don't care about public opinion, don't care about the Chinese people and what they think. And from one perspective, sure, that's true. They are acting in their interests and how they see the country should be governed. But, from another perspective, it's much easier to be an authoritarian leader, to be an authoritarian party, if you know what's going on in your own country. One of the big problems that has confronted the Communist Party for decades has been working out just what is happening at the grassroots. And this is actually something that explains part of Xi Jinping's centralization agenda, part of his desire to launch these anti-corruption, party discipline campaigns. It's part of it is political, obviously, beating down rival factions, but part of it's also getting a better grip on what's happening in, the literally hundreds of thousands of villages, tens of thousands of townships, 2,500 counties all around the country. Like, it's difficult to govern China. And so from a kind of, looking from Zhongnan High Leadership Compound out, one of the functions of this Pi Discipline campaign has been to just gather information about the performance of local officials, to crack down on corruption, but also to govern the country better. I mean, part of why the Communist Party is still around is that, yes, they have a sophisticated apparatus of censorship, propaganda, and repression. But another part of it is that they have genuinely improved the lives of 1.4 billion Chinese people. And there's obviously a lot of variation there. A lot of people would say their lives have suffered a lot under the Communist Party. But overall, I mean, the economic data, as Professor Huang was saying, it's not necessarily 100% accurate, but the broad brushstrokes of that story is true. And now, kind of that the problems are becoming more and more that the party needs to solve, and more granular. And so getting that information from the grassroots, from the public, is becoming more important. And like a lot of government websites now have portals where Chinese citizens can submit their complaints, can submit their feedback on local officials. You won't necessarily get listened to, but that information is there, and it's not being collected for no reason. It's being collected so the party can solidify its rule the party better, and maintain its leadership of China.
Now, that's very interesting. So basically, it's very different from what Westerners tend to perceive. Here, you are telling us that obviously when it's going too far or a direction which is really not acceptable, it's just purely censored. But it's also, for the rest, simply integrated, observed and integrated in the policy making, which I think this is probably something new to some of us here. And to some extent, I'd like to turn to you again. How does this work when it's expressed abroad? When you have some sort of a soft criticism by artists or, craftsmen, which is expressed on foreign platforms, it's sort of appropriation, if it makes sense to you, so basic, or co-optation, whatever you like to call it. I mean, do you have any example of this?
I have to unpack the question a little bit on this one. Like, in the past, let's say, decade, what happened is that the Chinese government side has quite a lot of funding to fund them, like the soft power going abroad. But then there's the independent art scene that's happening, from craftsman, design, and fashion, dance, from different areas. But what happens, I also have to rewind back a little bit, that this young generation of creators, they are born in a different political context. A lot of them are born in the 1990s, in the 2000s. So some of the key historical events, they were not there and they don't know much about it. They don't feel the same level of repression like artists, for example, Ai Weiwei, would have experienced or felt. So I consider this new generation of creators, they have a lot of liberty and innate motivation to create. Then the government, do they criticize, do they monitor? I don't think there's much, because what I call the lack of aesthetics of the current regime actually allowed the flourishing of many young talents.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. And Hiro, in Japan, what do you see in terms of more, because you talked to us quite a bit on education, on economic motivations, but what do you see in terms of political expression or cultural expression that really clearly demonstrate that there is an aspiration for a different lifestyle choice?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would say these newcomers from China are really, I don't know if I'm answering to your question, really lifestyle in Japan. Mm-hmm. So they are flocking to Tokyo because, it offers really amazing cost effectiveness, at the same time, compared with other global cities. So, well, some of these newcomers, they really simply just, enjoy living in a, foreign country.
But do you see any more clear expression of disagreements with the Chinese leadership?
Oh, that's a good point. That's, I think, what we need to watch out for in the coming years, maybe even decades, because, I think there's now, interestingly, there's an attempt in Japan to even cultivate the second Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen spends significant amount of time in Japan. And there were, during the late Qing period, many Chinese revolutionists stayed in Tokyo. And similarly, many intellectuals are now gathering in Tokyo, and there's this attempt. And I think interesting thing could happen when and if wealthy Chinese people and intellectuals come to join forces. It could become really a political, power. So,
Okay, very interesting. So I'm a little bit conscious of time, so maybe I'm going to ask you a very direct question that maybe you want to sort of answer a bit shortly, and then we will take the rest of time for something a bit longer, which is simply, if you had to name only one signal that, or, among all these signals we mentioned until now, that we should really pay attention to, because you believe that this signal, this trend, is going to make a huge difference, or at least a significant difference, in shaping the future of China, what would it be? And maybe I start with you, Neil.
Well, I'm a student of Chinese politics, so to my mind, China, in the words of my good friend and brilliant Chinese historian of Chinese politics, Joseph Torigian, China's a very leader-friendly system. So to my mind, the biggest source of change in China is going to come from the top. And we need to be careful not to confuse China's political present with China's political future. Because, the only constant over modern Chinese history is change. At the end of the Mao era, few people saw Deng Xiaoping's Reform and Opening coming. The end of the Hu Jintao era, we know a lot of even Chinese party elites did not see Xi Jinping's so-called new era coming. So, if anyone tells you that they know what's going to happen in Beijing in 20 years' time, I've got a very famous French tower that I'd love to sell you. So I think we need to be conscious that that there's a lot of dynamism in Chinese society, but ultimately, the biggest window for change in Chinese society is going to come from politics. And you go to China, you talk to people in different think tanks, different institutes that advise the government, and there are 100 million party members. They do not all think alike. There is a diversity of viewpoints about what national rejuvenation should look like and the best way to get there. You go to one think tank and it's all economic technocrats who used to work for Wen Jiabao and Li Keqiang, and they're telling you about their hopes for rural land reform. You go to another think tank down the road and it's people yelling at you about US alliances in Asia and getting out of the Taiwan Strait. So there's a diversity of views within the party, and we don't know when China will have, when the Communist Party will have new leadership, but we know that at some point it will. And I think that to me is kind of the biggest juncture for change across Chinese society, politics, economy, diplomacy, and something to always bear in mind is going to be an inevitability going forward.
Well, thank you for pointing this, because a lot of people, at least in the West, a lot of people do not have any idea of this diversity in the party itself, and I think it's very important that you point to this. So for Hero, I suppose that it's very clear, because Sun Yat-sen, the new Sun Yat-sen will come from Tokyo. Is that correct?
Possibly, yeah.
So, but I mean, again, if you were to really observe or point one signal that is really important to pay attention to.
Yeah. So, thank you. So I have been talking about this phenomenon, run or run away from China. This is a global trend, not just about Japan. Although, I believe Tokyo is currently really the epicenter of this movement of people. I think, looking forward, I think it's interesting to see if there will be a lot of run or second run. So I know some Chinese people are not happy with what's unfolding in the DC, Washington, and some are choosing to leave the US for better. And actually, Japanese people are also becoming aware of Chinese real estate spree taking place. So it's now becoming a bit of a political issue in Japan. So I think Chinese people will continue looking for optimal destination. So according to shifts in immigration policies. So I think that's what we should pay attention to going forward.
Interesting. Okay. What about you, Joyce? Which signal should we pay special attention to?
This is a perfect question because that was the point I failed to have time to express.
Okay.
I would really like to convince all of you to be conscious of the level of exposure to Chinese design in your daily life, from fashion to your utilities. Oh, I have some lists. Like, I was in Bordeaux last weekend, and my Uber driver came with a BYD car with flashy lights, like blinking eyes. And this is Chinese design next to your doorstep. And in your home, probably you have your internet router, and usually it's TP-Link. And that's your Chinese design. And even when you get your home surveillance system, your cat feeder, sorry, I keep going back to cats. If you can't find anything of Chinese design, take a look at your phone case. Most likely they are also designed in China. But these are small examples. There are much bigger trends that's happening in architectural design. The government funding, private funding, as most of you know, all the many museums and galleries that had happened in the past 15 years invited numerous internationally known architects, but also many domestic ones. And product design, as I've mentioned, and fashion itself, again, from haute couture that's happening right now in Paris to independent brands. But what you really should take a look at is, are the Little Red Book, are the Taobao designers. Nobody know about them, but their product sometimes sells millions that you would never imagine how much they sell on a day. And now visual design, I think China is going through a phase to create a new identity. When you think of China, the font in your head, the colors in your head, had nothing to do with China today. I think Chinese people, as we are also gradually constructing a new identity. And this identity, thanks to the many overseas Chinese, including myself, and the ones returned to China, there's a big element of fusion in it. And this can be expressed in every way of creation.
That's very interesting, but let me ask you a question. Is this progressively, do you see signs that it is progressively changing the perception that the rest of the world has about China? As you said, we are exposed to Chinese design all day long without always being aware of it. But do you see signs that we're starting to change our views in China?
I might say something slightly offensive to the majority of this group. Being Chinese, I'm super proud of the insatiable curiosity and creativity of this nation. To change the perception is not on us to change how the world sees us. It depends on how every single person living in Europe, living in the US, how willing are they to change the way they look at us. So I would pose the challenge back to, for example, the organizer of Milan Design Week. Are they really seeing us differently? Are they giving us the enough exposure that we should deserve?
Yeah, well, we're not going to debate this, but it's certainly on both ways because it's also in the interest of China to improve its soft power.
Yeah, but in this way, soft power, again, like exists in many ways. I don't know, like in film industry, how many of you are familiar? In Hollywood, that like in each animation studios, the majority are Chinese animators. And now China, with the Naja film, we are demonstrating how strong we are in this field. But like, I feel the new generation of Chinese, even though I'm a bit older than that, but I would like to believe that in a way we will quietly change the perception by making more and more design, by creating more and more, I don't know, can't finish that, products.
I understand. I think that sorry to interrupt. To start with, I think people are aware that, for instance, Chinese electric vehicles are from China, and they like this Chinese electric vehicle a lot, so that could be a good starting point. Sorry, I interrupted.
Say the European Commission has a much different view on
sure.
Chinese electric vehicles.
We're
coming
not
straight from Brussels.
We're talking about people.
On that point, I mean, I think it is, to what Joyce, I think, was getting at, it's just really important as well, you know, not to confuse the Chinese government with the Chinese people, right? I mean, the Chinese government, like every government, is open to scrutiny, and there's a lot to criticize there when it comes to, you know, China's human rights record, how it organizes internal politics, Chinese diplomacy, military modernization. But, you know, we really can't let that, you know, the government's actions, you know, interfere with how we view Chinese people in Western societies, Chinese students, scholars, anyone really, right? I mean, we have to, you know, actually live the rights, the freedoms, the democracy that make Western systems, in my view, you know, as a Westerner, so special. We can't just tar everyone with the same brush and be suspicious of everyone and everything from China, because, so I was getting at my previous response, you know, there's official China, and then there's, you know, 1.4 billion Chinese people.
Exactly.
And that's not just the official line of one Chinese story. We can't fall for that. There's 1.4 billion stories, and we have to try to listen to them all.
And sorry, just to add one quick sentence, Neil, thank you for mentioning that. And this is another point I would like to share is, you know, I love France. I love the UK where I live. You have so much freedom to debate on politics, to share your opinions, and sometimes to bring influence to the results. But Chinese people, I do not feel sorry per se that we don't have the opportunity to participate in any substantive conversation to bring to true results, because there's nothing we can change. However, we did save a lot of time in reading about it, in debating about it, sharing what we believe like dissident messages about it. And sometimes like new people being to China for the first time might be slightly surprised at how little politics we talk on daily basis. It's about consumerism, it's about what's fun. And I feel like this saved energy could be used in a different way, like another way of expression from the people level.
That said, I mean, some of the very best observers of Chinese politics are in China and operating anonymously, because clearly the Chinese government does not allow for the free discussion of politics within its borders. Yeah. So I was making as well some of the absolute best resources, the best experts on Chinese politics are Chinese graduate students in the United States, and I imagine in Europe as well. Many of whom I've made my colleagues at Asia Society, and that's yet another reason why cutting off educational exchanges with China is not in our interest. The more we know, the more we learn about China.
Open to questions, but I hope this discussion we've just had conveyed the sense of diversity that is very often not perceived when we live very far away from China. And I think everybody here, coming from very different point of view, gave me at least this very strong sense of diversity. Now, questions. So I need someone to go around with a mic. Is there a mic around? Yeah, okay, great. No, there is no mic. I'll give you mine. very energetic person.
Am I not the very energetic person? No, sorry. I'm still going to ask a question if that's okay. Yasheng Huang this morning talked about this contradiction that we see between China being more and more a tech superpower while being more and more economically depressed. Then one called sort of the central contradiction. And my question would be, to which extent this central contradiction is being discussed within Chinese politics and Chinese society today, and also if you can talk about what kind of a lot about less ambitious because they don't see any economic prospects. So what does this central contradiction do with people in China? I'm aware there's many people in China, it's not going to be the same for everybody, and but I assume that discussion happens to some extent.
I guess the question was anybody.
Yeah, it could be anybody.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of contradictions in China, I guess. And I mean, yeah, if you go to Shanghai, it's probably the most modern metropolis in the entire world. But, you know, if you go a few hundred kilometers away to rural Anhui, you have, you know, people in, you know, the 300 million that Yasheng mentioned who are still living off the land as rural peasants, to use the Communist Party's own translation of Nongmin. So, yeah, I mean, there's a certain part of China that is very much, you know, living in the future, but who, you know, I think feel a long way away from that, and that's where, you know, some of the social frustrations come in. There's, you know, there's been some great art made about it in China. There's, I don't know if he's particularly well known, but Henan rap god, Henan Shuochang Zhishen, has a great song called Gongchang, like factory, that is all about the malaise and frustration of living in the factory towns, you know, kind of process the rare earths, for example, that are driving China's geopolitical power, but with a huge amount of human cost of the people working there and the communities that are, you know, being affected or perhaps being left behind because their particular industry is being superseded by, you know, the industries of the future. So it's a very hard question to have a succinct answer to, but those are my rambling thoughts in response.
Okay, so I have a mic, so I'd like to ask a similar question to Neil, because you mentioned during your presentation, I'm here, sorry, but I have many things to do, it's difficult to stand up. So you mentioned about the fact that the party, that Xi Jinping should know what is going on in a grassroots, in different provinces. So we can assume that he knows what is going on. So my question is, I have been asking this question for the last few months, because for me it's very difficult to understand why, assuming that Xi Jinping knows what is going on when it comes to the people, when it comes to the income, that it is a problem with the spending. So why Xi Jinping does not want...
Dozens, hundreds of different priorities. And I mean, I think the core of my response would be that for also the broader Chinese leadership, there's a higher priority being placed on national security and making sure China's economy is resilient to geopolitical pressure from the United States and from, you know, Western allies, and that's seen as being more of an existential challenge than, you know, low consumption and all the problems associated with that.
Can I add a few words, maybe also related to the previous question? I myself had worked for this Chinese media outlet, Caixin, one of the leading financial and economics media outlet, and I know how the mood of
low consumption and all the problems associated with that.
Can I add a few words, maybe also related to the previous question? I myself had worked for this Chinese media over the past decade. You know, when I was still in Beijing, Caixin could have reported any economy-related news, but, you know, toward the second term of Xi Jinping, it's getting even tighter. You know, like sometimes you cannot report about economy freely. So I don't know if the top leader is really listening to diverse voices. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, these questions, the last one, remind me of what Gary was saying this morning. Gary from Qiming Venture Partners, that he mentioned that the Chinese government doesn't do central planning, they're centrally reactive, which I truly agree. And I think the example I've just shared of the Digital China 2025 plan is a way of building the potential for future consumption. And in China, like, how do I put it, like the way the Chinese government has moved everything, you know, to WeChat on mini program. Now you don't need to call people, you don't need to go there, you can get many things sorted. Some of you travel to China, you will know that this helps you in many ways. But for the bigger society, this level of efficiency building takes time. China is a huge country. And you know, if you have dealt with any French notaire, you will know how complicated the system is here in France. And it was very complicated in China as well. I feel that there are groundwork being done willingly or centrally, but some changes are going to happen, but I agree with what Neil was saying. The government has a lot of priorities. This aging population is a very big priority right now. We are enjoying a rare phase, willingly or centrally, but some changes are going to happen. But I agree with what Neil was saying. The government has an aging population is a very big priority right now. We are enjoying a rare phase of stability, seemingly okay economy. We are not crumbling to the floor. But when this generation grows old, when my mom needs to find a senior home, I think that will be the time that the government would really act in a more aggressive way.
Interesting.
Hi, thank you very much for the panelists. My name is Sacha Courtial from the Jacques Delors Institute. I would like to ask about the influence of the unemployment rate, because the unemployment rate is quite high, especially for young people, about 16% in the official data. This is on one hand, and on the other hand, the higher education in China is now massive, so we have millions, and it's adding up every year, millions of very well young educated people in China that might not be as willing as older generation to work in manufacturing sector, etc. So this situation might nurture a lot of frustration, and I would like to ask you.
I'll just say quickly that, yeah, I think unemployment is even more of a concern for China's leaders than the economic growth rate, because unemployment is very directly tied to political concerns about social stability, right? People without a job are much more likely to get out on the streets and protest, right? And that's, you know, the bottom line for not just the top leadership, but, you know, every local official and their, you know, annual evaluations. You know, if you have a big protest on your watch, you know, that's one strike. You know, you're not going to get promoted, basically. So I think it's, you know, it's something that the party keeps a very close eye on, and it's something that is, you know, going to be. It's going to be the focus of a lot of security policy as well as economic policy, right? And it's also a reason why it's going to be difficult to address the overcapacity problem from a Chinese domestic politics point of view, because like a lot of these, you know, say provincially funded companies that are making okay EVs, but they're one of, you know, 80 EV companies across China, you know, they employ a lot of people. And, you know, getting that overcapacity down to zero, or excess capacity, whatever you want to call it, is potentially going to put a lot of people out of work. So, you know, it's going to be a slow process. I mean, actually, China's leadership do want to address that because it's just costing so much money, and they want to, you know, reallocate some capacity to, you know, other industries. Yeah, we've already won the EV battle, basically, but there's, you know, there's biotech, there's all these other things that are coming online, and, you know, they want to kind of win the industries of the future too. So basically, yeah, I mean, it's, if unemployment starts becoming a big problem, then that's, you know, potentially going to push China to either crack down harder on, you know, civil society and organizing, or, you know, perhaps to consider more fiscal stimulus, which is kind of the preferred way of dealing with economic problems. It just helps you kick the can down the road on structural reforms, and that's basically been Xi's response to a lot of difficult problems over the last few years.
Yeah, and if I could add maybe a few words, from Japan's perspective, I think we are witnessing influx of Chinese workers to Japan as well. Actually, right now, 10% of Chinese people living in Japan are in IT sectors, working as engineers. So that's a pretty big portion. And also, Japanese graduate schools are really attractive to those unemployed Chinese students because Japan is facing serious depopulation issue, and yeah, after graduation, your job is almost guaranteed. So yeah.
Sorry, just one.
Can you bring the mic here for the next and probably last question? Helen was asking. Okay,
Thank you.
Before that,
I think that's a really great question, and thank you for your observation. This contract is interesting, but there are several elements I would like to raise. First of all, when I was growing up in the 90s, I was in high school, and that was when the big reforms of state-owned enterprises happened. My hometown is Tianjin, and it's a heavy industry city, and I've lived through people sitting on the street protesting, blocking my school, the bus to go to school, and that moment passed. And I'm amazed how did they get resolved? What are these people doing today? Then back to the situation now, there's a second element, is that the automation and the use of technology, AI in production industry is astronomical. James, my previous boss, his podcast, if you haven't listened to it, please do, Tectonic. He talks about the progress of technology in Chinese industries. The proportion of hard labor being needed now and in the future will be different. And the higher educated people, when they are not being employed, there's not one way they have to do labor work, no. And back to the point of creativity, there are new kinds of work being created. There are new ways of creating jobs. So the Chinese, as far as I know, and I think I represent one of them, we don't wait to get the unemployment allowance and going to the council every day waiting for that money. We try different ways of make a living. Why? Because our social system is not secure enough to look after us. Then we have to do it. Hence, I'm moderately less pessimistic than what the number suggests.
Hi. Perfect segue there, Joyce. Thank you. My question is really like a vibe check, right, on the sentiment of 00后 and 10后 youth. I think, when you looked at data, there's of folks who feel more optimistic about their future than their parents. In the US, it's somewhere in the low 40s%. And then in Europe, a blend of Germany and France, it's somewhere in the low teens. So where do the, Chinese young population, 00后, 10后, where do they sit in terms of percentage of optimism towards the future? You touch on some, because you're really tapped into, 小红书 and Red Note and all the youth culture, right? But what does that look like? Because I think in the West, all the narratives that we get fed are a lot about 躺平 and that generation of not wanting to engage with employment. So I want to get maybe as much, accurate as possible, a read on what that actually looks like and whether or not they're optimistic.
Thank you for that. I don't have any statistics with me on the level of happiness, but I have very first-hand observation that I spent quite a lot of time in France. When it comes to the sense of happiness, I think the French and us, we have a very different way of evaluating how happy we are on a daily basis. That being said, that I feel the 00后, the 10后, for your information, those who were born in the year 2000 and 2010s, I haven't observed from my relatives and younger generations the sense of just not having hope. And I think that's a big ask for a Chinese person, just not to feel hopeful. As a journalist, I was a journalist for 7 years in China covering the 2008 Wenchuan earthquake, was there at the epicenter. Even when 82,000 people died from that disaster, when I was interviewing people, the Sichuan people, they are amazing. They have a crumbled house behind them, and they were playing mahjong in front of that, waiting for rescue to come. I would doubt that the 2000 year, the later generations will just give up. I do not feel that's coming. But when it comes to motivations of self-realization, I actually feel this generation is more hopeful than the generations of my parents and my grandparents living through the state economy when their life was deprived of choices from day one. This generation, they are more self-aware, they're more well-educated, and I hope we will all provide more choices for these talented young people.
Thank you very much.
Hello, yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you also for inviting me. It's very nice to be back at this wonderful place and seeing so many people interested in this discussion. Well, actually, it's quite funny because Brussels is the first place I live actually as long as I lived in China and Singapore, so outside of Germany, so that might be quite interesting at this point. Well, we heard a little bit in the last panel on the atmosphere, and I think what I would say is looking at the political level, and particularly the exchanges between the diplomats, and also if you look at the exchanges between the working levels, it's sort of an atmosphere of China fatigue in Brussels, like particular people in the institutions, they are kind of tired of having the same discussions all over again. Someone said we are in a great bargain with China the last 50 years. I mean, regarding the politicians, we are discussing the same things for decades now. The lists are on the table, the claims are on the table. And so I think what we need to realize is, particularly before this summit, how far we are actually apart, politically speaking. Yeah.
Before digging much deeper into this, I'm going to introduce the others and get back to you. With us, we have also Justina Studlik, Deputy Head of Research and China Analyst at the Polish Institute of International Affairs. Your research centers on China's foreign policy, and especially the China-EU and Eastern and Central European relations, but also cross-strait relations, which will give us a very different perspective from maybe the French one. Maybe you want to say a word to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so thank you very much for inviting me. It's an enormous pleasure, and I would like to just take a follow-up to what Nadine has said. I think that when it comes to EU-China relations, we are really in an inflection point. I mean, Europe, because there is so many changes recently, and I think that also the US factor is extremely important. That there is US-China rivalry, and we are not the bystanders. We are taking part in this rivalry, and the problem is that China and the US, since Trump 2.0, those two countries share some perspectives, and we are in a very difficult situation. And I to say more because it's like echo what Nadine has said, that maybe we have to change our thinking about EU-China relations and think out of the box. So I think it's very important right now.
Thanks. I'll introduce now Professor Tomo Kikuchi, who works at the graduate school of Asia Pacific Studies at the Waseda University in Tokyo. But you know Europe also, as you've obtained your PhD in Germany. Maybe you want to comment on your European experience.
Okay, yeah, instead of commenting on European experience, when I saw this is going to be a room full of China experts, I thought about what I can contribute to the discussions, and I think China is now entering a similar phase in terms of macroeconomy as Japan did after the collapse of bubble economy in the 90s. And so I would like to provide my perspective from Japan's experience, what I think about Chinese economy. And my conclusion is that China will not get out of this deflationary state anytime soon. It's not going to be a matter of 2 or 3 years. I think, if at all, it's going to be it's going to take decades. Yeah, that's my comment.
And lastly, on my left, we have Jean-François Huchet, who is the president and a professor of economics at INALCO, Institute on Eastern languages in Paris, but who has also been based in Asia 18 years, including as head of CEFC, one of the research centers, like French research centers in Asia.
Well, thank you very much first to the organizers to invite me today. Well, I think we are going to discuss the relationship between China and Europe, but I just want to say, following what has been said, that we are probably now paying the price of division, paying the price of having no industrial policy in Europe for a long period of time. I think we have been valuing the market, or at least the theory of market, too much, while we had an example in China with a country which was developing very fast, and we had probably way to react before, and we did not. So it's very difficult now to actually react in that position. We are entangled in a very complex relationship with China, and I think I will come back on the division because it's probably what is going to make us in a difficulty to change the situation.
To react on this, Nadine, can you explain us why we are stuck in that loop of misunderstanding with China for so long? Why is Europe still talking about the same topics and having the same discussion regarding its relation with China?
I mean, well, the easy answer to that question is there's simply no substantial change, I mean, on either side. But I think when we look at this right now, there are a couple of substantial aspects that really changed, and particular since COVID, also since the Russian invasion in Ukraine. And so I think the last 5 years really did change something substantially in the relationship between EU and China. And I think the first one is, even now for the EU, China is important for the people in the EU institutions, but it's never a priority. So there's always something else coming up that is more important, and then they somehow shift to something else and are totally occupied with this question. So this means China is not a priority still. I mean, we need to digest this at this point. And the second point, I think, is that I want to make here that after COVID, I mean, on the working level and the diplomatic level, yes, we have very, very, very less exchange. I mean, when we look at all the Chinese think tanks now coming to Brussels and Europe, this is one thing, but who is actually traveling to China from the European side? Who is defending the European narrative on all the public diplomacy events in China when they talk about the global south? You know, we didn't mention it, I don't want to dig into it, but there's still a rest out there where we also compete with China. And in China, they internationalize the argument on the global south without even Europeans participating. So the third one is, well, it's someone, you already mentioned it, I mean, we are living in a world where we have some kind of fragmentation of power, uncertainty. The post-1945 world, the post-Cold War world, all is sort of uncertain. We don't know where we are heading to, but I think what becomes clear in this area or in this era of uncertainty is that the development models the Chinese one and also the European ones, they are in a competition. I think when 2019 we talked about the systemic rival with China, maybe some of the experts, they understood what it meant, and maybe some in the business industries, they knew what they were talking about, but now we feel it. And this is different. It's because of Ukraine, obviously, but this is also on a different level. So when I listened to the last panel, I thought, yes, this is all true, but then there is the framework. And the framework now is defining where we are heading in our relationship with China.
Justina, maybe she mentioned it's because of Ukraine, but can you explain how did we get there, especially when there was so much hope in Eastern Europe engaging China?
Okay, but if I might just to say what I think about where we are, because I think it's extremely important, because it's a very dangerous situation for Europe. So now, there is a time of paradoxes, unknown surprises, and unthinkable developments. And look about this at the China and US, and also think about our relations both with US and China. So China and the US share perspectives on, I think, two things that is important for us: the global order, and it is my thinking that both China and Trump would like to have this kind of concept of powers, like a multipolar world that big countries decide about other countries. And I'm from Poland, you know, so our fate was decided in Yalta in 1945 or something like that, but I think that it is what Trump is thinking. Look, Trump is really afraid of Russia, so he thinks that it would be US, Russia, and China as global powers. And the second important, Europe. So we are irrelevant, we are not important. So China says that we are a US paddle, or because we are doing everything because US told us to do so. From the Chinese perspective, from the Trump perspective, Europe is a free rider, right? So it is our perception, both in Trump administration and China, is more or less the same. We are bad, irrelevant. So, you know, it is a very dangerous situation when you're thinking that there is a China-US cooperation and we are somewhere in between. And what is also important about this now, US paddle, or because we are doing everything because US told us to do so. From the Chinese perspective, from the Trump perspective, Europe is a free rider, right? So it is our perception, both in Trump administration and China, is more or less the same. We are bad, irrelevant. So, you know, it is a very dangerous situation when you're thinking that there is a China-US cooperation and we are somewhere in between. And what is also important about this narrative and language, I think that what Maud Adina already mentioned. So, as I said about this multipolarity, that, you know, we as a Europe and and China, when we're talking about something, we're using the same language, the same notions, investments, multilateralism, but China thinks about these notions completely different that we are thinking. So just to give you an example from this Central Europe perspective, you know, from many years ago, China decided to be more active in Central Europe, and they would like to, and we also invited China to invest in Central Europe. And you know, for us, investments like a greenfield, brownfield, sometimes mergers and acquisitions. Okay, China say, okay, no problem. What we would like to offer you is the, you know, credit loans and something like that. So we are talking about investment, but the meaning of this notion is completely different. Same with multipolarity, as I said, but also multilateralism. You know, China has the multilateralism with Chinese characteristics. It's a multilateral bilateralism. You look at BRICS. BRICS is like a hub and spoke format. Same 16 plus 1 or 17 plus 1, something that was created when it comes to Central Europe. Also, this cooperation between China and Africa. So we are talking about multilateralism. Wow, fantastic. But China would like to have this multilateral bilateralism. So, you know, it is the problem that we are signing some kind of agreements or declarations. We are very happy, but, you know, I think that we are not aware what we decided to signing this agreement, because we are using the same notions, but the meaning is completely different. And maybe last point, because we have to really think about in a different way when it comes to China. So I think it is obvious right now that the discrepancies, differences between, let's say, China and Europe have been widening, and we should have the possibility to cooperate with China on a strategic level. Sorry, it's impossible. And especially when China cooperates with Russia, that is a real aggressor. So I think we should think about some kind of tactical, not strategic, small kind of cooperation in order to stabilize relations and build a kind of minimum trust. I could not imagine that we could really cooperate on a strategic level.
Nonetheless, as was mentioned by the previous panel, China is trying to take the best opportunity of the strategic shift at a global level, and the way Europe reacts to the pressure from the United States. So, Jean-François Huchet, could you explain what's the strategy of China to benefit from this strategic shift, and can it succeed actually?
Well, I think, as I was saying before, and I think it has been said, I think the old ghost of division, of the lack of unity, and the fact that China is seeing us, I mean Europeans, very weak, I think it's still continuing, and I think China is still playing that card. I think divide and rule is really by China. I think a policy that is going to continue. I just wanted to, I remember one of the most preeminent French diplomats, Mr. Claude Martin, who has been an ambassador to China, said in a recent book that he had the feeling that the biggest failure was the incapacity of French company and German company to work together in the 90s on the Chinese market to build some kind of presence of European firms on the China market. But I think again this lack of unity is I think I would question your question actually, and I think we have to think also where we are at the moment and where we want to go. I think first that what has been happening in Ukraine has been also very damaging for China, because some countries, maybe expecting Hungary, have been rethinking the kind of relationship they want to have with China, especially the country which are exposed to Russia. I think it's one thing. So all the Europe 13 plus strategy has been completely crawling down and cannot continue like that. I think there is also a degree of awareness in terms of technological transfer. I mean, the naive position that we had for so many years, I think is already finished at the moment. Of course, we might not have the possibility to react behind that, but still the fact that we are conscious about that is already something extremely important. Also, there is an additional point that the rearming, the fact that we once again wants to have at the European level or at the national level, that for NATO we want to increase, I mean, our military spending will probably, of course, induce that certain industry are going to close to and be considered as strategic, and it's going to be very difficult for some Chinese industry to penetrate or to cooperate also sometimes with some European companies. Then Europe is also speaking to third countries. I will be back on that issue when we talk about bilateral relations between France and China. But I think it is also an important part of the European policy to talk with other countries which are considered as very important, like China is doing also on the global south. I think Europe is also having a strategy on that. And finally, but I think maybe it's your next question, we don't really know what China wants with Europe. It's not very clear about that. It's why China is also sending some very mixed signal. Some of them are very positive, but some of them are also quite negative. So I think it's very also difficult for Europe to react in that context.
But how do you explain that? So, like, we had this very tough speech from Wang Yi last week that leaked in the press, and at the same time we have this charm offensive, as has been labeled, of like Chinese officials coming to Europe with like new ways to engage Europeans. So, how do you explain this discrepancy, this contradiction?
Well, I think there is no contradiction in that sense, because first of all, as I said, Europe is really not important, really, because look, when there was when Trump started the trade war with the whole world and with Europe as well, so there was some thinking that probably China would like to use this opportunity and to offer us something, to have because of the problems with the US. And frankly speaking, talking with my colleagues dealing with China, we were waiting for some kind of an offer, something that China could put on a table. But it's only charm offensive. In a sense, only narrative, lip service, nothing. The only one thing that China did is that decided to lift the sanctions on MPs, nothing else, and started to talk that we have to talk once again about Kai. So there is no offer. So we are not important. And look, what we are doing, I could not understand. We invited Xi Jinping for a summit that should be held in Brussels. Xi Jinping rejected, and what we decided to have a summit in Beijing. So Xi Jinping is sitting and waiting for Europeans coming to Beijing to talk about EU-China relations. So I think that it is a signal that China is strong and Europe is not very, very important. When it comes to the Wang Yi words about that China doesn't want Russia to lose the war, first of all, it is true, because from my understanding, what China wants as an end game is a hybrid peace. Hybrid peace in Ukraine means in a frozen conflict. It is the best solution, because China doesn't want Russia to lose, but China doesn't want Russia to win as well, because it's strong Russia as a victorious Russia will be politically a challenge for China. Russia as a loser would be problem, because it'd be some kind of problems inside Russia. So it's not good for China. So to be honest, when I'm thinking about what Wang Yi said, I think there is a kind of a signal from the top that we can now say openly that China supports Russia. I was in Beijing in May, and during Chinese expert, I was really surprised that right now China's experts say, yes, we support Russia. Of course, they say that China does not provide Russia with weapons, but generally speaking, when it comes to the political level, yes, we support Russia because Russia is a strategic interest, Ukraine is not. And I was surprised that they are pretty openly say about it, because after the invasion, when we hosted Chinese delegation, it was like they tried to there was so empty talks and tried to say that no it's that we as a China we do not support Russia. Now they are in an open way say that we support Russia because it is our strategic interest because of the US. So I think that maybe.
Thank you. For those of us, the younger ones among us, let me remind you there was a time when Japan was a threat to the United States and the world, and Trump was talking about Japan as it's talking about China today. Japan, after that, experienced a so-called lost 30 years. There was a collapse of property bubble in Japan as well in 1990s, and the property bubble was crazy in Japan. There are estimates that the property price of entire Tokyo was equal to the entire United States, right? That's how crazy it was. If you look at the ratio of apartment price to annual income, it was, let me remind you, there was a time when Japan was a threat to the United States and the world, and Trump was talking about Japan as it's talking about China today. Japan, after that, experienced a so-called loss 30. No way that ordinary people can buy a property based on their income today in China. China's ratio of private debt to GDP is actually today worse than what it was in Japan in 1995. It's above 220%. Japan did not reach 220%. Youth unemployment in China is worse than Japan at its worst. I belong to the so-called ICE age generation in Japan that had the worst experience after graduating universities, and that's why I came to Europe and spent the most part of the last 30 decades outside Japan. But today's youth unemployment rate is probably in China over 20%. Okay? The worst in Japan was 10%. 20% real estate sector has non-performing loans, and that might translate into banking crisis that Japan experienced. However, on the positive side, I do think that China has still demand potentials, and that's because the urbanization ratio in Japan is still 66%, whereas in Japan in the 1990s was 78%, and today is over 90%. But as some of the panelists mentioned earlier, the registered urban population is only 48%, right? So the gap is 250 million. There are some estimates that to make these rural immigrants to cities actually registered urban resident, it takes about 25% of GDP to make them have access to public service and so on. There are many reasons to be pessimistic about consumption growth in China. I don't know whether you know, Japan is the fastest aging and declining population country, but the total fertility rate today in China is lower than Japan. Okay, 1% in China, 1.15% in Japan. China's Gini coefficient, okay, the measure of income inequality, is worse today in Japan as it was in Japan 30 years ago. The Gini coefficient for Japan has not changed much in the last 30 years. Public social expenditure in Japan as a percentage of GDP in China is only 10%. In Japan, 16%. Again, this hasn't changed much in the last 30 years. When the bubble collapsed, Japan was already a relatively wealthy country and had 26,000 US dollar GDP per capita. Today in China, it's 13. So I think there's all reason not to be very optimistic about consumption growth in China in the coming decades, given what happened also in Japan. We also heard about from Professor Huang's lecture that there is a diminishing return to investment. Fixed capital formation in China occupies 42% of GDP. In Japan, it was 35 in its highest days. Today, it dropped to 25%. ROEs of Chinese companies are dropping. Percentage of fixed capital formation by private companies are dropping. Percentage of market capitalization of private companies are dropping in China. VC funding, startups funded, dropping, almost vanished. China dominant in R&D spending and also in the number of patent applications. Also, if you look at measures like number of papers cited in top 1% of scientific journals, again, China is performing very well. But if you look at cross-border patent royalty payments, that's how much the rest of the world appreciates patent and innovation in China. China still lags behind Japan. It is the US, Germany, Japan, and then China. So my conclusion is that the concerns of the middle income trap and grow old before rich are real. China's high saving, investment-driven, export-oriented economic growth will run its course as it did in Japan in the past 30 years. Domestic demand-driven growth is unlikely. State-led technological progress will not solve China's problem.
Yeah. So after all these very pessimistic views, I might have a few words at the end about what's possible and what actually China and EU can offer to each other. And I'll start with Jean-François Huchet. With France, we've not talked much about France. We've seen that the deal about cognac has been signed, but what's next? And basically, from the French perspective, how can EU engage China again?
Well, if you allow me, I think we are missing just one very important point in the previous question that we were discussing is, well, we all agree that China doesn't want to change a lot on Europe, but we have also to ask the question, and it's related to what you just said, can China change? Also, it is a very important question, because if we take only two examples, you take, for example, the surpluses, the industrial surpluses, can really China change? We know, I mean, for people who have been studying China for a long period of time, we know that the economic machine of China is producing surpluses for a long period of time. The difference is that now is global and is not reduced to internal market. The second example, in the way China interacts with other countries and the kind of narratives that China is using on the West, on Europe, of some democratic countries being weak, and that China is going to replace and promoting another discourse on the international relation. So what I just want to say is that to change the relationship with Europe, China will need also to do some efforts and to change so many things internally that it's extremely difficult for China also to change those things and to appear on the international scene as a different country. And I think we have to take into account. Now for the bilateral relation, as I said before, I think France, like China, I think the bilateral relation is not as important as it used to be maybe 20 or 30 years ago. I think both countries, I think it's obvious for China, France is not anymore such an important country, despite, you know, the General de Gaulle and all the discourse that we can have on the fact that France was the first country to recognize, well, among the first to recognize China in the 60s. And for France, it's the same. If you take the example of the speech that President Macron has been doing in Singapore during the Shangri-La thing, he really insisted on the fact that France has to talk with every country and has to escape, and he actually said it yesterday in London also, to escape from China and the US trap of being trapped with one of the two relationship. We switch from an Asia-Pacific strategy towards an Indo-Pacific strategy, I think for France is also very important. Then we have also some problems. Of course, we said it with Ukraine, but we didn't speak about Africa. We didn't speak about the Pacific, where actually France has a lot of, you know, the sign of friendship that we have each time that the Chinese President Xi Jinping is coming to France, or President Macron going to China. I think behind those friendship signs, we have a lot of difficulty to really re-engineer and to find a very strategic relationship with China. And just a few days ago, and I think the Chinese embassy here in France is going to take advantage on that, we have a very different view among political parties on what we should do with China. And we had a National Assembly report which was published recently from the extreme left, who said that we have to cut basically our relationship with US and embrace a very deep and important relationship with China. So I think China is already seeing that not only Europe is divided, but among France and among our different political parties, we have such a diverse view on what we should do with China. So it's very difficult. So at the end of the day, I think we don't have to expect much change in a relationship. I think we are going to be quite realistic. Of course, China is becoming much more important on the technological level. We don't want to be engaged on Taiwan. I think market and technology are going to remain, and maybe And it's what we are trying to do, probably to engage on certain issues like environment, but it's not what we expected, I think, 10 or 20 years ago to have as a relationship with China.
Yeah, I mean, China is changing quite a lot, I think, and I think that what needs to be done is that we need to prepare much more for what is going on in China and how the policy actually changed under Xi Jinping. This needs a lot of preparation, a lot of, I talked about the China fatigue, I talked about the China fatigue. It's exactly the wrong thing that should happen. We should annoy them, we should be persistent in our position, not unfriendly, but just, staying our ground. And I think, in business, I think this is way better understood than maybe in politics. So this is one thing. And the second thing, maybe more as an academics, we are going back to dialectics, It's all about contradiction. Chinese understanding of contradiction is, obviously, you go to Europe and you talk with everyone, and at the same time, you have a very realistic foreign policy. This is happening all the time now. So, as being the German here, if you read Hegel, in a dialectic argumentation, you cannot persuade someone, but you can irritate someone. So this is, I think, the most important thing that we can do still. And maybe just because it's so important, we talk about your critique, which is good, when it comes to the EU-China relations, but it is important that this is way more subtle. It's related to how we want to organize the international, how we want to organize international relations in the future. Because if you look at Chinese politics, the Sige Ingai, the four should, there are two principles. The first is to respect the UN Charter. The second is to respect national integrity and sovereignty. And the third one is to respect the legitimate security concerns of every country. And the fourth is peace. So if you talk to Chinese counterparts, then they would tell you the first two are the principles. The third, the legitimate security concerns, is the reality of international relations. And the fourth, this is the vision. So we are living in a reality of legitimate security concerns right now. And this is about power. So the question we should ask from a European perspective is, how do we want to organize international relations? Who is going to define the rules between big and small powers, And if you ask these questions, Chinese counterparts, you usually hit a point of silence. And because it's not that everything is in the box on the Chinese side, that they have this big idea of how to organize the international system, but it is what we here in Europe should care about, because we have a multilateral system that works at least within Europe with all its problems, that's very clear. But this is something important when we talk to the Chinese, also to others, but today we talk about China. So this is something that we need, to some extent, defend. And this is, so it's really about understanding that you need to understand more what is going on in China, not less. So all the trends that we are seeing right now, less students interested, less people traveling, this is not good, it's not helping us to solve anything. And so I think it's way more subtle, way more complex, and there are no easy answers. And so we need to be persistent. It's like an endless game of chess, You need to still keep your mind always, at point. You need to be very, very smart.
I'll let Justina have a few last words,
Yeah,
maybe concluding words.
Okay. So maybe just if I may. So first of all, because I'm from Poland, so we have a border with Ukraine. So for us, since the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the fact that China supports Russia, so China has become a security actor in Europe, in its negative sense, of course, because it's, China is there because of the support. So it is the very important thing. And I know that there was in the previous panels, there was some kind of discussion that maybe we should not securitize everything, but I think from our perspective, from Central European perspective, security is really the most important thing. So, and when it comes to China and thinking about this EU approach, I think that we have many tools that we can use when it comes to China. The problem is that there is a lack of the political will to use the tools, different kind of defensive measures, because we are, to be honest, we are defensive. We are all the time behind the curve. And I would like to tell you that if you look what Europe did after Russia's invasion, it was like, because Europe was under the huge pressure and it was a real threat, we could impose sanctions, we could be united, we are united when it comes to Russia. So I think it is like Nadine said, that we have to make China angry in order to be, we should be more offensive, less defensive. And I think that we can really many tools, but we are afraid of using it. This anti-coercion instrument, it's a very, very good instrument, but we are scared to use it. So I think that, and we have a leverage. The problem is right now that European Union consisted of middle powers. For middle powers, the real tool, the weapon is the norms, rules, and international law. The problem is that I think that this does not work, and we are also responsible for that because we could not, as Europe, criticize Israel and the United States for its attack on Iran, to be honest. So now the problem is that we as a middle powers, we could not use our weapon as a international law. So the only solution, I think, is to make EU as a bloc. Sorry, there will be a fragmentation. To have a bloc, and of course, I'm from Poland, so maybe you will be so surprised at what I would like to say. The federalization, I think, is a very good option. And also, I would like to say that I really, right now, also different strange words from the Polish person, that the strategic autonomy is really important. Could you imagine that we now in Europe, we are started to think and making some exercise and think if we could deter Russia without the United States. It is a completely different situation. We have to really think out of the box and really focus on security when it comes to Europe, especially when it comes to Central Europe. So I stop here. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much. We are going to take a few questions. There are 10 minutes remaining. I think you were the fastest.
Thank you. This is Finbar Birmingham from SCMP in Brussels. Picking up on something that Nadine and several of the panelists said about Europe needs to be less divided on China. There's no capacity, couldn't be more divided. I have sat through far too many foreign affairs councils and European councils watching China get bumped off the agenda because there are more issues. Looking down the road, there's not going to be any fewer issues. So I'm wondering, with Europe probably going to be more divided in the future and having even less capacity, how do we actually get to a stage where there's a serious conversation about the things that you're recommending? And a second question, if I may be so cheeky, Justina made the point that China doesn't give Europe anything and it's charm offensive because it thinks Europe's weak. I want to ask the rest of the panels if that's a consensus. Do you sort of share that view, or if there's any dissension on that? Thanks.
Maybe you can answer, because the questions was about divisions that you mentioned.
Well, I'm not completely sure that Europe is going to be more divided in the future than it is now. I think it's very difficult to be more divided than what we have been in the past. I think Europe and what's happening at the geopolitical level, it's quite a shock actually for most of the politicians. But of course we have different views on what is a shock, and we have also different level. We've seen that recently with the fact that France wanted to maintain, for example, a unity when we receive a European unity, when we receive some Chinese leaders, and recently the Chancellor of Germany went alone to China, for example. So it was quite a difficult situation. But I'm maybe the only light of optimism, but maybe it's not shared by everyone in this panel. But I think when Europe is in front of a wall, or when Europe is in front of a big difficulty, you have a kind of reaction somewhere. Would it be sufficient? I'm not sure about that. That is probably the problem, because we are really not giving ourselves all the possibility to react. And I really appreciate what was said in the last panel before. We are not putting on our side, for example, our market. I think you said it before, and I think it's really right. We are not having the tools like in the United States. For example, if we take the history of some tariff on steel, for example, it was so obvious that Europe was not doing sufficient for a long period of time to protect its industry. And I could repeat those examples on many industries. So now the question is, are we going to get serious in protecting our market and building our market also, and trying to really have a more common market, like the Draghi report said in many ways. But it's the same on research, on innovation. So I think the ball is in our camp now, and we have to decide if we really want to be serious in building Europe, or next stage of Europe. Otherwise, yes, we might be not naive anymore, but I don't think we will have the weapons to react on what China and US are willing to do in the international relation.
We're going to take another question. The lady here.
Thanks. I think there's a question from the lady on the side as well. I'm Helen. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm from the Office of Eric Schmidt, working on tech investments and thought leadership, and also from Intrigue Media. I loved your presentations. My question is about this topic, so interacting with the multipolar world. We know China, as a lot of panelists have mentioned, have a lot of influence through the BRI. They're doing effectively a lot of business through those opportunities. But where does Europe see its opportunities in leveraging its influence in other parts of the world, particularly in the global south and perhaps in Western Europe as well?
Great question, because we skipped that topic.
Yeah, it was the topic.
Who wants to answer?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think I answered two questions, because one was not answered of Finbar. I mean, we cannot always ask in institutions for more resources to have more capacity to deal with some kind of challenge. So I think we need to somehow look at the capacities that we have and maybe think about how we can use them more strategically. And for EU institutions, these are basic things. When people rotate, you need to somehow preserve the knowledge that they have. Maybe we should consider to have our own translators when we deal with the Chinese, not also on the national level. So this is something. So there are some things that I think that are possible, that are not really cost intensive, but they are not, because within the organizations, it's very difficult to think strategically about knowledge, but knowledge is key if you deal with China. The second one, I mean, it's a great question. It's again very different. We could have had a panel. We should have had a panel on this question, actually. I guess what is always said is that the EU sort of has the soft infrastructure power when it comes to third countries, or the so-called global south, and China has the hard infrastructure power. I guess, again, for me, the real competition that I see is between autonomy and dependency. I mean, multipolarity, when we talk about multipolarity, it's sort of very shiny and everyone is using it and interpreting it differently. But if you think about what's the mechanism, it's usually about who can have create dependencies and who can get more autonomy out of it. So this is how I look at China's connectivity politics, not only the BRI. And I think this is not the way the EU is looking at the policies, the global gateway, or other infrastructural foreign policy. But maybe we should, you know, and we do have good arguments. I mean, why are so many people still coming to the EU? This is also something that is important to notice, and going back to the maybe more, in a Chinese term, civilizational argument, that there is something attractive about the European Union. And I think this is maybe something that we also need to revalue without falling back into the old trap of selling our model or something. You know, it's not about that, but there's still something attractive, and this is the freedom that we have within Europe, and this is something that you can sell, even if you product infrastructure, if you build infrastructure, if you talk about infrastructure. So I think there is room. There's still space where a lot of things can happen, but I think the problem is, if you look at Global Gateway, it's just very unclear what it actually is. I think it was always shifting around. It was infrastructure, geopolitics, and back and forth. So there's a narrative around it, and then there are projects on the ground. And so I think this is different agencies within the European system, and then it becomes very complicated. Very similar to a national state in a way. But when we look at how development cooperation is cut back now, there is definitely room for the European Union to make its stance. And again, not for everything, but this needs to happen politically first, and then we can talk about how to finance this and so on and so forth.
Tina, you want to add something?
Just very briefly, referring to Finbar's question, I think that Ursula von der Leyen during the first term said that she wanted to make the EU a geopolitical EU, and I think it is a very good answer to your question. So we have tools to focus on this strategic autonomy, real one, the federalization, be more offensive, the power projection instead of defensive mode. The problem is that it is easy to set and difficult to do that, and the political is crucial. So we really have tools in order to be, let's say, more offensive or more important when it comes to China as a bloc, but of course it is easier said than done. And the last point, I think it is very important when it comes to China's challenge, because really, believe me, China is preparing to be involved in Ukraine when it comes to post-war reconstruction. So, you know, China is sending right now a very subtle signals about peacekeeping operation. Okay, I'm not talking that China would like to send peacekeeping troops, but it's a kind of a diplomatic, very subtle, delicate game with us, with Europe and the US. But what China would like to do is to be involved in the reconstruction. And when you look at the so-called 12 points, this peace plan, something that China announced in 2023, a year after the invasion, the last point is the only one that is new. And is China, in an open way, says that is interested in the post-war reconstruction in Ukraine. So this would be another challenge for us. China at the EU gates with some kind of a reconstruction project. So I think it is another thing that we should think about in the EU.
No, I'm really sorry, but we are going to stop because it's been a very slow boat to the lunch. I thank you all for your attention.
So I am very privileged and extremely pleased to have this very distinguished members of the panel up here at this very timely moment, as many have mentioned. Foreign Minister Wang Yi was here in Europe last week, and we have the EU-China summit coming up at the end of this month. Also, the second Trump administration is still waging the tariff negotiations, a deadline for which has been extended to August 1st. And so talk about a really timely moment, a critical moment, in fact, for Europe. So I and my team from the Center for China Analysis has been going through Europe to Brussels and then now in Paris, going to different meetings with members of the policymaking community, trying to understand Europe's point of view as to how it's viewing China, how it's viewing US-China relationship, and also its own position between these two powers, especially on the economic sphere. And I was really struck by a remark that a commentator made during one of these private meetings, which is that he said the economic interdependence between Germany and Great Britain prior to World War I actually created a lot of potential for conflict, for tension, and led to conflagration. And during the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union, it was a lack of these interdependencies, these connections that led to sort of a tamping down, perhaps, a minimization of some of the conflicts that could have occurred. Of course, there was a danger of nuclear war, there were proxy wars, and a lot of tensions at that time. So to me, this seemed like a turning around on its head, something that I used to hear 10, 20 years ago, which is that between US and China, it was actually these connections that provided the stability, the ballast, the anchoring between the two powers, especially as China was rising in its economic might and in its geopolitical ambition. But now I was hearing that separate houses is better instead of an overarching roof under two rivals or competing powers. So to explore this idea further, I have before me, again, these four very distinguished members of this panel to help us understand between the power rivalry between the US and China, where does Europe land? Can it actually maneuver an independent path between US and China economic and geopolitical rivalry, and whether that strategic autonomy can be carved out for Europe for it to sustain it beyond the rivalry. So again, I'm very privileged to have these four members here, and I just want to dive into some of the questions that actually this panel starts off with, is whether an economic grand bargain between China and the EU is possible. So Alicia, could I start with you? So at this moment, at this very dive into some of the questions that actually this panel starts off with, is whether an economic grand bargain between China and the EU is possible. So Alicia, could I start with you? So at this moment, at this very critical moment, you have written rather extensively that this is not the time for Europe to actually embrace China full-heartedly, and actually reviving the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, CAI, is not a good move, and to reduce the tariff on Chinese imports in EV is actually not a good idea. So could you give us your rationale as to why that might be true?
Okay, first of all, thank you for, can you hear me? Yeah, this is on. Good. No, it's not on. So it will be on if I push the button. There you go. So first of all, thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. Since, I got directly into my point of view on this great bargain, let me start by saying that a great bargain, the fact that I do not support a great bargain doesn't mean that I support full decoupling or even massive de-risking or anything like that. I actually think China and Europe must coexist and continue to trade and invest. But the question is not whether we should continue to do that. The question is whether we should embark in a great bargain. So what is a great bargain? To be very frank, CAI, this is famous agreement signed nothing less but the 30th of December of 2020. Just to tell you the amount of pressure for anybody living in Europe, the Commission doesn't sign anything on the 30th of December, any December, let alone 2020. So there's this huge pressure, because that was a deadline that both sides had imposed, and Xi Jinping had actually even, basically personally supported. And I think the whole idea is this had to be signed. So the deal isn't really, to start, a very good deal. It's massively focused on investment, not trade. So to start, it's not the right deal. But imagine we work on a new deal. Yeah? So why do I argue that maybe not the right time? Well, first, because we are on a losing side with China now, we Europeans, in three ways. The first one is that our exports to China, most people focus on our 400 billion trade deficit. That's not the point. The point is we're not exporting to China for two reasons. China is not importing from anybody. Imports are flat. But it is worse than that. Our market share in China, i.e. European imports into China, is falling from 12.5 to barely 10. So out of a flat market, we're losing market share. So who's going to change that deal? Many countries have deals with China. We're one of the few who doesn't have a free trade agreement with China. But not everybody who has, I give you the example of Switzerland, is gaining market share either. So why not? Because what we produce competes directly with China. A publication at Bruegel coming out right now on the sentiment, why European companies are unhappy in China. Let me tell you that if you thought 2022, zero COVID, somebody from Shanghai mentioned, was the worst year, no, the worst year was 2025, this year. So it's going like this, falling like a rock. That's European companies in China. Why? Are they asking for a deal? No. They're asking for reciprocity. They're asking for less competition. You may say, wow. Yeah, because there's over-competition. It's not about not having competition plus unequal footing. So our companies are not asking for the deal. That's why I'm saying, okay, we need to think of something else, because that's not what's going to solve the problem. And finally, on EVs, why not lift the tariffs? This is very tactical and very simple. Very simple. Some countries in Europe want to receive investment from China. Fine. Why would China produce in Europe if Chinese autos, we'll hear more about it, are so efficient? Or battery companies. Why? Only because there are tariffs. That's the only reason why they would come to Europe, because the cost of production in Europe is higher. Actually, our tariffs are too low, if that's the objective. So, point is, if you lift them, many of the projects that are still, in the air won't happen. Because it's so much better for a country with overcapacity just export their way out with a bigger margin than produce in Europe. So that's the reason.
Got it. So we've heard many reasons as to why sectorally and sort of in terms of the market, it doesn't make, firms are actually not asking for a deal at this point. So Ted, from your perspective, from the US perspective, the transatlantic point of view, what is your point of view in terms of whether a grand or even a small deal is possible between the EU and China at this point?
Well, first, it's just great to be here, and thank you thank the Asia Society for convening this group. I knew that if Duncan threw a party, it would be oversubscribed, so I'm not surprised it's standing room here. I should start also saying I worked in the last administration in Washington, and I'm now at a government affairs and sort of geopolitical risk firm, and I didn't expect as I made that career transition that as much of the geopolitical risk that we would be considering would be emanating from Washington. So I speak, as you asked for the American perspective, I speak with some humility offering the American perspective that we are one of the risk factors that you are all seeking to manage. I'd also say on the panel, it's more fun if we disagreed. I agree with much of what you said. When I was in government and was meeting with European Commission and member state counterparts, I felt that the appreciation of the economic challenge, the appreciation of the security challenge that China faced was quite similar. We often disagreed on tactics, and we would squabble at length on exactly how we would respond, or would we respond within the WTO, or would we respond outside the WTO, or specific policy proposals we would pursue, and that reflected different interests that we had and different approaches that we had, but I think the appreciation of the challenge was quite similar. Europe is more exposed to that overcapacity and more challenged by that overcapacity. And I think that China, in the midst of, you used the word in your introduction, waging negotiation from Washington. Usually it's waging war, so I thought it was an interesting turn of phrase and perhaps apt for the approach that the current administration is taking in Washington. But because of that approach, I think China, that was already building a more self-sufficient economy, is just accelerating and doing that process more, and not only with respect to the United States, but also with respect to other trading partners, which narrows the opportunity for Europe as well. And so I was just coming from Brussels. Certainly the meetings I had at the European Commission, I think the expectations for the EU-China summit are quite low. And I think, agree with the previous speaker, that it's not likely or desirable that there will be some grand bargain. Now, I want to end on two sort of more positive things. The first is that doesn't mean there won't be commercial opportunity. That doesn't mean there shouldn't be investment between the two countries. I think a failure in U.S. policy, or in the imagination of U.S. policy now, is not to think through more effectively how we could have Chinese investment in the United States. And likewise, I think there will be Chinese investment in the EU. And though it should go through an investment screening process, or may require certain protections to make sure everyone's comfortable with that, that's something that should happen and can be in the economic interests of Europe, and people should be leaning into that process and those commercial opportunities. And the other thing I would say is, you don't need a grand bargain to try to have a productive relationship. There's to sort of frame the national security types that I spend some time with in Washington, there's a strain of thought in Washington that it's a loss by the EU that they are traveling to China to have the summit, and that if it was reciprocal visits, it would be China's turn to come to Europe, and so that is already a failure of European policy. I think that's ridiculous. I think that it takes energy and time to manage the relationship, and if this is the way to have the meeting in China. And so good that the EU is making that investment in the relationship. I think the Trump administration, candidly, for all the critique, and this isn't a panel about the Trump administration, thank God, but for all the critique of really baseline failure is just not actually investing in the relationship, because there is an effort needed to maintain a relationship and make sure that it doesn't go off the rails. So in answer to your sort of largest question, no, I don't think it's likely or desirable, but it doesn't mean that there's not scope for much work within the relationship between the EU and China, and we can dive into that in more detail.
Great. So we've heard lots of strands of thoughts here regarding the reluctance and the relationship at the grand level, but also some hesitation and some, difficulty in the relationship at the firm level. And so I did want to dive down a little bit too, and turn to you, Dr. Ding, regarding, so Chinese firms, multinational, state-owned, private, are facing these de-risking kinds of pressures from Western firms. What are some tactics and strategies that they're using in order to sustain itself and sort of invest outwards? And also, what are the things that they're doing tactically? And also, are these permanent structural changes, or are these temporary hedges?
Yeah, thank you very much for offering this opportunity to speak. Thank Duncan and the team. And yes, I try to bring you some firm level observations. So I'm in a very privileged post because CEIBS, my school, is organizing the biggest executive education in the world. So we have like 14 classes of 60 executives going through our classroom every year. So I teach all of them. And of course, it's from every industry, and you can imagine that since 2014, the SOEs, they cut their link with EMBA, so this is the missing piece from the classroom, but still you have a lot of former student alumni that you can get contact. So As Jennifer mentioned very well, these three groups, and they are facing very different challenges. If you talk about SOEs, there's clearly a clear direction of politicalization of the business in the SOEs. So every decision become extremely high risk for the executive's career. So they are very risk averse. That's from the internal side, and with so many continuous anti-corruption campaigns, so people are becoming less and less audacious. That's very clear. But the space, if we talk about interface with the world, the space for them are working in Africa, in Southeast Asia, Latin America, period. So it's very difficult for them to go to. And now the SOEs, as in China, they are more on the upstream, as you know, in the natural resources, infrastructure, and finance industries mainly, right? So if they go outside, they can only work with one belt, one road strategies. Basically, some of them are working in Africa, in Southeast Asia, Latin America, period. So it's very difficult for them to go to so-called developed world. So the door is shut down clearly, both for operation, investment, and for financing, because U.S. just kicked them out for the listing in U.S., right? So it's very clear. And for the multinationals in China, the situation is also very, very difficult. And like Alicia mentioned, first, they don't have the privileged treatment before. I think in the past, they treated like the upper citizen in China with all the tax cut, the red carpet, but now it's almost over. And also the competition from the local players is almost over. And also the competition from the local players is very, very tough. And they're losing the touch with the consumers. And also the real issue is that they are raising suspicions from their headquarters, because of operation in China used to be profitable, growing, and politically correct, because engaging with China was politically correct. Now engaging with China raised suspicions. Even Volkswagen is facing some hearings in Germany about their Xinjiang operation, which is ridiculous, right? So it's coming, right? So they feel got caught in the middle, squeezed in the Chinese side by the competition, by the less favorable treatment by the local government because of their intention, but mainly because of the means available, because without the land proceed revenues, they cannot deliver the promise they made with a lot of subsidies for the foreign companies. On the Chinese company side, and we cite many of these champions, and I had the luxury to get very close to them. I was in Yingde with Caltel very recently in May. I was also in Shunde with Maidi, who bought Kuka. And I was with the biggest ring energy and solar energy company based in Hefei. Even Volkswagen is facing some hearings in Germany about their Xinjiang operation, which is ridiculous, right? So it's coming, right? So they feel got caught in the middle, squeezed in the Chinese side by the competition, by the less favorable treatment by the local government because of their intention, but mainly because of the means available, because without the land proceed revenues, they cannot deliver the promise they made with a lot of subsidies for the foreign companies. Intention to set up a business in Europe, not because of the economic rationale, but as they know very well that the smooth supply chain, globalized supply chain, high efficiency is over. Now they have to go nearshoring in order to gain the trust and to run business in Europe. They understand that very well. So that's why they are coming to Hungary, to Spain, and some of them go to Turkey. But the real issue for them is that they currently, clearly, like Alicia said, they all have the intention to set up a business in Europe, not because of the economic rationale. But as they know very well that the smooth supply chain, globalized supply chain, high efficiency is over. Now they have to go near shore to Europe as a requirement. I fully understand the rationale, like the Chinese did with Volkswagen in the past, right? However, they got caught in the middle because the Chinese authorities require them not go with the last generation. And for them, they are poor business people. They just want to earn money to expand them. For them, is that they caught in the middle. They got caught in the middle. On one side here, we are...
The different challenges that different kinds of firms are facing right now. And I'm going to come back to you actually for you to speak more about the MNCs. So, Harold.
To Europe as a requirement.
And I know that the influx of EVs from China is really making the industrial sector, the auto sector.
They just want to earn money to expand their business, so they caught in the middle. So I just stop here. Thank you.
Great. Great summary of the different challenges that different kinds of firms are facing right now. And I'm going to come back to you actually for you to speak more about the MNCs. So, Harold, we want to focus on the auto sector. You have such deep expertise in that. And so I want to ask you, how is it that Europe kind of fell behind in the auto sector, in the EV sector? Was it sort of smart industrial policy making? There was something that Europe failed to do in time.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and thank you all for having me here. It's an honor to speak with your society and with all the guests, and so thank you for having me. Yeah, so look, I mean, a few thoughts as I was thinking, and specifically with the HELM technology, we gave them factories, and then they allowed us to make enormous profits in China, right? And that's been the way that's been for a very, very long time, and that's obviously worked very well during that time. The question is whether that works well today, and whether that needs a reset or not. Right, and so I'll make a few points about that. I tend to be in agreement. Generally speaking, free trade, I think we should all be always in favor of free trade. But we do need to think about how we define free trade, whether it really is free trade, and if one side is really clearly not doing very well in that free trade, then how do you reset the situation, right? And so in this particular situation, I actually agree with the previous speakers that tariffs, at least for Europe, to protect the European employment and the European automotive industry, are necessary for many reasons, not necessarily just the subsidies, to be honest. So very important just in terms of the Chinese market. The Chinese market, automotive market, has changed completely, basically through COVID. So the history of the Chinese market was that locals had 30 or 40% market share, higher market share in the inland areas and the cheaper cars, you know, say sub $10,000 cars. The bigger cities were dominated more by the global OEMs that had joint ventures. They were forced to have joint venture with the local SOEs, right? And that basically built the whole of the Chinese car industry up until about 2016-17. And I think the really, really big change that's happened since then is that, you know, Europe legislated for CO2 on what I would view to be a very dogmatic view of the world and heavily based on regulation, which has increased costs in Europe across all industries and specifically the automotive industry to huge degrees, to the degree where when BYD starts producing in Hungary, it makes me smile every time, because once BYD starts to realize just how difficult it is to actually produce and do anything in Europe relative to China, it's making me... But so the locals basically now have 70% of the market. Why? Because the Chinese grabbed on what has been the biggest opportunity in the car market forever, which is the introduction of NEVs. Okay? And I think the single answer to your question is that, you know, instead of a dogmatic regulation on the CO2 side, they used it as the most enormous industrial policy opportunity and set industrial policy even 10 years ago already, you know, with regard to basically dominating that new market on the understanding that we would be slow, the West would be slow to do that, and very obviously we have been. Right, and so 3 or 4 reasons why and where they've been super strong. Firstly, geopolitics have changed completely. Right, selling German cars, German brands in the Chinese consumer market is different from what it used to be. Partly the geopolitics have changed, partly the local choice has completely changed. The choice that the Chinese car industry has given people has changed completely. Secondly, as I say, industrial policy, and we can go on about industrial policy forever, but like I say, it's really an industrial policy opportunity. And just an interesting anecdote, Europe did a study of the subsidies that the Chinese industry was getting. It's like a 200-page report, it's pretty dull. 30 pages of the report essentially is a listing of all of the different policy supports a car company can get in China. It's almost the perfect blueprint for an industrial policy, And how many of those things have we adopted in Europe, right? None, of course. It's too difficult and it's not right. Yeah, but the reality, obviously, incredibly successful. So really, really different, and I think incredibly successful. Obviously, that's resulted in huge economies of scale, right? Globally, nearly 75–80% of all NEVs, so that's BEVs and PHEVs, are sold in China. They control 80% of the world market. So we think about grand bargain. There is no grand bargain. They control the world. The battery world is even greater than 75%. Certainly in LFP batteries, it's 80 or 90%. Right? So the reality is we are already dependent on them, and the fact is we're not going to catch that up. Okay? And then lastly, the change as we move from ICE cars. And by the way, really interesting, who dominates ICE cars in China? Really interesting. Volkswagen still has 22% market share in ICE in China. Yeah, so the Chinese didn't overtake us in ICE, 100-year-old technology. They overtook us in the new technologies because they knew what they were doing and they understood and they created that market.
The challenges that the European countries, different sectors are facing, especially in the auto industry. But as you mentioned, the challenge is also coming from the US side. And so there is the tariff war, increasing tariffs from the US side on our European friends, and then overcapacity flooding the European market. How would you advise the EU to navigate these two challenges of its two biggest trading partners?
Well, again, as I said in answer to the first question, with some humility as the American coming from Washington to lecture on the things that we're getting wrong there. I mean, one thing I would say is just, obviously this is an event about China, and so not a surprise. EU foreign direct investment into the United States is about 10 times foreign direct investment into China. So exposure to the US economy, hugely important. The trade relationship between the US and the EU, including services trade, is about 2x the trade with China. So, hugely important relationship. I will freely concede that we are not presenting ourselves as a friendly trading partner in the current environment. So there's a change in policy that's needed in Washington to take full advantage of the opportunity that investment and the opportunity that trade creates. But I do think it's important that recognition in Brussels of how large a trading bloc the US and EU is together, and obviously also need a recognition in Washington of that and the opportunity the EU is together, and obviously also need a recognition in Washington of that and the opportunity that it creates. I do think, and when we were talking or email, as the US market closes, as more exports come into China, in my view, sort of will be a need given, as the US market closes, as more exports come into China, in my view, sort of bolder and more creative use of trade tools to deal with that. It's going to require some creative policy. And it will probably require going to some uncomfortable places in a continent which is still very committed to approach in the WTO and an approach to a trading system, which candidly, between Chinese overcapacity and policy from Washington, is not really the way global trade is operating now. And so Europe will need to sort of through what its approach there is. The last point I would make, and I say this again with humility, coming in the U.S., it's in vogue in the United States to blame the rest of the world for our problems and not focus on the things we need to do domestically, either in our political institutions or in our economic policy. I think really, though, that the same is true in China, the same is true in the United States. And so what Europe does internally to reinvigorate competitiveness, what Europe does internally to make sure that its companies are more innovative and compete across the continent will likely be much more determinative of the future of European industry than how it calibrates its relationship with China. And I say that from the starting point that I think that's as true in America and much under-recognized in Washington now. But I'll pause there.
Great. I also moderate this with a great deal of humility coming from the US, but I think, Ted, I like what you said in terms of Europe being able to boost up its competitiveness and having.
What Europe does internally to reinvigorate competitiveness, what Europe does internally to make sure that its companies are more innovative and compete across the continent will likely be much more determinative of the future of European.
B2B, another one is B2C. If you look at the B2C side, clearly you have to make a clear cut, which means that or you stay or you leave. If you want to stay, you have to double down your presence. So what we see, some companies, they decided to leave. And just last week, officially Starbucks announced that they are selling their Chinese business, and some Chinese PE funds are interested. And one of the buyers was in my office last week, and we had a chat, and they are officially in the process to the due diligence to close the deal. And that's one way. So you heard also some banks, some B2C, they are leaving China. And for those who want to stay, they have to fight with the highly advanced localization strategy. So we talk a lot about localization. The first thing we think about, it was the talent localization, the market, the manufacturing localization, and right before COVID, when Sergio was still there, we talk a lot about R&D localization. But nowadays, we talk more and more legal and financial localization. So there are two great examples. One is Yum, the Kentucky Fried Chicken. What they did is that they did a spin-off, but still it's controlled by US, but they listed their Great China business in Hong Kong, which was followed by Budweiser, the beer company. They also had their Asia Pacific business, mainly in China, of course, listed in Hong Kong. So they try to not only show that their commitment to the local community, but also bring in some corner investors from the local players in order to help them change or improve their local image, but also do some dirty works for them if necessary as their investors. So there are a whole bunch of image change for this B2C business. For the B2B business, I see more double down approaches. Like the Germans start to build more big baskets. One is, of course, B2B, another one is B2C. If you look at the B2C side, clearly you have to make a clear cut, which means that or you stay or you leave. If you want to stay, you have to double down your presence. So what we see, some companies, they decided to leave. And generally, Starbucks announced that they are selling their Chinese business, and some Chinese PE funds are interested. And one of the buyers was in my office last week, and we had a chat, and they are officially in the process to the due diligence to close the deal. And that's one way. So you heard also some banks, some B2C, they're in beverage, food, but also in cosmetics, because they are in the, the fragrant and food additive business. As you can imagine, their traditional clients should be Nestle, Danone, and Unilever, or also P&G, all of them. But they are all losing market in China. Now they represent merely a third of the market in China. And all the bigger players are actually the Chinese companies. So they realize that they don't have the speed, and their decision chain is too slow, too long. So they couldn't cope with the Chinese. When the Chinese team present an offer, a request from Ganzi Forest, nobody hear about Ganzi Forest. Now they're bigger than Coca-Cola in China, but just in 3 years, right? So in order to cope with these Chinese players, the Chinese B partners, they acquired a Chinese player in the same industry, and that's very new, because I'm doing a lot of research on merger and acquisition. In the older days, when multinational acquired China, apply we call the GE model, and try to send the team and try to make the Chinese company as quickly as possible into one of their subsidiaries. But in that particular case, they try to maintain the DNA of this Chinese company in order to better serve the Chinese business. So there's some new development happening. Of course, there are some other ways, like downplaying Dutch I see more double down approaches, like the Germans start to build more larger basis of production site in China in order to become cost competitive, both for the auto industry, for the chemical industry. And for one company I work as a consultant, which is a Dutch and a Swiss company, and they are doing something very unique. That's why it's so unique. I wrote a case and I'm teaching the case in my class, is that they are doing the B2B business, and they used to serve all the major players of consumer goods, both in beverage, food, but also in cosmetics, because they are in the, the fragrant and food additive business. As you can imagine, their traditional clients should be Nestle, Danone, and Unilever, or also P&G, all of them. But they are all losing market in China. Now they represent merely a third of the market in China. And all the bigger players are actually the Chinese companies. So they realize that they don't have the speed, and their decision chain is too slow, too long. So they couldn't cope with the Chinese. When the Chinese team present an offer, a request from Ganzi Forest, nobody hear about Ganzi Forest. Now they're bigger than Coca-Cola in China, but just in 3 years, right? So in order to cope with these Chinese players, the Chinese B partners, they acquired a Chinese player in the same industry, and that's very new, because I'm doing a lot of research on merger and acquisition. In the older days, when multinational acquire a Chinese company, they apply what we call the GE model, and try to send the team and try to make the Chinese company as quickly as possible into one of their subsidiaries. But in that particular case, they try to maintain the DNA of this Chinese company in order to better serve the Chinese business. So there's some new development happening. Of course, there are some other ways, like downplaying Dutch identity, overplaying Swiss identity. So there are a lot of things doing in China in order to survive and to better compete.
That was a great fine-grained analysis of the different strategies that these different firms or MNCs are taking, so thank you for that. So Harold, next to you, you started to touch on why tariffs is a good idea. It gives European auto firms breathing room and to catch up. But are there other strategies that you can think of to, improve the competitiveness of European auto sector and what it might do?
Yeah, again, great question, and I love some of the comments that some of the other speakers were making already. This is not about punishing China. As I highlighted, China was smarter than us. It was very simple. But the reality also is that the Chinese industry, was already oversupplied in the ICE industry. The ICE industry was 26 million. They probably had capacity for over 30 million cars. The ICE industry now in China is 13 million. Right, so we've got 17 million units of overcapacity of ICE in a global automotive market of 82 million or 85 million cars. Okay? Then they've built an NEV industry on top of the ICE industry of another 30 million units, or certainly between 20 and 30 million units, right? And so the reality is that they have a different view of the world in terms of return on capital, and Porsche recently, and he was proudly explaining how he's just reached an agreement to close 40% of Volkswagen German capacity, right? So this is what tariffs are all about. You can't save an industry that's been closed. We need to save it first, and then maybe at some stage we can try to be competitive, okay? And so really, really important point. So the thing about the tariffs is, at least in the short term, to offset the advantages that the Chinese have built, which I was highlighting earlier already. The obvious way to do that is basically go back to what the Chinese have done. I've just told you, right? Our own study shows you what their industrial policy was. Well, why don't we have an industrial policy that actually helps the industry? Right? So, I can go through that whole list, but the obvious things are, one, we have had 27 different country subsidy schemes. How do you run a car company where you've got 27 different sets of subsidies that you have to run to? Every single model you have to, same thing on the taxes. Secondly, prioritize industry and employment. Let's not be dogmatic about this. We need jobs. Without jobs, there's no point regulating everybody, because there's no jobs in industry to regulate, right? And so, the most obvious thing, and just again, as a number to give you, this is exactly what the CEO was telling me, right? Just to assemble a car, in Germany is 4,000 euros. In China, it's about 1,000. But Eastern Europe, it's about 1,500. Yeah? And so the reality is we need to think about employment costs. We need to think about all the regulations related to employment costs. We need to think about energy cost. Right? He smiles when he looks at Chinese energy cost. Right? Energy costs in China are about 3 or 4% of what they are in Germany. Right? I mean, why would you produce in Germany? But these are worrying numbers we need to think about, right? So, and then lastly, what my colleague here was talking about, the localization, really, really interesting. And this is, again, talks to the grand bargain. Grand bargains, political stuff. We're in the grand bargain. It's one world. It's one automotive industry. That's not going to change. Right? And so the reality is, again, actually kind of exciting what Volkswagen has been doing. Volkswagen has completely divorced the Chinese business from Germany. Has never happened before. So all product decisions, all technology decisions have always been made in Wolfsburg, which, frankly, for a Chinese... Some Western companies have been trying to do it for 10 years and they still can't do it. Right? And so Volkswagen is building this company in China, and it is super dynamic. They've reduced the cost by 50% in terms of developing the car. The actual manufacturing costs are down by 50%, and they've reduced the development time from 5 years to 2 years. The grand bargain is, we're going to use everything we've learned in China and do the same thing in Europe. Right? How long before we produce those Chinese cars in Wolfsburg? Right? But we are going to use the supply chains. We're going to use the batteries and everything else from China. So lots and lots and lots we can do, lots and things we are already doing, but we need to save the industry to be saved 50%, and they've reduced the development time from 5 years to 2 years. The grand bargain is, we're going to use everything we've learned in China and do the same thing in Europe. Right? How long before we produce those Chinese cars in Wolfsburg? Right? But we are going to use the supply chains. We're going to use the batteries and everything else from China. So lots and lots and lots we can do, lots and things we are already doing, but we need to save the industry to be saved first before we can become competitive, would be my answer.
Great, thank you, Harold. We heard a lot about sort of China's incredible competitiveness and actually maybe overflooding the auto industry in Europe and whatnot. But I want to remind us and come to Alicia, you, and also kind of, pull out a little bit for the macro picture, which is that Europe is actually the second largest trading partner for China. Do you think in the upcoming EU-China summit, China is actually aware of this interdependence, their dependence on the European market? And then secondly, what do you think the leaders of the EU are trying to accomplish? What would be success in your eyes in terms of how the summit, the outcome from the summit?
Well, if you consider ASEAN a bloc, yes, we're the second, but I don't think ASEAN is a bloc, so we're the first. We're the first market for China. And we've been for a while, and this is related to the US de-risking, reducing, although, if you counted all of the exports that go through Vietnam, maybe you would still be the first, but with the numbers we have, we're the first market. So, do we have leverage? And Finbar is there. I think he's heard the story before. If you go to Brussels, they will tell you we have a lot of leverage because we have the largest market. But that's not enough. That's not enough to have leverage because I take them back. Can we do that with our market? With 18% tariffs only on one good electric vehicles? No. Our market is open, so there's no leverage. Now, should we close it? Maybe not, but at least there should be a credible threat. We don't have a credible threat. The only thing we have, other than those small tariffs, is export controls on ASML. I mean, is that enough? Of course not, because as was pointed out before, and I actually did some research on this, every single company in the US entity list, for that matter, in your entity list for export controls, actually increased R&D dramatically in China. So my point is, our leverage is only leverage if we can really take it away and China does not react. That's the second thing. Because if China overreacts, then there's no leverage. How can China overreact? Pulling everything elsewhere. Yeah? So the more we, my point for this summit really is, the more we increase the interdependence without leverage, the more exposed we are. The more exposed we are. So let's get all of this greenfield investment into Spain or Hungary. And then suddenly somebody says, if I click a button, no employment. So where's our leverage? So, you know, I think we really need to think this through, that we need to make our relation more symmetric. I believe in coexistence, in codependence, not one-side dependence, because then there's no way, let alone with 28 countries, that we can really benefit as Europeans. And this is not China's fault, don't take me wrong, this is our fault. So the summit should go and say, you know what, and I think your comment was very good, if there are no consumers in Europe, I'm sorry, I mean, maybe we cannot close our market, but if our consumers don't make anything out of this, you won't have a market. That's very convincing, isn't it? So basically, we need to get to something, maybe not a grand bargain, but something where China understands that by hitting the wall, 45% industrial production in the world, that's hitting the wall. That's war. I mean, I'm not saying that, it's obvious, because there's no way that the rest of the world can suddenly deindustrialize, and this is not only Europe, this is Brazil, go to Turkey and talk to them. They are terrified. So if everybody thinks China is going to take all of the jobs away, beyond AI, that's not going to work. So I think we need a relation where everybody realizes that a lot is at stake. So we need more codependence.
Okay, so on a slightly grim note, but I think the need for mobilizing different blocs, different nations to cooperate and to figure out a long-term strategy for how to compete and outcompete China in different sectors is a message that I think we got at the end. So I know we don't have a lot of time, and I want to turn to this very knowledgeable audience to take some questions. Over there.
Hi, thank you so much for this. I'm Xiaofei Xu from South China Morning Post, based here in Paris. I think we can all agree that China needs to participate in the reindustrialization of Europe. Chinese investment in Europe needs to create jobs. But I think the difference between, say, what the US did with the Marshall Plan or what Japan did in the 90s, the 80s, to a lesser extent, is that China, on the political side, is the rival of Europe. It doesn't have the democratic value or whatever. So how far do we think that could go until someone jumps out and be like, this is a national security risk? Because the example, since we're in Paris, the example would be Macron's great dream of turning France into a EV battery powerhouse could not be realized without Chinese brand. And I'm just waiting for when 2027 hits, there's a presidential election, someone is going to jump up and be like, well, this is not how you do it, because now we're dependent on China, and then they could, like Alicia was saying, do we think that could go until someone jumps out and be like, this is a national security risk? Because the example, since we're in Paris, the example would be Macron's great dream of turning France into a EV battery powerhouse could not be realized without Chinese brand. And I'm just waiting for when 2027 hits, there's a presidential election, someone is going to jump up and be like, well, this is not how you do it, because now we're dependent on China, and then they could, like Alicia was saying, they could put a button and then it will be the end of us. So how do you think Europe can, or like Europe and China can, I guess, work on that dynamic, given this particularity with China that it is on the political side, something that's not compatible with Europe?
Alicia, would you like to take that?
I'll be very brief, because I'm sure there's many questions. If you want to build it, so we have different political systems. I don't know which one is better. I mean, we can have different views, but maybe I know. But the point is, it's my view, and you have a different view, everybody, fine. But what I know is that you don't push buttons unless really needed. Because if you do, you undermine trust. Why? And this is, I'm sure we've pushed many, but I'm focusing on we're heading to a summit, yeah? 3 buttons. First, export controls. I thought they were for the US. No, they were for us. Like, excuse me. I thought we were trying to negotiate a great bargain. One stick. Where are the carrots? Second stick, cognac, everybody knows here. Third stick, medical devices, as you know. Three in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Why? Because that, you know, the thing is, how can I convince anybody that there's no national security, economic security, you name it, independent on China, if I basically get this before is also into the basically get this before I go to Beijing. A trade-off between sticks and carrots. I think China's trade-off between sticks and carrots is that if you're strong, I give you carrots. If you're weak, Europe, you know, 28 members, I give you sticks. That doesn't work. That's the point I'm trying to make, because eventually you won't have any trust. So those, you know, hawks saying, oh, national security, economic security, we'll have all of the examples needed for that summit not to be successful. So what I'm trying to say here is, you call it charm offensive, real one, not you know, and really be more on the give than on else.
Right over here. And if you could keep your question short and the response short, that would be great.
Definitely. Okay, thanks. I was wondering, you mentioned export controls being part of the EU-China summit on the table, for example, ASML. Do you really think the EU can take a decision like that when it's mainly a sovereign opportunity for the Dutch government? What's your take on that?
You want to take that?
Yeah, to be honest, actually, I don't mind. Look, think about the car industry. First, as I said, and clearly the win of the locals in the local industry in China is part of that, right? So, you know, that's already happened. The second point is, you know, do tariffs, you know, really work, right? And so if you think about ASML or if you think about semiconductors, right, what are the Chinese going to do? Well, they're going to speed up production and the innovation in that industry by themselves. And so all that we will achieve eventually by doing this is to reduce the advantages that we currently have in those technologies. And in the automotive sector, it's already really obvious, right? And the Chinese are doing the same and making the same mistake, frankly, right? The role rare earth, we had manganese, where they restricted manganese to the Western world about 3 years ago. Recently, rare earths, right? And all they're doing is highlighting the strategic problem of having 90% of the world refining of these products in the Chinese market. And so, however difficult, and it is difficult to do these things, and horrible pollution and all of these things, but the West has finally realized that we have no choice. We are already incredibly dependent on China, right? And the more that China points that out, frankly, right, the more likely we are actually going to be able to. As the EU, you know yourself how difficult that is. You know, just a quick anecdote, again, I'm really sorry, but tariffs, we're talking to the same CEO, trying to get some sort of tariff relief with the Americans, and the auto deal is basically being pushed into an EU deal. The CEO was not incredibly optimistic how easy that process was to compromise, as many have done in the past, right?
Great. So I'm being ushered off the platform, and what a great panel this was. There's so many things to go into, but thank you very much.
Let me say, I hope this panel is indeed a safe space away from vigilante McCarthyism. That was a terrific comment there by Professor Huang. Before I introduce our wonderful panel here, let me just make a few remarks about the topic today, which is China's emergence as a tech superpower. And before I do that, let me also say, kudos to the Asia Society. What a terrific gathering. What a wonderful group of people in this room. I honestly can't remember more heavy hitter China analysis and analysts at a single gathering in Europe. So well done. I'd like to introduce our panelists in just a minute, but I want to frame the topic a little bit, if that's okay. Everybody is now familiar with DeepSeek. Everybody knows that the emergence of DeepSeek, apparently out of a clear blue sky, wiped more than $500 billion off the share price of NVIDIA in a single day.
I think people also know of BYD, more billion US dollars off the share price of NVIDIA in a single day. I think people also know of BYD. You may know that BYD outsold Tesla in Europe. I wonder if we should start by thinking a little bit about what might be next. Which big name US, European companies might be disrupted by another extraordinary tech event coming out of China. I noticed that Alibaba and its Q1 AI large language models are dominating the rankings of impressive LLMs these days. And I notice also that Alibaba Cloud is outpacing both Google and Amazon Web Services in Asia. In renewable energy, we've seen the extraordinary news that over the last year, China's carbon emissions actually fell for the first time on record. And if we look at areas such as wind turbines, we can see that some extraordinary new technology is coming out of China. And these turbines are costing about 30 to 40% less than the cheapest alternatives available in Europe. If I was in Oslo the other day, I spoke to the head of a big shipping company. Glued these days to those videos of humanoid robots, and you know the one by Unitree, the one that can lie on the ground and then flip itself up in a single movement like that. I think it's called the G1. That costs 16,000 US dollars if you wanted to buy that. It's now moving into mass production. There's a very similar robot made by Boston Dynamics. It's called the Atlas. It can do similar things to the Unitree G1, but the Boston Dynamics robot costs, as far as I was able to find out online, about 140,000 US dollars. So the Chinese robot is about 1/10 of the price. So all of these examples is really just to set up the discussion, which I think revolves around China's emergence as a tech power and what that means for the rest of us in the US, in Europe. Has China now actually overtaken the US as the world's leading tech power? There will be different opinions on that and different opinions on many of these topics. But let me introduce our truly fantastic panelists. I'd like to start with Dan Wang. Dan is a research fellow at the Hoover History Lab at Stanford University. We all know Dan well in the media. I think at the Financial Times he was by far the favorite tech analyst that we used to quote. Perhaps not featured as much on general topics as our Duncan Clark over here, but certainly when it came to tech, Dan was the guy. And Dan's got a new book coming out. His book is called Breakneck: China's Quest to Engineer the Future. I think it's coming out in a few weeks from now. I'm definitely putting my hand up for a review copy. Ruby Liu has flown over from Hong Kong. Thank you very much for that, Ruby. She's one of China's foremost VC investors, having founded Atypical Ventures, which is an early stage, effectively venture capital fund that's invested in 16 unicorns already and had 12 IPOs on NYSE, NASDAQ, and the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Perhaps the most notable deal was the one with Kuaishou, which is a short video platform that generated, I think, 14 billion US dollars return from a single deal. So, well done. Gary Rochelle is the founding managing partner of Qiming Venture Partners, which is one of the most famous VC firms operating in the China market. Literally, the roster of companies that Qiming has invested in is kind of like a who's who of the big successes in the China tech space. Some of the names you will all know: Xiaomi, Meituan, UbiTech, Bilibili, CanSino,
Roborock, and many others. So it really is a huge pleasure to have this panel available to talk about these weighty issues. Gary, if I could stay with you to start with, please. Could you give a sense of what the ecosystem is like at the moment in China? Are we seeing a continuation of the emergence of lots of exciting young tech companies such as the ones you've invested in? Or are we, I mean, there's a lot of talk about China slowing down as an economy. Are we seeing this now move into a quieter phase?
I guess I need this. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for Duncan and the team for inviting Yuka and I to be here today. So, is China slowing down? Parts of China. You see, again, when you look at China, you have to look at multiple tracks in the economy, as Professor Wang was mentioning earlier. The entrepreneurial track has slowed down, but it hasn't stopped. The entrepreneurs didn't die during COVID. And so what happened was the typical cycle in venture, which is things become too expensive, and then you have too much liquidity trapped in the companies, and then people start to hold back for the next cycle. And so the challenge in venture in China today is not geopolitics. The challenge is liquidity. So when you look at what has actually happened over the last 10 years, the amount of money that raced into the market was extraordinarily high. The Chinese capital markets have been a mess. We can talk about that all morning in terms of the trick that China pulled off, having an economy grow 2.5 times in 15 years and still have the world's lowest performing stock market. That is difficult to do. And so, but that's what the Chinese government managed to do by constantly interfering with the market dynamics, which reduce trust, et cetera. So we can talk a lot about that. But what happened in 2005 when we set up Qiming till today, during that 20-year period, in 2005 there was less than $1 billion available across all asset classes to invest in venture capital in China. Today, there's several billion, but in between, there's $1 trillion of venture capital that was deployed either by government funds or private funds that has been deployed against Chinese startups. The US is about $1.5 trillion. So what you have today is you have this massive ecosystem in China that is not going to go away. And in fact, I would argue that today, when you look at back at 2005, 2006, it was a great time. People say golden era for China venture capital. I actually think the return profiles for today's funds will be better than what they were then. Vastly improved ecosystem, vastly improved accounting infrastructure, vastly improved legal infrastructure. The capital markets are functioning better. They're still not where they need to be within the Chinese system. The Trump administration has yet to block Chinese companies from listing on the foreign exchanges in the US, which I think, hopefully they won't do that. And so you have this very, very rich ecosystem. So Qiming itself, we're the largest healthcare investor in China. So we have 250 companies we've invested in healthcare. We're also one of the 2 largest AI investors, advanced manufacturing investors, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a pretty interesting view of what's actually happening on the ground. And I would say the entrepreneurs are still enthusiastic, but they're having to solve tougher problems. So the wave from 2005 to 2016 was very much a consumer wave. You had all the social media, you had e-commerce, you had payments. Those were technology light deals. What you have now within the Qiming portfolio, we did 37 investments last year. It's not exactly slow. When you're doing nearly one investment a week, that's actually a quite healthy pace. There are a number of firms that are around that level, maybe slightly higher, slightly lower. So it's still quite healthy. But what you actually have now is you have people attacking advanced manufacturing. You're doing material science, you're doing semiconductors, you're doing the AI, you're doing the enterprise software. These are harder problems than putting up a website and taking payments or investing in e-commerce. So the transition has been from broad consumer-facing technology to very, very hardcore tech that takes longer, requires more technical competence among the entrepreneurs, requires a better team. That's where we are today. That's what you're seeing in biotech. So it's gone from the basic rudimentary building blocks in China and healthcare back in 2005. They were spending 2% of GDP on healthcare. It couldn't go down. So when you look at what's happening today, it's 7.5%. And you have really, for the first time, you have truly innovative products in biotech being developed in China. So across a very broad range, the investment cycle, the investment ecosystem has become very mature. And China and the US are the only 2 countries in the world that have the entire venture capital life cycle within their borders. You can raise money, find entrepreneurs, invest, grow the companies, exit the companies, all within those borders. 80% of the venture capital in the world goes to those two countries. I'll stop there.
Wow, 80%. Ruby, from your perspective, how does it look? I mean, obviously there's a huge amount of opportunity in China, but is the competition really intense? I mean, is it hard to find good opportunities to invest in emerging tech companies, or, you know, are the valuations really out of whack, or how do you see the ecosystem?
So the ecosystem in China, like what Gary said, you know, like because of the liquidity constraint and because of the sort of lack of exits, so that will cause venture investors like us who needs 15-year, usually 15-year run rate for a company to come to full maturity. Many of our funds are usually 10 plus, you know, two or three. So it allows the fund to have 15 years sort of timeline to develop, grow a company. And because of the lack of exit and the sort of the regulation climate, as a result of it, it makes the investors a little bit wary in terms of, okay, if I'm going to put money to bet with a company for the next 15 years and work with the founders, you really want the environment to be sort of, you can see there's a end of the rainbow, there's a pot of gold, and you also want to see that, you know, you have a stable climate where you can operate and grow your company. So to answer your question is, the environment is dampened, but on the other hand, it's not dry up, like what Gary just said. It's, you know, it's dampened, but not dry up. But competition in China is less. I mean, I also spend a bit of time in the Bay Area, and I tell you, like, the whole world's capital is there chasing after very few good deals. So the Bay Area valuation, on the other hand, in my mind, is very unsustainable. Right? It better not have hiccups. And, you know, also I thought Gary's point about the technology, we go from internet age. I grew up as an internet investor, and I have to say, and then the hardcore sciences that Gary is talking about, that I think one of the biggest trend that is how do you combine the hardware with the software and with the AI ability to serve human, increase human productivity, to serve humans, you know, like you talk about Unity. I imagine like when we get old, our generation will be served by robots. But the ultimate combination of this kind of cross science is so much harder, right? It requires much sort of deeper capital pockets. It requires a lot more cross-section engineers working together to get there. And it also sort of the engineering know-how in sort of production, that becomes also very important. So, you know, it is a lot harder environment.
Yes, what you just said about humanoid robots reminds me of an interview I did in Shenzhen recently with the head of robotics at Hans Laser, which is a big robot company. And he told me that, he said, you know, I took care of my mother when she was old. My dream is that my daughter will not take care of me when I'm old, because I want to be taken care of by a humanoid robot. And he said that by 2030, there will be 10 million humanoid robots taking care of elderly people in China. I don't know if that'll come true, but it's an extraordinary kind of vision that you get in China. Dan, just moving on to you, we heard some of this in Professor Huang's conversation just now, but there does seem to be a couple of competing narratives in China. One is this narrative of involution. In other words, extremely strong competition leading to very slim margins or even negative margins among tech companies. And the other is what I spent the preamble to this conversation talking about, which is China's rise as a tech power. You've been looking at this for a long time in China itself for a lot of that time. What do you see? How do you reconcile those narratives? Or maybe they're just not reconcilable.
Well, I was listening to Professor Huang throw a little bit of shade as a Beijing resident on Shanghai. Thinking back about, I was living in Shanghai during zero COVID, and we certainly didn't love Beijing back then either. So that was our perspective. I think thinking back about how my friends in Shanghai are still thinking about those days, I think speaks a little bit to this involution perspective. After the lockdowns in Shanghai in 2022, there's still quite a few folks who are pretty traumatized by that experience. None of them are wearing it on their sleeves, but get them over a few drinks or cocktails, perhaps cocktails around Urumqi Road, then they start reminiscing about that period quite a lot. Beijing is full of Marxists. I want to try to reason as a Marxist. How do Marxists really reason? Well, through this idea of the central contradiction. So what is the central contradiction today? Well, on the one hand, China's economy is slowing down, limb consumption, falling property prices, demographic transition. We can go on about all of these different ideas. On the other hand, take a look at these headlines and we have humanoid robots, we have BYD, we have DeepSeek, and we have all of the rest. And so how are we supposed to try to resolve this sort of central contradiction between the headlines of slowing growth on the one hand with remarkable technology achievements on the other? And the best way that I try to think about this is that I think about 50% of China's economy is pretty dysfunctional, and that 5% is going remarkably well. And it is that 5% that I think that many more of us should be thinking about. Now, if I were Gary and Ruby, I would be looking at even the 0.5% of China's most successful, and that is very impressive indeed. But if you take a look at some of the most successful parts of China's economy, they're doing better and better on electric vehicles as well as their batteries. They're doing better and better on all sorts of manufactured products. For a long while, we thought that maybe China wouldn't do very well on artificial intelligence because they are lacking chips, because of US technology controls, because of various data controls in China, because of censorship. But right now, it seems like they have come up with a reasoning model that is fairly competitive with Silicon Valley's. And so, again, I am thinking about the top 5% of China's economy, which is going extremely well, sometimes because of the state, sometimes in spite of the state. And this is the part that I'm thinking of as being at least somewhat threatening to some parts of American economic dominance as well as to European economic dominance. I keep wondering what will happen if all of the world's consumers buy Chinese electric vehicles. What does that do to the German car industry, to say nothing of the American car industry? I think a lot about the statistic that right now on the track, the United Nations is projecting that China is on track to have about 45% of global industrial capacity by the year 2030. The United States, by that year, will have 11%. The United States plus every other rich country in the world, France, Germany, Japan, South Korea, is on track to have 39%. So 39% of industrial capacity for all rich countries relative to 45% in China. And this is where we have these enormous cost disparities that, James, you were talking about earlier, where the US today has about, China today has about 1,500 ships under construction. The United States has 5. And so, these are the sorts of disparities that really matter once you start to compete. The U.S. Navy used to have a saying that quantity is a quality all its own when it was far surpassing Japan in ship production during the war. Now I think it is China that is really surpassing the United States in all sorts of industrial components. And so this is where we have to try to reconcile. How much does this slowing economy, worse demographics, really defeat China's technology progress, which continues apace?
Gary, could you give us a bit more of a sense of how this looks on the ground? I mean, Dan's just been talking about, the ability of Chinese tech companies to produce extraordinary technology at very cheap prices. One of the companies you've invested in was Xiaomi. I just looked the other day. It's now, I think the market cap is about 200 billion these days. I might be a little bit off. But the most extraordinary thing I read about Xiaomi, and I'd love you to help us understand this, is it went from being a mobile phone company making Xiaomi mobile phones to a Chinese tech company making electric vehicles in 18 months. How is that possible? Can you explain how a company does that? I also noticed that Xiaomi sold 137,000 of these EVs in its first year of operation, which was more than either Ford or GM in the same year. And Ford and GM have been around for more than 100 years. How does a company go from being a mobile phone company to a car company in 18 months?
Yeah, I think the best quote about Xiaomi's cars is the Ford CEO saying it's the best car he's ever driven and he doesn't want to give it up because they smuggled one from China to Dearborn, Michigan, and the Ford CEO has been driving it the last year. So I think that's actually pretty cool. So it's a little bit of a mistake to say that Xiaomi went from cell phones to a car. Xiaomi, the year that it launched the phone, also had 56 hardware products under development. So vacuum cleaners, all sorts of other little real products. You mentioned Roborock, you mentioned, they had headsets, they had a lot of hardware products. And as Ruby mentioned, hardware-software integration is not easy. We could have a long discussion on why internal combustion engines, none of us have ever bought an internal combustion engine car from China. Why do you buy an EV? It's a much, much simpler product. Why was it so hard for the avionics industry in China to take off? That hardware-software integration is tough. So what Xiaomi did very early was spread technology around a very broad supply chain and leverage that supply chain to create an ecosystem that was an analog and digital ecosystem. The reason that Apple spent a lot of money, a lot of time trying to build a car, Apple is a pure digital company. They have absolutely no experience building stuff that rolls around on the ground, has wheels, have movable parts that break. Apple just doesn't do that. Xiaomi did that, had that ability. So when Xiaomi went to its ecosystem partners and said, okay, we have this software, we're very, very good at the software, we iterate and update software very, very rapidly. That's really was the secret to the early launch of the Xiaomi phones. We're going to do this, we want to try to do the same thing with a car. They were able to do that at an extraordinary speed. You can argue, did they copy design, did they not copy design? At some point, a car has to look kind of like something else because a car is a car. So you do have to, they do start to look alike in the EV world. But they were extraordinarily successful in getting that launched. And I think that the other thing to think about with Xiaomi is, now they're going to go into some additional areas. And so anything that is a hardware product that requires updatable software, you should expect Xiaomi to try to have a major play. Their margins on their cars, they're still not making a lot of money on the cars, but the margins are actually better than most of the suppliers in China. Again, what they do is they go to their suppliers. In the early days of the phone, they did something very simple. They said, if you want to work with us, we want the price today as if we've shipped 1 million units. So their entire negotiating strategy that Lei Jun took on base was, okay, you assume today we've shipped 1 million phones. That's the price we want if you want to work with us. Phenomenally successful, because after a year, they had shipped 1 million phones. And so they immediately sucked that entire supply chain together. Just one other comment on supply chains and how difficult this is going to be for Europe and the US to deal with. I have an angel investment in a robotics company in Silicon Valley. And that company is not a humanoid robot, but it does a lot of very heavy industrial type of work. There are 38 major subcomponents, componentry in that robot that need to be sourced. 2 can be sourced in the US, 2 can be sourced from Germany. The other 34 can only be sourced from China. So when we start to think about what we're actually going to be able to do from an ecosystem perspective, that lift is very, very heavy.
That's a very profound insight. Ruby, could we switch a little bit to AI? You mentioned that it's difficult to get your head around some of the AI technologies out there. If it's difficult for you, I tell you it's pretty impossible for me. But what do you see happening? Do you think China's going to win in AI, if it's possible to use that terminology? Or, what kind of advantages does China have? I suppose there's a huge number of consumers there, a huge number of people using AI, a lot of early adopters. How do you see that rivalry between China and the US playing out?
Well, personally, first of all, I want to talk about rivalry. It's actually fantastic because the US and China are competing so intensely. It makes both better in terms of technology, in terms of cutting edge thinking ahead of what we can do. And I actually think a bit of competition is healthy. Being a venture capitalist, that we thrive on that. In terms of I mean, it's a very sort of probably a bit simplistic to think about who will win. But I mean, right now, because the game is not over yet, it's still going on. There's people go into charts to look at who's winning, who's losing, and in terms of what type of AI that people are working off. So AGI is the ultimate goal, of course, but US people, I would say, OpenAI, Anthropic probably is what people kind of where you build in terms of how we look at AI is what people are building their application on top of your AI. So the more you could become the foundational model that people pin into, meaning if you look at your phone, it's Android is the foundation, right? But in terms of today's AI, in the US, I would say OpenAI and Anthropic are where more and more people build onto it. In China, it would be DeepSeek and Qianwen. Qianwen is the Alibaba subsidiary, where I'm seeing more and more entrepreneurs are building their application on top of it. And then you may be, ultimately in the AI world, only experts will survive. Where, for example, vertical AI becomes, where we are investing into, because the foundational model is probably set for now, unless there's sort of a new dramatic change. But where a lot of the vertical AI, where you will need to become a particular area's ultimate expert, is where it's commanding a lot of venture money. So to give an example, in the US Cursor, if you are a coder, the top coder, the top engineer, software engineer, they can code over 90, all they need to do is do 5 to 7% of work. The rest can be completed by Cursor. So you don't need, as a result of it, you do not need lots of entry-level engineers. So computer science degree, meaning was the best graduate, best subject to graduate from. This year, there's massive unemployment in the entry-level computer science graduates. So the world we are facing. So each of the vertical AI is where it's beginning, the power is beginning to concentrate on the top experts. And many of the rudimentary, basic are going to be done by AI, and the speed is picking up. So I think, it's it's a very interesting world we are entering into.
I read the other day that China has something like 44,000 STEM PhDs every year. Some of those guys will be in AI. Given that quite a few people are unemployed, is the cost of hiring a super smart AI engineer in China relative to the US, is it a lot less, or is that one of China's competitive advantages?
Being a VC for 20-some years, I actually think sort of cost is not cost is a competitive advantage, but not a sustainable competitive advantage. Like where I tell my Chinese entrepreneurs, in today's age, you just have to do everything, not only cheaper, but better, which is where with all every single EV car founders, many of them had the sort of life cycle of growth from software. Lei Jun, Gary would know very well. Xiaomi was not his first company, right? So, and with a lot of these EV guys, they started out, they were entrepreneurs. All three leading EV companies outside of BYD, they were entrepreneurs. They all had successful companies in software, in internet, before they moved into building their second or third company into EVs. And these people work 996, or actually 24/7. You can call them anytime. So Professor Huang was talking about sort of the macro China versus why is it technology industry that you continue to produce such extraordinary outcome is because in tech, literally, I think there's a common understanding in value that 996 is what we accepted as our lifestyle. I mean, like as a VC, we do 996, right? This is abnormally for me rather than normal lifestyle. But so when you work like that, you have compounding effect of like once the timeline is long enough, you could accumulate know-how. So that's, I think it's the fundamental entrepreneurial spirit. Dan Wang say, despite the government or with the government support, I believe it's the fundamental drive.
Dan, just changing the subject a little bit, I'd like to talk a little bit about the effectiveness or otherwise of the US policies towards China to restrain China's rise as a tech power. I remember Ren Zhengfei, the CEO of Huawei, a few years ago did a lot of journalist interviews, and he would often tell the story in which he would show a photograph of a Soviet Union warplane in the Second World War that got shot up really badly over Germany, and it would have holes in its wings and holes in its fuselage, and it was flying back to Moscow. And he said, "This plane is Huawei. We don't know whether we will be able to reach Moscow and land safely, or whether we will become extinct. We're not sure whether we will survive this onslaught from the United States." What's your comment now, looking back from 2025, on this rivalry? How effective have the US sanctions been, and what about China's response to them?
I think that the United States sanctions on China with respect to technology controls have been very effective in spurring China's acceleration into becoming a much bigger technology-focused power. I've been studying some of these Huawei controls since the beginning, and before that, controls on ZTE and Fujian Tsinghua. And one of the thoughts that I had most consistently was that a lot of these companies, leading companies in China, like Huawei, were very, very content to buy American technologies, chips from Qualcomm, equipment from Silicon Valley. But the US government left them no choice but to buy from domestic suppliers. That was something that Beijing had always wanted them to do, to purchase domestic. And Huawei had enough sense to refuse because the Chinese alternatives were always really bad. But now that the US government left them no choice, Huawei has been all sweetness and light in asking domestic suppliers to say, won't you please work with me? Let's develop an alternative together and let's work together to build the domestic ecosystem. And so when I took a look at Huawei's revenues just released a few months ago, its revenues have just about recovered to 2019 levels, which were the year of United States sanctions when it designated Huawei onto the entity list. And so Huawei has you could say, more or less recovered to the state that it had been. Now, Huawei is it's not the Huawei we knew and loved growing up. So this is a company that is still selling fewer mobile phones, but it is still recognizably the company that is selling leading 5G equipment. So I would say that the United States controls have been perhaps more effective in slowing China's rise in artificial intelligence. It is certainly the case that a lot of AI companies in China complain that they have very little ability to access chips. But I would say that at the same time, China has overcome so many of its technology difficulties. If I take a look at the landscape of China's tech progress today, right now we're in 2025. Earlier at the start of this year, I was speaking at Asia Society Northern California on their big 2025 program. And my assessment was that China had very broadly achieved most of its goals that it set out in 2015. If the planners in Beijing had realized where China would be in 2025, in spite of all of the controls that the United States has imposed on it and all of these souring diplomatic relations that the plan had triggered, I would say that probably most of the planners in Beijing would be pretty happy that China now has a complete lock on clean technologies, that rare earth magnets have spurred the Trump to fold in this latest round of the trade war, that China is doing so well on electric vehicles, that automotive has always eluded China up until the present day. There are still persistent weaknesses in semiconductors and aviation. China's plane is very heavily dependent on a American-French collaboration, and China is still very, very dependent on American semiconductor technologies, but it is going fairly well at present to some parts of the European industrial base as well, and that is something that we all have to grapple with.
Gary, could I ask you a similar question? I mean, you're based in the US now, having spent so long in China with so much experience of the Chinese tech scene. Who do you, just to put it simply, who do you think is winning, the US or China? Maybe you will resist that line of questioning, I'm not sure. But, and more generally, what should the US do? What should the West do? Is industrial policy an option? If you could talk a little bit about that, I'd be grateful.
Okay, so briefly, Jing Chen made a great comment this morning. You have to overcome suspicion. So if your approach to cooperating with someone is always going to be, they're going to take advantage of you, they're going to somehow put a camera inside a crane, inside a port to suck all the information about it. I mean, it's like, seriously? If that's going to be your approach to life, you're going to be miserable going in the future. And so, the way that I think about US-China competition, if you tell me AI is a race, then what does it mean to win? No one can tell me what it means to win, because you're never going to end the game. And so the game is like a game of football, right? So I'll put it in European football terms. It's a very fluid situation. What's the one thing that you cannot do? Own goals. If you do own goals, you are guaranteed you are not going to win the match. And what's happening today is the U.S. is lining up to do free kicks in its own goal. And so it is embarrassing to look at the policy when you're trying to think long-term in terms of where this goes. It is not going to be effective. The other thing to think about in terms of AI in China, China has an advantage in that it really has ignored for the last 20 years enterprise software. There is no Chinese company in the top 50 most valuable enterprise software companies in the world. There's no Chinese pharmaceutical company. There's one in the top 30 or 40 in the world. So when you start to look at, will there be over time? Absolutely. So if you're looking at what you want to invest in, look at those gaps. That's a pretty simple algorithm to look at. So on enterprise software, SASIC, the state-owned enterprise asset, Professor Wong and I were talking about this last night. So it's not the most effective deployment of capital to put money in state-owned enterprises, but what it's going to do is create a massive enterprise software company base. So when people talk about central planning in China, I never think about China being centrally planned. I think about being centrally reactive. Once they see something that becomes important, they backfill and protect it in an extraordinary way. And so I think you're going to see that in AI and software. And I guess just one last quick comment. When people talk where China is today, who here has seen the movie Hidden Figures? If you haven't, watch the movie. It's about the 60s space race. And it's about, there's a woman, Catherine Goebbels and Al Harrison are the two principals. One's played by Kevin Costner and one's played by Martici. And I'm going to forget her last name. And they're talking about Glenn in the first space, first American into real space. And they say, okay, now we just need to figure out how to get to the moon. Catherine Goebbels says, in my mind, we're already there. When you want to see the future of what's happening with EV, what's happening with China eliminating these incredible insecurities that drive its behavior, you start to look at what they're doing on EV, it solves several different problems for them. Autonomous vehicles, they're now flying taxis around Guangzhou on test drives. The Western narrative is that we're still ahead. It doesn't matter because the scale and the speed at which China can iterate is really the key. 34 nuclear power plants under construction. The Chinese grid system within 10 years, the US will be 10 to 15 years behind. And you actually never really catch up when you look at those kind of infrastructure projects. So lots of things to pick about China that I don't like. That I think they make terrible mistakes. The property market has clearly been a disaster. Lack of trust in the capital markets has clearly been a disaster. But when you look at that 5% that we were referencing, or that 0.5%, that really is going to drive the narrative.
I would like to open this up to questions in a few minutes' time. Are there microphones that could rove around? Yep, we've got some over there. But before we do that, I'd like to get Dan's take on industrial policy in the US. You're at Stanford at the moment. What do you think can be done? And I don't know if you're comfortable talking about Europe, but I mean, my impression living in Europe now is that whatever the US is struggling with, Europe is struggling more.
I sign on to that, James. Gary talks about own goals from America, and I think that the only regions that might surpass own goals are Europe, and then best of all is China. Thinking about the extent of own goals that all the governments, every government is creating on itself is enormous. Now, I've spent some time now thinking about American industrial policy. The Biden administration had a very big effort to localize semiconductor production in the United States. There was also an effort to create clean energy in America. And these efforts have been pretty tentative. The CHIPS effort allocated all of its money. There will be some close to leading edge fabs being built in Arizona and Texas, but the US has been far slower on trying to build up clean technology in a way that I think because the Democratic administration was not so focused on actually building all of these things. And one of the things that, even though the United States is going to build a little bit more infrastructure, one of the casualties of building far too slowly is that Donald Trump now has the opportunity to name so many more highways and bridges after himself now that all of these bridges are going to be built. And so, this is one of these issues where the United States moves really, really slowly, and it is trying to become a much more, a bigger industrial competitor to China. But I do not see any of these efforts from the United States succeeding at the moment. There may be some benefit with deregulation from the Trump administration, but if you think about, what are some of these drivers of technology competition, I don't really see that deporting a lot of workers to other countries is going to build an industrial workforce. I don't see that denying scientists to come to the United States and to try to weaken its universities and to reduce science funding to be at all of a benefit to the United States. And there is still much more of a focus in Trump's big bill to focus on coal rather than industries of the future like solar and wind. So, maybe a few positives. Gary talked about nuclear earlier, but so the U.S. is building a few more nuclear facilities now, but for the most part, a lot of this is driven by Trump's own views of, coal being great. God's chosen fuel, I think, is one of the things he said, but, not really thinking about what is going to be in the future. Now, I think what is really important is also that thinking about technology diffusion. I am in Silicon Valley, James, and one of the sayings that we have there is that technology travels at the speed of beer. Or if you're French, maybe technology travels at the speed of wine. But people will talk about all of these things. People move around different firms. Technology tends to diffuse. And right now, much of that diffusion is happening within China. I wonder if over the longer term, some parts of that will diffuse into the United States. It would help if the United States welcomed joint ventures and allowed Xiaomi cars to be driven by more than the Ford CEO. But right now, we're not in that scenario.
While people are thinking of their questions, Ruby, could I just come to you? Are you drinking much beer in Silicon Valley or wine in Europe? I mean, another way of putting this is there much money from the US and Europe going into Chinese startups these days? Is that still a channel that's quite vibrant, or is it really these days mostly Chinese money that's funding venture capital in China?
I mean, Gary and I, we take money from U.S. institutions traditionally, and then we deploy in China. Then the company will go public on New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, or Hong Kong Stock Exchange. And that's how for example, pensions endowments are biggest venture capital sort of investors. And for them to be kind of weary of what could happen politically, it become a lot harder. So yes, dollar is on the decline, but RMB is on the rise. And there are also family offices are definitely, kind of China becomes a better diversification away from the from the U.S. So if if you think about a sort of fortune allocation, people would China is a market probably people don't want to miss out, just in case out of blue the deep sea came. As a practitioner, I didn't even see deep sea coming from out of blue, and so as a result of it, you don't want to miss out. So people, I can see a lot of capital that are long-term capital that are thoughtful about diversification or risk. They would have 5 to 10% exposure still to China. As a result, there's still some dollar base.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? We've got a lot of questions. There's a gentleman in the back who already has the microphone.
Yeah, I already got the mic. Sorry, guys. I'll pass it on to you real quick. So my name is Hank Fei, trustee of Asia Society France as well. My question is regarding the opportunities for European tech. All last year I was listening to the US VCs talk about the sheer scale of investment in AI, and I was wondering, living in Amsterdam, I was wondering how the heck can European industries ever catch up because of the sheer scale and the sheer amount of money that's required to invest in AI. And then DeepSeek came out, and I was like, okay, maybe that's an opportunity for Europe. And the other thing is, relating to Ruby, what you were saying about vertical integration and vertical skill sets around AI. Europe has an incredible amount of design-related thinking, incredible amount of creative engineers, great engineering talent. So I'm just wondering, for you guys, from your perspective, are there any great opportunities? What are the opportunities for European tech industries?
Ruby, opportunities for European tech. What do you think?
I think, first of all, start with the regulation. Yesterday I was going on and on about one click away. Like, a click in internet, it's like a lifetime. So do you think about the collective social waste on consumer welfare? When you go into a website, you have to give consent. Well, if you are typing in, the URL, I assume you consented. So the fact that there's a social post that went viral among tech people was Europe leads in regulation, US leads in innovation, China leads in manufacturing. And so that was a post that, last year that went viral. And so I thought one of the things that in terms of innovation, over-regulation is an enemy of great innovation. We suffer that in China as well. And second is, I actually think, I grew up in where I went from Silicon Valley to China, where at that time, when you started out in China, you kind of there's no central road up and down. There's the ecosystem, the life cycle of investing. But over time, it grew into it, right? So in Europe, I think there ought to be sort of, I think, a unison market, because Europe is a little bit too fragmented. A unison market is always great for tech, a sort of tech expansion.
Could we try and get two more questions in? There was a lady at the back who put her hand up straight away. And then after that, I think we probably have time for one more. And Alicia here.
Okay. I'm going to shift geography just a little here. Judith, I do sort of case study research and capital design at the intersection, looking at China, US, Africa. I'm shifting geography quickly. If China controls 70% of the world's cobalt supply to a country like DRC and dominate processing of other critical minerals, can any country truly be tech superpower without first resource superpower?
Dan, that's very similar to what you were talking about earlier. Would you take that one?
I think the resources can be critically important for a lot of semiconductors as well as EVs. Congo has about 70% of cobalt. China processes about 90% of all rare earth minerals. The United States used to have a footing in this, and I'm thinking about when you take a look at the environmental costs of rare earth processing, the cancer rates in northern China where they do process these things are off the charts. The smoke is completely orange. They burn so much energy to process these things. As part-time resident of California, can I imagine that any California resident would put up their hand to say, yes, we need a rare earth refinery in our backyard? No, absolutely not. And so this is one of these things where I think the West is going to be in a hard place to be able to have these rare earth processing is so environmentally intensive and polluting that only the Chinese have the stomach for this. And I don't imagine that the US is going to be able to do this very well. And I don't imagine that the French people are really inclined to breathe these things either. And so that is definitely a challenge to try to overcome.
I think it's important that the countries that have these resources, they insist on processing within their borders, because that's where the value chain starts to happen, and that globally people agree on a set of standards in terms of the environment, in terms of how it has to happen. Otherwise, you'll have countries arbitrating cost structures, and basically you have to decide, is a human life a human life? And so given the scale of this and the longevity of it, this is actually something that the UN or different organizations on a global basis could lean into. Because if you strip away the cost advantage of killing people in order for processing, then you can actually have an intelligent economic discussion around where this processing should occur. But the countries that are simply doing the mining.
you have shown a picture of China dominating. I would basically summarize it that way. Dominating technology, dominating critical raw materials, dominating industrial production. Let me focus on that last one. And I think the three are related because, as you said, if you miss one, you can't do the rest, yeah? You can be very good at basic science, I think actually Europe is, but you can't scale because we're fragmented. I quite agree with that. So now the question is, if all of this is the case, what you just said, that China will get to 45% of industrial production in the world, I have two questions for you. How are you going to finance this? I know you have excess savings, but I also know that your corporates today are reducing capex even in the most innovation-intensive sectors. They're not making much money. You are scaling, but your profit margin is going down as a rock. So who is going to pay for this? Second question, who is going to consume it? Because I can't believe, I really can't, that you can escape conflict, military conflict, with that scenario. A country that produces 45% of everything the world needs, if not more, and in subsectors, probably 100%, because we're very close to that already. So how do you do this?
Who would like to take that? I mean, I guess the first one is,
I'll do a quick one, which is, I'm not sure which corporations you're talking about profits declining.
10,000 listed companies.
The European companies might be.
Only Chinese companies.
And Chinese companies, Xiaomi's not reducing capex. So again, you have to take that strip of companies in China, which are really driving the future. That group of companies is not reducing capex. The biotech companies in China are not reducing capex. So if you're looking ahead 10 years, there's a huge number of companies that are increasing capex and R&D spending in China. And so I think it's really a question of how much can that drive the entire economy in China. It's an experiment. That's what they're trying to do. We'll have to see.
I think we got 60 seconds.
The solar industry in China has been a huge money loser for a lot of investors. The margins for many years have been negative. It is joyless, miserable competition to produce the world's best solar panels, which the Chinese have been doing. Their products keep getting better. There's basically very little product differentiation between them, yet they make quite a lot of these things. And so, I think, when I think about the solar industry, this is a huge boon for consumers. This is a national strategic advantage, but it is miserable for investors. I wonder, maybe this is what socialism with Chinese characteristics really means in that sort of competition. And then when it comes to 10 seconds, who will consume all of these things? Well, if the US and Europe want to raise tariffs on solar, that is its choice. And I think that Beijing is going to say, we dare you to do this, and see whether they actually do this. Now, the United States actually has banned a lot of solar. I wonder if Europe will also ban a lot of Chinese solar as well.
Thank you so much, Ruby, Dan, Gary, for so many fascinating points.
Well, good morning. I really liked that 5 beyonds framing. I think we should put that into our founding documents for this conference. We are on a tight schedule, so I'm going to give just the briefest introduction to the man sitting next to me, Dr. Yasheng Huang, who I think needs little introduction in this forum. Yasheng is a longtime professor of economics and management at MIT's Sloan School, whose distinguished work and many books range far beyond his home field into politics, trade, history, comparative cultural studies, food safety, higher education, and much, much more. His most recent, I think it's your most recent, and very ambitious book, which I commend to you, is called The Rise of the East: How Exams, Autocracy, Stability, and Technology Brought China Success, and why they might lead to its lead to its decline. And it was named a best book of 2023 by Foreign Affairs. If you will permit me just one personal aside by way of introduction, I realized as I was driving into town yesterday that it's almost 25 years to the day since I began work as a reporter on China for Time magazine. And Duncan Clark was one of the very first people I ever interviewed that summer and was enormously patient with me as I fumbled through my list of questions over the phone from my desk in Hong Kong. I did not interview Yasheng, but after I had been on the job for a few weeks, my mentor, who was then an editor at a US newspaper, came to Hong Kong and took me to a dinner party, which turned out to be a very small dinner party at which my boss was also present. And I was very young and very green and very shy, and I wondered frantically what I would talk about with these giants. But it turned out I need not have worried because they spent the entire multi-course dinner talking about their admiration for the brilliance of Yasheng Huang. And I said very little. I just asked a few questions and sat and listened, and that is precisely what I intend to do this morning. So just before we start, a quick few housekeeping notes, one of which is that you should each have a badge which not only identifies you, but also has this nifty QR code on it, and you can use that to access both the program for the day and also a 300-page compilation of the bios, not just of the people speaking, but also of all of you, so that you can see how much incredible expertise there is in the room. I've also been asked to remind you that there is no smoking, either inside or in the immediate garden outside. If you need to smoke, you just need to go a little further outside. And if you have bags with you, it doesn't look like anybody does, but if you have bags that don't have anything too valuable in them and you want to store them, you can see Raya at the back of the room and she will help you get them to room number 9, where they will be stowed safely. So, it's hard not to just start by saying what a pleasure it is to be here in Paris, in a room full of colleagues and friends and experts that I admire, and as an emissary from Asia Society New York, I just want to say that this feels like a meeting that at this moment could really only happen in Paris. And it ought to be happening here, and sort of in the crazy, increasingly polarized world that we're living in, it feels like it's a conversation that very much belongs in Paris. The timing of the conference is also very deftly planned to coincide with a spate or maybe even an onslaught of news on relations between Europe and China. And we're going to get into that in a minute. But I thought before, our primary purpose is to give some framing for today's more detailed technical discussions. And so to start, I thought I would just ask you some very broad questions about China right now. And in particular, maybe you could just talk about what you see as the most important challenges that China is facing as a country, kind of how it's doing in July of 2025, and maybe what's sort of puzzling you most in this moment?
Thank you, Susie. And also I echo Susie's remarks about how important and timely to have this event in Europe, in Paris. And let me give my thanks to Asia Society and also Salzburg Foundation. And I had the pleasure of speaking at their annual conference last June in Salzburg. To get to your question, I think one of the striking features of the Chinese economy, and we can extend that way of looking at the country to politics, one of the prominent features is the duality between technology and economic performance. At least if you go by the individual
cases and individual pieces of technology, China clearly is emerging as a superpower in number of domains in the EVs, solar panels, wind turbines, and also China is emerging as a major producer of scientific knowledge, scientific research. The Nature magazine has an index ranking countries in terms of their contributions to scientific knowledge, and the latest issue shows that China has just surpassed the United States in terms of their index. And by the way, Trump administration would help improve the Chinese index next year and the year ahead. So that's on the technological side. But on the economic side, the Chinese economy is showing some really concerning signs. Sometimes we look at GDP, but we need to go beyond the GDP numbers. The official numbers on the GDP are not that bad, but there is a widespread skepticism about the accuracy of the official statistics on GDP growth. As academic, we have long GDP growth. As academic, we have long been skeptical of Chinese official statistics. I wrote a paper about this a few years ago. There have been a number of academic studies that show that Chinese official statistics to be inaccurate. One prominent research paper by a professor at the University of Chicago uses the night light data as a measure of the GDP performance, which is now a emerging alternative estimate of economic activities.
This is just how much light is on at
so
nighttime?
how much light? So NASA collects that data. It's from the satellite sources, and this is quite common now among economic studies. So the paper has 179 countries in the analysis. And there are two interesting patterns in the data. One is that autocratic countries have the biggest gap between the official GDP number and the GDP estimate based on the nighttime. And there are two interesting patterns in the data. One is that autocratic countries have the biggest gap between the official GDP number and the GDP estimate based on the nighttime lights, meaning that the official GDP numbers overstate the GDP estimates based on the nighttime light data. So autocracies have the biggest gap. Among autocracies, China has the biggest gap. Okay? So if you sort of plow back that estimate back to 20 years, that estimate shows that Chinese official GDP numbers overstate the actual performance by something like 30%. But still, 30% out of 10%, out of 8%, that doesn't take away the enormous achievements that China has been able to achieve in terms of poverty reduction, in terms of GDP performance. But come to pandemics, that's a different story now, since 2020. And the official numbers will tell us that in the last 2 years, the GDP performance is around 5%, something like that. And some analysts cite IMF estimates to support that official estimate. The problem with the IMF is that they have stopped doing independent analysis of Chinese economic performance. So essentially, they take the Chinese official numbers. So the joke among academics is that IMF is not predicting Chinese economic performance. IMF is predicting Chinese statistics, and there's a big difference. So the official numbers will tell us that it's 5%. Alternative estimate of the 5% to 50% of the 5%, right? So roughly sort of 1.8 to 2.5, the economy. And you asked about the puzzle. The puzzle is this disconnect between technology and the economy. How you resolve that disconnect, why technology is surging, but the economy is not. That's the puzzle that many of us struggle with.
And do you have thoughts on what's causing that?
So I meant to end my last comment on that in order to induce a question about.
He's really running the interview. You see what's happening.
I think at this point we only have conjecture and hypothesis rather than conclusion. I think a reasonable conjecture is that there is a fundamental problem with the way that Chinese banking system, Chinese government has allocated capital. So it's hard to imagine. Now, there's a debate about technology and productivity, but most of that debate is about how scientific research contributes or doesn't contribute to productivity. So I'm a professor at MIT, and universities such as MIT and Stanford produce vast amount of scientific research, but it takes time for that scientific research to be manifested in economic development, economic growth. So there's a long debate about scientific research and economic growth. There's really no debate about deployment of technology in terms of its effect on technology. So if you have scientific research and then the scientific research is being deployed in economic development, you see a bump of productivity. The trouble in the United States, and this is even before the Trump administration, the trouble in the United States is that the country doesn't have very good mechanism of translating university research into economic development. Many of that university research translates into economic development in China rather than in the United States. So the point of this detour is to say that much of the Chinese technological development is really about deployment, right? So the EV batteries, the solar technologies are being scaled in China on a massive scale. There's no doubt that scaling should have a boosting effect on productivity. So then we really need to look at other sectors of the Chinese economy. So when we talk about productivity, what we mean is not just science and technology, but economy-wide productivity. In terms of the economy-wide productivity, it is partially a function of technology being deployed, or science being deployed in economic development. It is also partially, and more importantly in China, a function of capital allocation. Is capital being allocated to the most efficient sectors and enterprises in the Chinese economy? The question on that, the issue on that is pretty clear in the academic research. There's a systematic misallocation of capital in China. The capital is allocated to the state-owned enterprises, to the sectors, in the past, the real estate sector, that didn't really produce productivity effect, that required massive capital infusion in order to generate 1 unit of the GDP. So, and by the way, that misallocation has become worse rather than better in the last 12 years. So that's really the issue that is dragging down the positive effect of technology on productivity on the part of companies like BYD and these remarkable Chinese high-tech companies.
So the last 12 years is the time that Xi Jinping has been running the country.
Yeah. So let me be precise. I think the problem started in 2008.
So long.
So essentially, the starting point is 2008. In 2008, global financial crisis happened. Many of us at that time advocated this would have been the opportunity for China to pivot from an investment-driven growth to a consumption-driven growth. And the first term of Hu Jintao and Wen Jiabao did move the economy in that direction. So if you look at the private consumption of the GDP, it did begin to at least stabilize, maybe not increase, but stabilize in the first term of the administration. Then the global recession happened. They massively pivoted to an investment-driven strategy, infrastructure, real estate, and also technology. Under Xi Jinping, they tried to win Chinese economy off. I don't think they quite succeeded in the first term of his leadership. And then they pivoted to technology. I think between technology and real estate, I think technology is a better choice. But the way they have done the technology is just massive capital infusion. And relative to that capital outlays, you do get successes. My own view is that given the engineering capabilities of the Chinese engineers, given the human capital level of the Chinese workers, and given how open China was and how connected China was with the global entrepreneurship ecosystem, and the connections between universities in China with the universities in the West, even if Chinese government didn't inject this amount of those technological research, but reporting on how many data centers are not being used, all that capital that is sunk in these projects is not being deployed for other useful purposes. And so that misallocation has not been solved by the Xi Jinping leadership.
And what's your understanding of where is the rationale driving this misallocation coming from? Is it political considerations? Is it about Xi's style of leadership? Or is it something internal to kind of the economic thinking of the...
So I have a book coming out in January 2026 that traces the rise of technocracy to what I call basically Shanghai model. So I grew up in Beijing. I never had a rosy view of Shanghai, and my research career has reinforced my bias. So basically, since 1989, China has been ruled by people from Shanghai. And they had this view that the urban development was the sort of crucial economic growth engine, right? Pudong, urban infrastructure, and then later on, a connective infrastructure among cities. Real estate is very much a urban conception. So if you look at the land rights in China, the land rights are always state-owned, but since late 1990s, they have strengthened the property rights of the urban residents, right? Apartment buildings and all of that. And they have systematically denied the private land rights and the contractual protection of the rural Chinese to facilitate the takeovers of the land from the rural Chinese to the urban industrial deployment of the land assets. If you look at the asset income as a percentage share of the household income, in the last 30 years, with a massive real estate boom, the asset income as a share of the household income for the rural Chinese has not increased by 1 percentage point, right? So this massive potential source of income growth failed to materialize because the way that they structured the land rights. That facilitated the building of the highways, the building of the airports, the building of the infrastructure. I would argue that China massively overbuilt, right? And if you look at the debt to GDP ratio, it's rising tremendously. So this technocracy view is deeply ingrained, going beyond the current leadership. And I think Xi's leadership is more methodical, is even more single-minded about technology, in part because of the tensions in the global arena. So I just had a paper with the Center for Economic Policy Research. We used the large language model to analyze the linguistic patterns of the policy statements of the Chinese government. And the analysis shows clearly that, that the bias toward supply side of the economy has increased dramatically since 2016, when the first Trump administration began the trade war, and then the Biden administration reinforced the trade war as well as the technology war. So the trade war and the technology war have reinforced this existing bias toward technology. The prevailing view among the political elites and economic elites in China is that we need technology to beat the United States. Whereas before, it was a view that technology was the thing that drives economic growth. Right? So this is a very technocratic view of economic development. I'm not saying that this is completely wrong, but what I'm willing to say is that in an economy such as China, what is more important is capital allocation.
And how, if at all, I mean, is that view affected by what's happening in global trade right now, both because of what's been unleashed by the United States, but also in this? I mean, we're just had a few weeks of many observers predicting that that the U.S. was going to sort of push Europe and China closer together. That seems to be not likely to materialize, at least in this round of trade talks. But how, sort of orient what you've just described in this new landscape of trade.
So it's hard to predict the specifics of the trade negotiation in any situation. I think it's especially hard to predict the specifics today, given what we know about the Trump administration. What I'm willing to say is that there are broad parameters that have fundamentally changed since the first Trump administration. When the first trade war began in 2018, Chinese economy was still on a reasonable footing, right? And that was before the COVID lockdown. That was before the crackdown on the internet companies, Alibaba and Tencent and companies like that. That was before this idea that the rise of the East and the fall of the West. So there was a degree of reasonableness to the economic policy. So, the domestic economy was on a stronger footing as compared with today. And today, so I already laid out the issues in the Chinese economy. So one sector that is kind of generating productivity, generating income growth, generating employment is the export sector. right? Technology, technology, even in the best days of technology, technology is not a employment-generating sector. It may have spillovers on other sectors given time by creating new demand, by creating new sources of income, but that's going to happen in the future rather than today. The fundamental problem in China now is lack of robust employment growth, and that growth is still, because export sector is still labor intensive, so there's one estimate by Goldman Sachs that the export to the United States is responsible for 15 to 20 million jobs by rural migrant workers. So it's very important. When we talk about technology in China, people are fascinated, but China has still 700 million rural residents, close to 300 million rural workers.
Working off of the farm.
Working off the farm. You can talk about consumption growth all you want. You can talk about technology all you want. If you don't deal with that issue, you can talk about Gucci bags, you can talk about all that, watches in Shanghai and all of that. If you don't have a robust consumer response from that segment of the population, the fundamental rebalancing of the Chinese economy has to wait, right? So that's where the issue is. That's where the reforms are needed, not just these sort of narrowly conceived policy measures.
And what do you think is likely to spur those reforms, if anything, or what is likely to continue to hinder them?
Yeah. So I think it's a relief to the Chinese government, and also it's probably a relief to the Trump administration that the two sides have come to some sort of deal. We don't really know the details of the deal, but we know that they have a deal. So at least there's a pause of the trade war. Now it is 55% on the Chinese imports into the United States. The first Trump trade war, roughly 25%, and then they added another 10%. And then there's a sort of, I think 20% of the fentanyl tariff. China can get rid of that problem pretty easily if they want to. So I can see why they go for that deal, even though the level sounds very high, 55%, but they are there. So before the Liberation Day, China accepted, in effect, about 35% tariff on Chinese products. China didn't retaliate after the Trump administration levied another 10% on Chinese products on top of 25% from the first Trump administration. So they can get rid of this 20% fentanyl tariff. And then we go back to the pre-Liberation Day. And the dysfunction of the Trump administration is such that if you raise tariffs on other countries, China has a very competitive export sector. It doesn't change the relative cost competitiveness among countries, right? If you raise tariff on other countries as well, China still has a very competitive export economy. So the lack of wisdom, to put it mildly, on the part of the Trump administration, if they really want to go after China, they should raise the tariff on China and lower tariff on everybody else, right? But that's not what they have done. So essentially, their approach has, I'm not going to say improved, but has helped China retain its competitiveness. And so China is happy with 55%, and I'm sure that they also got concession on technology. Mm-hmm. That's the detail that has not been disclosed.
have a few minutes, I want to just shift to a completely or almost completely different topic. You've spent a lot of your time and energy since the first Trump administration focused on the question of focused on understanding the impacts of the first Trump administration's treatment of Chinese scholars and students at U.S. universities and helping MIT formulate the university's approach to that. But then we've also served together in a working group thinking more broadly about the future of the field of China studies, understood to encompass both scholarship and journalism and other forms of research. And it feels like we are in such like all of the things that were happening during the last administration are infinitely more acute now. The scale is very different, the substance is different, and I just wonder both, what you are hearing from Chinese scientists and scholars or scholars and scientists of Chinese descent living in the United States about where they're thinking about doing their work, and then also how those of us who are interested in the study of China should be thinking about where that should happen in today's world when it feels like there are so many challenges in the US, which has been traditionally the center of that work.
Yeah, so everybody knows about the trade war launched by the first Trump administration, but probably not everybody knows about the China initiative by the Trump administration in 2018, which has gone after Chinese American academics have investigated, have charged Chinese American academics for doing collaborative research in some cases, and in other cases for simply going back to China, visiting Chinese universities, giving lectures and seminars and things like that, at a time when the U.S.-China relationship was still very good. And President Obama called for more American students studying in China. A lot of these activities took place at that time. The Trump administration's China initiative now, at that time, came around to the view that some of these activities undermine the national security interests of the United States because these were scientists, these were researchers. First of all, universities, at least in America, I don't know about France, at least in America, do not undertake classified research. One university that does classified research is MIT, but it is in a place called Lincoln Lab that requires national security clearance, and I'm an MIT faculty member. I can't even go there. I can't even drive nearby, and so we don't do classified research. We put our research in the public domain. So it's a little bit hard to reconcile the nature of the academic research, open, fundamental, with this view that the Chinese are stealing proprietary knowledge and proprietary technology through academic research, right? So there's a fundamental disconnect between what they say that the academics are doing and the nature of the research enterprise. Secondly, they have gone after these Chinese American academics in a way that blatantly ignored the rules of the evidence, rule of law, and on flimsy charges. Almost all these cases failed in the court. Not single one succeeded, right? To the credit of the Biden administration, they put a stop to the China initiative. But as far as I know, the investigations have never stopped. And so after the arrest of my colleague Gang Chen at MIT, a bunch of us, Chinese American academics, founded an organization, Asian American Scholar Forum, and we're going to have our annual conference in Palo Alto, Stanford, on 25th of July, and we want to highlight this issue to the broader community. But now, the second Trump administration is now attacking the entire academia. Right? They're pausing the funding of universities, Harvard and Columbia. They're making specific ideological demands on the universities, fundamentally threatening the independence of the research universities. They are in the just passed the beautiful bill. They are cutting the National Institute of Health budget, National Science Foundation budget, something between 30 to 50%, right? And this research enterprise is under threat. They are discussing imposing a 21% endowment tax on the income from the university endowments. So this is just something that unprecedented that is happening. Within that broad attack on Chinese, on science and technology, on research enterprise, we as social scientists focusing on China are also going to be looked at and questioned. Once I gave so I'm working on a large-scale project on the history of Chinese technology, going back to the 5th century BCE to 19th century under the Qing dynasty. And
this
then
is the reevaluation of
Needham question. And then and the data set was created in a joint research project with Tsinghua University from 2014 to 2020. And then one member of the audience stood up, it was at a Harvard conference, stood up and said, how can Harvard invite somebody who collaborated with Tsinghua University? This is a history project, and it's just bizarre, right? So we're talking about this level of paranoia in the United States about China. And anything that we do, I was born in China, I was raised in China, especially people of my background. It is what I call, and also on Twitter, on social media, we are being constantly attacked. So I very much agree with Jing. We shouldn't be China hawks and China doves by habit, right? We can be China hawk on some issues based on facts and data. We can be China doves on facts and data. If you say anything that is reasonable about China, you get attacked, right? If you say anything that is reasonably critical of China, you get attacked. It's just unbelievable. So this is something I call vigilante McCarthyism, right? So essentially it's about this environment. How do we produce rationality? How do we produce data and evidence-based policy debates on China with this administration on the one hand, and with the vigilante on both sides, social media on the other?
Well, that is a disturbing thought, but I think one that is also in some ways a nice frame for this day, because it's good to be in an environment where we're a little bit removed from that toxic atmosphere for the work that we all value.
Okay, I think we're quorate. I declare the meeting in order. My name is Duncan Clark. Good morning, bonjour, willkommen, welcome, and 欢迎. We are many languages today, but we've chosen English for the time being. But don't let that stop you. Dear friends, thank you very much for being here today for this momentous occasion for us, certainly the first Asia Society France Paris Summer Summit. So this will be becoming an annual thing in your calendar along with the tennis and Ascot and everything else. So we want to make this an annual rendezvous to discuss matters of the world relating to Asia. It has to have an Asia theme, but that's pretty easy because it's half the world. What better place to do it here under the sunny skies without heat wave of Paris? So it will be every year, early July. Please add it to your agenda. We will communicate dates shortly for next year. But first, a big thanks to our founding trustees of Asia Society France, Thierry Portet, Sydney Huang, who are here, I believe, and others who are not here, but they've come here for this. It's thanks to their generosity and all of our founding trustees and trustees that we can welcome you today in this beautiful facility of Columbia Global Centers. I'd like to thank in advance Brunhild and Krista for letting us take over their home. This is a former porcelain factory. My bad joke is we're back to China here because this is, anyway, this has been, Madame Reed, I think, gifted it to American students in Paris in 1890 something. And I believe it's been with Columbia since the 1960s. So thank you. But thank you very much to the trustees of Asia Society France. Some of them are gathered here today. First, a special mention to Jean-Michel and Serge Dumont. Serge, thank you for being our founding chair. And Jean-Michel, who's overseeing, yes, at the back waving. He's your arts and culture guy and has done an amazing job, the two of them. Thank you. We deeply appreciate your work. Charles Evrard in the front seat. I'm not going to try to pronounce Desecles, but I just did. Thank you for becoming one of our newest trustees. Nicolas Jin, there he is, waving. You'll get t-shirts, by the way. If you become a trustee, you get a t-shirt. Richard Chu, is Richard here? The wonderful Westminster Warwick Hotel Group, and we do quite a few events there. And of course, my new co-chair, Lionel de Saint-Exupéry. Merci, Lionel.
And François.
And François,
Who
sorry.
just joined us recently.
And Pierre ICO is here, I think, yes. François ici. François, merci. So, thank you for your hard work, generosity, and trust. Together, we are building an organization that has, and we think will continue to make a difference, and we'll prove that today. And that's pretty much it. We want to thank, though, our partners. So firstly, on my right, from Salzburg Global, we appreciate very much the opportunity to partner with Salzburg Global. And the first, the sort of germ of this idea, if it goes well, was a conference held at Salzburg about 18 months ago on China, generously February, supported by Victoria Mars. We deeply appreciate her support. And also the Center for China Analysis, and we'll be hearing about CCA. And we'd like to thank Jing from CCA, Nicola, and Antonio and Martin from Salzburg. Thank you, Antonio, for being here and helping us make this happen. So we have 35 speakers. I'll shut up soon. They're here from around the world. We have a first-class audience. That's you. Experts within your own rights. We don't want this to be just about people on stage, which I'm not illustrating, talking. There's going to be a lot of conversation amongst you. We've built in time for you for that. Thank you all for your presence. And I'm going to, before I hand the mic to Lionel, today's Master of Ceremony will be Susie Jakes. We're grateful to have her here, Editor-in-Chief and Managing Director of China File. So if you can all bookmark China File. It's a product of the Asia Society, and Susie has overseen that since the beginning, I think, yes. And she's also a fellow at the Center for China Analysis. Okay, enjoy your day. I'm going to pass you over to Lionel. Merci.
Thanks, Duncan. Ni hao. Et bonjour à vous tous, bienvenue. Merci d'être présent aujourd'hui. Welcome to all of you. We're very excited. This is the first Summer Summit for Asia Society, which has recently joined as co-chair with Duncan. I'm very excited about the program today, and very importantly also for all the future actions and events that we're going to be hosting in Paris, and maybe some pop-ups elsewhere in Europe. So we're going to get to know all of you over time, and thank you again for being with us today. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, but more importantly of insiders about China. So we're incredibly fortunate to have this brain trust here in Paris. This is a pretty one-of-a-kind event in France, in Paris. Rare to have that much insights about what's happening in China today. I think it's important to all of us. So very much look forward to hearing from all of the speakers. Also, this is very much, it illustrates perfectly what the purpose, the mission of Asia Society, bridging the world, bridging the East and the West. It started in the US and Asia. Now we're trying to bridge into Europe as well. We have a center in Zurich as well, so that's, we have some representative from the Zurich Center. And Paris is the first flag in the European Union. So it's very important, very strategic for Asia Society, and it's very important for all of us to reinforce those links between the East and the West. With that, any further ado, I'll pass to you, Nicolas. Thank you.
Just to encourage people to come forward. Thank you, Lionel. But if you're a reserved person, it says reserved. You take those seats. Come on up.
So, good morning, everybody. Guten Morgen, willkommen in Paris. My name is Nicola Daniel, and I am here representing the Salzburg Global. And it's lovely to be here. I'm so glad that we could have this follow-on event that started with our
February 20th.
Right, yeah. So there are a few of you in the room who were at the Salzburg Global China Forum. If you could raise your hand, Alicia and Tomo and Cameron. Hello, I was looking for you earlier. And Ted. Oh, wow, Yiling. Cool. Willkommen. All right, cool. And a few of you may not know what Salzburg Global is. I will be very, very short, but we were founded in 1947, and it was basically, the Schloss is the Schloss where The Sound of Music was filmed, for those of you who are a fan of that movie. But it was meant to be a place for dialogue and reconciliation after World War II. And it was felt by the founders that it was not enough to just have a Marshall Plan to build the infrastructure of Europe, but we also needed a Marshall Plan for the mind. So it was kind of an intellectual adventure, and it was started as a combination of some guys from Harvard, yes, guys at the time, but Austrians and Americans. And so to this day, you know, our mission has evolved. We do more than just talk about, you know, reconciliation from World War II. I run the Finance and Governance Forums every year. But now we've kind of undergone a new branding, and kind of the focus of our mission is to change the conversation. So very similar to what we hope here to do today. Our events are much smaller scale than this, and they're Chatham House. But anyway, we invite you to come and take a look at our website and participate in some of our events as well. Most of them take place in Austria, but increasingly we have lots of events also in Asia. In Japan, we have long-standing events that take place there. So very excited to be here today.
Thank you. Before acknowledging also people from Asia Society's Global Board. So Gary Rochelle in the front left is chair of Asia Society, both in Northern California, and also our newest center after Paris is in Seattle. So we have a growing tech and West Coast presence. So thank you, Gary, for being here. Shane Williams-Ness is our chief development officer. Look, we'll get you a T-shirt. Over to our friend from Asia Society New York, Jing. Thank you.
Thank you very much to first our hosts, to our co-organizer of this wonderful gathering. I'm Jing. I'm the co-founder and managing director of the Center for China Analysis, which is a center Kevin Rudd and I started about 3 years ago. Maybe I can share some of our funding visions and missions with everybody to help to start this conversation. We really want to go beyond a few things. Maybe I'll start from 5. We want to go beyond, first and foremost, a DC-centric conversation on China. I think that's why we're here. I think I mentioned last night very briefly, we became increasingly hopeful going from DC to Brussels and to Paris, which is a good sign. We have 64 fellows in 12 different countries. I think 11 of them are here. Raise your hand from CCA. So we are trying to contributing our knowledge base to this discussion. But the key thing is that we do think China is read differently from Brussels and from Indonesia than from DC than from Tokyo. And we want to provide a global reading of China and to have an integrated reading of China, which is of essence to the global China debate. And second, we want to go beyond securitization of China. China is now simplified to a security challenge in many of the policy debate we are in. But as you know, it is 1.4 billion people in China. They are struggling on a daily basis on housing, education, Medicare. They are also innovators, entrepreneurs. It is a people that we're facing as well. So we want to provide human-centric analysis of China rather than securitized China analysis. That's the second one. We want to go beyond securitization of China. And third one, we want to go beyond a binary choice of China. People also ask me, are you a China hawk or a China dove? Right, Kevin said at Big Bang, we can be a China hawk and a China dove. We should go beyond the fixated mindset about China. That's important, actually. That gives you the political imagination and possibilities to explore further. I want to encourage you all to think in that way. And by go beyond those three, I think we can go beyond suspicion, go beyond unreasonable suspicion, particularly to allow the policy entrepreneurship and the political imagination to allow collaboration that is very necessary nowadays on cure cancer, on climate actions, on AI governance, on financial collaborations, because without those, we're kind of doomed, right? The last one is, I'm all for competition, healthy competition, but if we don't go beyond rivalries without boundaries, we don't go beyond rivalries without a clear end goal, we might end up in 1914 again. So those are the 5 go beyond that CCA is really funded for, to wage peace, to avoid a war, but most importantly, I think all competitions for tech, for economic prosperities, and all partnership for AI, for climate change, for public health is for one purpose only, I think, is human flourishing.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming.